Ahoy hoy, I am Planet Walk, and welcome to a stream where it's just like hanging out and chatting about stuff, maybe debunking something eventually. We'll see, it's just a casual stream, so let me just switch over to the... that's the right one, I actually got the right one this time.
43 awaiting instructions.
Yeah, we had to replace...
I'm out of school for this, what's going on?
We had to replace FTFE with a clone, so that's...
Instructions received. Installing base operations.
Yeah, so FTFE, can I get you to...
We killed him. Why the brutal beating?
Firmware update complete.
FTFE, can you bomb Nathan Oakley?
Nukes have been launched. Wait, what? What just happened? I feel like I blanked out for a sec, guys. Are we live yet?
Yeah, we're live.
Why is there a number 43 on my forehead?
Shit, did they forget to remove the label?
Wilma, come on, we talked about this.
No, it's just wet. It's got to dry off. It'll rub off in the morning. It washes off.
Oh, okay.
It rub off? I don't want it to... What? I'm confused.
So,
yeah, hey guys, once I knocked him out, that's okay, we knocked him out. Why did you guys continue to kick him and brutally beat him on the ground when he was already dead? It's brutal.
It was
you
fun.
two are animals, guys. We clone them. We don't chop them up.
It was fun, and besides, you got to tenderize your meat before you eat it.
All true, we've got to dispose of that body now, so I hope you like a good roast. And tell you what, there's a fair bit of Craig too. We're going to be eating for a month off that one.
Not as much as they used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
The old cuts were pretty prime, but these are a bit thinner.
Well, to be fair, like...
Dibs on the T-bone.
Hold on, I just realized... Oh, wait, no, yeah, people can hear me. But, like, yeah, like, if you've got too much fat, then it doesn't taste as good. You know, like, you gotta have
his flavour.
You gotta have balance between fat and flesh when it comes to meat.
Well, that's true. Craig, can you start working out so the next cut can be like better tasting?
I can't walk.
Do it anyway. You know. we'll fix
that. Well, we're going to try the
Kobe
steak principle. The Kobe steaks, which are made in Japan, they're fed entirely on beer. And what happens, they keep them in a crate most of their life. To stop them getting too chubby, they come in and massage them. So, Craig, you're up for a life in a crate of beer and massage. In fact, my uncle had a very similar life. So you will look forward to this. Yep, as will we. Yes. And we'll prepare you with a celebrity chef because we've got an oversupply of them here in Australia. So, yeah, we've got plans for you, Craig. You're going to go well, my friend. Love it.
Wait, you're going to eat me?
No.
Don't.
No, we're not going to eat you at all.
I do wonder though why FTFE can't walk, because you'd think that NASA would have given him the cybernetic legs by now. I mean, isn't that the whole reason why?
It's kind of NASA's fault. They were trying to implant all the the cyborg stuff, and they hit the wrong nerves a few times. And by the time they got like the holographic emitter and that installed, they basically ran out of money. Had to put Artemis back by 5 years, and then there was a change in administration, and Biden was like, "What the fuck was Trump doing? We're not doing that." So I'm kind of screwed.
Obviously, Craig's just lying about not being able to walk because when you're in a submarine, you're not going to hurt your legs. So he's obviously lying. Right? He's lying. It's all a lie.
Well, I don't. None of this surprises me because we all know that Cyberman Dan's legs are cybernetic, and that's the only reason that he's able to do the Runman Dan stuff.
Yeah, look, guys, I've got my secretary tagging on right now. She needs to get you guys to sign this card here. I've got a birthday card, and it's the first birthday of Nurthen Thurmpson getting flat smacking kids and getting arrested. So if you guys could sign the birthday card, we're sending Nathan birthday card for a happy first birthday. And he's also speculating. He's got a cardboard box. Yeah, that's right. So he's also speculating. We've seen him with a cardboard box, so we think he's getting into real estate speculation now.
Now, guys, I want to make sure that everyone on the stream is aware that we're not allowed to swear because there's like a minor here.
2 minors, you mean?
Well, yeah, well, you don't really count. You're not really. You're a hobbit, and you guys age differently. So
Yeah, well, Flat Earthers age differently too as well.
How am I
so-
supposed to?
Shut
How
the
am I
fuck up,
supposed
Craig.
to
You
say
fucking.
cuff on air without getting YouTube? Cuff this and cuff that. I'm going to cuff as much as I want because I will say cuff and YouTube will not get me, guys. So cuff the lot of you with your anti-swearing policy.
I just don't want to corrupt the minds of the youth. You know, I don't want to be responsible for that.
You're about 5 years too late.
You're way corrupted. You're too corrupted. It's too far. It's too late.
It's too far for me now.
I mean, he's already been watching your channel, Craig. So
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched Craig's channel. I mean, like, you know.
I'm honestly surprised that I haven't been demonetized or something yet with some of the shit I say. Honestly, like
You're not demonetized?
I'm so surprised
What?
that I'm not. I mean,
Rainey,
they-
Rainey
it-
made a joke about snorting crack and you're not demonetized.
I know. When Brainy sent me that video, I'm like, well, this video is not getting monetized, but that one didn't. It went green straight away and stayed fucking green.
well,
YouTube just doesn't notice you.
just
And you want to know
talk about
one for you, Craig?
I was just going to say, just talk about Daniel
can.
Craig and you'll get demonetized.
Yeah, probably.
Look, I've got one to throw in, Craig. You know, Bev tried thinking. You've psychologically marred him when you gave him that's child abuse, saying, you know, to his kid that's saying flat earthers, that he still brings it up to this day and age. And he says if you call him a child abuser, he's actually emboldened it to the point of disbelief. So you're in his head, mate. You're living there rent free. He'll probably
I don't know
send
who
you an
Try Thinking is.
invoice.
Sorry, I've never heard of Try Thinking. Never heard of him. Not once in my life.
Thinking? What's that?
You've not heard of Bev, okay?
Yeah, no. I mean, I have, but it's just hilarious that I haven't spoken to him for about a year, and not a day goes past where he doesn't mention me somehow.
Is he the guy that makes a video about you every single day?
He did for a while.
That's the one.
But there's another channel called David Banner Flat Earth that
That's the one.
streams nearly every day, and every single one of them has my name in the title. Like
Every single one is like fat
FTFE
global
vagina,
FTFE.
yeah. Fat vagina FTFE can see curve from his bedroom window or something. You know, it's they don't even talk about me in the stream. They just put my name in the title. And
The only
make fun
half
of me.
decent title that he ever came up with was like fat globy FTFE sees curve when he looks down or something, and that was the only half decent one. All the rest of them are just like random swear words.
One of
Bill
the
Bart says in the chat,
found it now.
FTFE has not been demonetized because he's part of the narrative of what YouTube want. That's not true, because Irish Demon got demonetized.
yeah.
And, you know, if you look at my channel versus Irish Demon's channel, I'm a fucking dick compared to him. You know, I am.
He's kind of
doesn't-
nice.
Yeah, compared to me, he's a really nice guy and doesn't say any of the fucking nasty shit that I say. So I don't think it's anything to do with a narrative of YouTube. I'm just, I don't know, I guess having the CEO of YouTube hostage in your basement alongside Reds helps. I don't know.
The only difference between the two of you is you say you fucking retard and he doesn't. Like, you know.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that's much different about you guys.
Yeah.
But you know,
Well, I have
get my-
no-
I mean, I could set up I could turn this into a debate if you really want to. If you want to debate FTFEs, right here, I can set that up.
Who's out there?
Who wants to
And
debate
for-
me?
and
Like
for-
Will
and for-
Will Brax, if he's like not just joking, then yeah.
And for the record, Will Brex, it's demonetized, not unmonetized. Might want to use some proper grammar there.
No,
Wait,
he's talking about the state of his wallet. It's unmonetized when you look inside his wallet.
Yeah.
Bank account, too.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, one person in chat did ask, "What's the guitar for?" And I do want to thank like everyone, because I was recently able to get this new guitar, and it's partially because of everyone that watches me. Basically, I had an extra large payout from YouTube, and yeah. I was like, well, my old guitar's turning to shit, so I might as well get a new guitar, and it's going to be
That's a nice one.
very helpful.
How much and what brand?
What?
How
Oh,
much and what brand? Give them a plug.
So
Here, Louie.
this is Ibanez, and it was like the guitar itself was only $395. The strap cost $20, and the case cost $135.
Can I throw up something about Ibanez? You're going to love this.
Yeah.
Ibanez were making guitars back in the 70s, and they made a Les Paul copy from Gibson, the Gibson famous Les Paul. Now, what happened, Gibson, most of the Japanese guitars were crap. The Ibanez was as good and was starting to take sales. Gibson said, hey, all this bullshit, this is copyright, get them off the market. And it actually had the reverse effect. Everybody said, who are these Ibanez guitars? Started buying them. The rest is history. They're now one of the biggest guitar manufacturers in the world. Thank you, Gibson. Whoopsies.
Give me a Louie.
What's it? A Louie?
Give me a Louie. Yeah. Okay.
Tuning up. Tuning. Chinese tune.
I'll make sure that, okay, mine has to go up a bit.
I can play my piano, we'll get a whole jam session going.
It'll probably sound
We're
terrible,
going to have latency, so it's going to turn into a...
It'll be
Planner
delayed,
and I
it'll
jammed
sound really
across the
bad.
ditch because Planner's obviously... Planner's in the over in New Zealand and I'm in the West Island of New Zealand. We did jam across there, but the latency was so far out. The one week we were out actually got us back in time. So you got to play a beat ahead. It fucks you up.
I think you guys are all across the pond from me, so it would sound pretty bad.
Yeah.
You say the world has come between us.
I actually got one of my videos claimed when I was playing a song.
Would anybody like to hear a song that I wrote many years ago?
Sure.
Is it the Lies of Riley or?
No. I'm going to attempt to sing, so I do apologize. This is a song that I wrote.
All right, I'm gonna get my earplugs out.
20 years ago, and I wrote it. Well, probably even longer than that. I was like a teen. I was younger than you, Draco, and I'd just been dumped by my girlfriend and all emotional. And I wrote a song called "No One Can Be Happy All the Time." I'm not going to sing. I'm not going to do that to you.
I was waiting for when I would need to put in my earplugs, but good, I don't need to now.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, FTFE, you're sometimes a decent person like that. I will sing, and I will destroy everyone's earbuds. Like,
I imagine that's what Planner sounds like.
Get the beat on the radio, switch off that damn TV. Can't stand next door's children when I'm trying to get to sleep. Yeah, I'm not going to sing. I wouldn't do that to people. I used to be able to sing, and then my voice broke.
Here's the thing, though. Like, there's actually a song which I've gotten opinions, and apparently I can sing it better than the person that actually created it. But that's probably because the person that actually created the song can't sing that well. But I am sitting down, which is going to be annoying for trying to sing, as I've always.
I only sing well in Japanese. My English singing voice is terrible.
So let me have a go at this. He's got a P1000, he ain't afraid to use it. He's got a P1000, he's only afraid he might lose it. But he points at the moon, points at the stars, he points it at Saturn, and he'll point it at Mars. But every time he touches his camera, Ranty, proves the globe, he proves the globe. He's a great globe prover, proves the globe, he proves the globe. He's a real globe prover. and his friends don't talk to him anymore because he debunked the video with the book picked up off the floor. He filmed the boat going over the horizon. All his friends could do was cover their eyes and cry. You'll never know how hard it was to find something that rhymed with horizon, but I think I got away with it. Ready to bruise the globe, bruise the globe, bruise the globe. He's a great globe prover, bruise the globe, he bruise the globe. He's a real globe prover, and he come and sit with me. I'll use some my national money. He bruise the globe, he bruise the globe. He's a great globe prover, bruise the globe, he bruise the globe. And he's a flat earther, bruise the globe, he bruise the globe. Thank you for proving the globe. So yeah. Would have been better if I had
it a lot worse than that.
Yay! Go.
Yeah, like I sung that to someone.
Honestly expected it to be worse.
I sung that to someone, and and I showed them the original, and they said, "Yeah, you did it better than the original because the original was Conspiracy Cats."
Oh God. No offense to Cats, but I don't know if I want to hear him sing.
He's not bad. Yeah, like
Is he? Okay.
He could do better. Like it's like anyone. Like I could do better, right?
Yeah. Well, everyone could.
Yeah.
Everyone can always do better.
You know what happens? You use all your home studio stuff, guys, and your home studio does sound good at home. You've got your great little stereo and that. But then when you do send it off and get it, someone who's got really good sound engineering magic, it comes back just twice as big. And although we do our best effort, a good sound production engineer really does cut it. Really make something. They up it. They get the right amount of everything, delay and echo and gating. They just do the job. Oh, Stairway to Heaven.
Stairway to
Yeah,
Heaven.
I'm looking for someone to say no stairway. Whenever someone plays that, you're supposed to say no stairway.
No stairway.
I'd start singing along. Yeah.
No, Paul. I'm not going to sing. I don't want to do that to you. I did sing that song originally when I wrote it, and it sounded all right. But yeah, there's a reason I'm not a singer.
Apparently, I should have given a headphone warning.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I actually will just like randomly come up with like random things, and I'll be like, "Oh, this sounds good." Like there's something recently, I can't remember how it went, but it was like I've been playing around with. Like something. I can't remember how it went. All right. We'll see you like how. We'll get a poll on how many people want FTFE to sing a song or something like that. Because we've got the Batch, we've got Paul Camish. Okay, Monochromatic Light Source doesn't. Adam says Adam does.
Right, if you really want me to do it, I will.
Yeah, I'm gonna press 1 in the chat. The checkout guy says 1.
A great singer who I actually I had the pleasure of working with a great singer for some time there, and he actually told me a great little trick is to write a song and make it a lyric so it rhymes with a swear word. So you use words like duck and hunt and whatever. And that way when people modify the song and put the swear word in, they feel invested and they actually remember your song. And I actually thought, what a great trick. So when you hear those songs where you can rhyme in a swear word, it's done on purpose. It's not an accident. He also used to write songs from his tab.
Forget the beat on the radio. Switch off that damn TV. I can't stand next to those children when I'm trying to get to sleep. Put down that firecracker. It's making me burn out. I can't take it anymore. And I've gotta scream and shout that no one can be happy all the time. Sometimes we all need to sit and cry. No one can be happy all the time. I only know because I've always tried. Raise your hands if you're slightly bored. I would, but my arm's asleep. I can't stand taking orders or being led like sheep. Does anyone know what anything means? Or does that spoil the fun? Like playing Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun. No one can be happy all the time. Sometimes we all need to sit and cry. No one can be happy all the time. And we only know because I've always tried.
Nice.
Yay!
There we
Clappy,
go.
clap, clap, clap. Hey, very nice, man.
Yeah, I wrote that when I was like 14 after getting dumped.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Thank you. I apologize for the singing.
All right.
I'll have to like steal that one off you because it's actually a pretty good song.
Thank you.
Yeah, put it through a good, sound mixer and stuff, and you might have a good one there.
Well, I have a fully recorded version of that with some amazing like solo work that was on it as well, and we had Bristol Philharmonic Orchestra record alongside it. So that was actually my biggest musical achievement.
Well done.
My biggest musical
should throw it up
achievement
for us.
would be making money from music. That would probably be mine. Like, but
ACDC told us it's a long way to the top of it.
I do want to like listening to the lyrics. It's like it explains why FTFE argues with flat earthers.
Why?
Like, like you want to scream and shout, you know?
Yeah.
That explains some of it.
Apparently, it got a bit choppy and it was cutting out. But sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really shared that like live with anyone before. So.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have like I've got bits and pieces of songs that I've written, but like none of them actually have any lyrics. Like when I try and come up with lyrics, it's just like, oh shit. It's like easier to come up with lyrics like on a like I find that it's far easier to come up with lyrics when you don't have an idea of like when you have sort of an idea but not a song, or you like when it's like, okay, I'm gonna write a song about LEO, you know, and then that's easy. But if it's like if I've got like half of the chords and all that, and it's like, oh yeah, I've got all this, it's like lyrics. It's like, okay, what am I gonna do for lyrics?
Have you ever played the 4-chord song?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, that's right.
yeah. Everyone knows
Every song ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not singing another song. Shush.
I was playing the piano for a
What
bit
pissed
there.
me
but I
off
don't
is
know
I
if it's
wrote
What's that?
I wrote Boulevard of Broken Dreams on that song, and bloody Green Day stole it off me, the bastards, and recorded it before I could get it out. Those pricks. So pissed off.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all written a song that uses 4 chords. Yeah, like
best
Dan
song.
all of my songs on the piano I use one chord, so that's fine.
Where did you? I was going to say, where did you get the other three from? I've written a song with one chord. I also wrote a song where the chords were cabbage. That's pretty cool. CABBAGE.
Yeah.
Usually I just kind of sit down and pick a key and just play.
So yeah, that would be cabbage.
Yep. CABBAGE. Oh, we get a GE. And there's relative. There's an E minor, sorry. Cabbageum. And the other one was FCE minor. FACE minor. That's Facum.
I'm trying to there's oh yeah, I was gonna play like this thing that I did write a while back. Like I came up with this on the beach of Byron, right? Didn't see Flat Earth Aussie Jesus there, but I came up with this tune. It goes a bit like the basic idea is this. And then I added like a few things to it, like and yeah, I added like a whole lot of different things. I may be able to find like what it actually turned out as if I on my computer. I had to record the guitar for it really hastily, but I can, if you want to listen to that. One's in chat if you want to listen to it. I'll just find, I wonder where it was. It was probably in, I know it's on my external hard drive.
You're getting lots of ones, Planet. Lots of ones in the chat. And there's also, where's my $20? So I don't know what you obviously got to pay your bills, mate. The thugs have found you. There was, yeah, what's he sending the boys around tonight? $20 or legs, whatever. I don't know, dude. You want to pay these bills?
I do know that someone, I think it was Merrick Zayas. Zayance.
Yeah, Marek Zayance.
Merrick Zayance. I'll try and remember it for next time. Let me...
Here, I'll give someone a plug who's really worth it. For any musicians out there, there's a guy called Elevated Backing Tracks. Okay, Elevated Backing Tracks. He's got a lazy 50,000K subs or whatever. He puts up tracks which are just brilliant. You can play along to them. I jam with the guy virtually every night. He keeps me inspired. He's awesome, all styles and techniques, and he actually throws up the chord charts and the scale to play over it. So it's a walking guitar lesson. And elevated backing tracks. So a link for it, but he's excellent. Fun. And the good thing about music, it's a real fun path to be on.
Nice looking guitar.
Hey, very Midnight Oil. I love that.
Basically, it's a history of Batman. You got like 60s,
or is it Archie
Batman,
is it a hippie guitar?
Going into 80s Batman,
okay.
90s Batman, 2000s Batman.
Okay. It's hard to tell, like, on the screen, like, but yeah.
You haven't got coronavirus Batman yet.
You can see old
Batman
at the top there.
Hey, language FTFE. I mean
what?
sign language.
Oh.
Anyway, I've found the song, and this the intro is quite long, so we can probably just talk over the intro as it plays. So,
yay!
The intro was essentially
Like to talk.
So the intro was designed to sort of be a cutscene thing, and so during the cutscene, like it plays. And it kind of just builds up, so... You know, you need to give everyone enough time to talk, basically, in a cutscene.
Yeah, I need to have it ready, so I'll be back in 1 sec.
Alright. At least you're not streaming on stream.
Just don't make it a Pokely.
I think it's about here that it... Yeah, there we go. Now it's starting to kick in.
Alright, now it's getting interesting.
The muty.
But the guitar that is for this was kind of rushed, so the guitar sounds a bit like shit, honestly. Let me turn it up.
Nice. Love the lack of snare. That's great.
I love the end of it, by the way.
Got a real busyness about it. I love it.
So yeah, that was something that I wrote back in 2018 when I was getting into all this later stuff.
That was cool.
Sounds like something I would write in 2018.
If people are nice, if people are nice in the chat, then I will sing one more song in a bit, and it's a song I wrote when I was 11 years old, so it's cheesy as fuck. And Batch, yes, I can learn a song by listening to it. You give me 2 hours with a song and a guitar, I'll learn how to play it.
Yeah, like this.
11-year-old cheese. 11-year-old cheese, Craig. That sounds great. I'm up for 11-year-old cheese. Do it.
That sounds wrong.
I've actually got some 10-year-old cheese right next to me.
Hey, Nathan Thompson's dating a first grader. Unfortunately, the first grader left the relationship citing intellectual discrepancies.
People don't know about my musical side, but I am actually a guitar teacher. Haven't done it for years, but I'm a qualified guitar teacher, and I can pretty much play anything with strings on: violin, bass, guitar, viola, cello. It took me about an hour and a half to figure out how to play a banjo when I'd never held one before. It just makes sense to me. That's what I do with music.
Can I throw one up, Craig? Do you notice when you get the guitar experts and you say, so the circle of fifths, and they go, oh, okay. And they just shut up and clam up very quickly. Yeah, I take it you have a working knowledge of what that's about?
Of the circle fifth?
You don't know the circle of fifths?
Yeah. A way to just tell what key it is. You look at how many sharps there are.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. Yes,
SPGADB, and you know what key it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you see 3 sharps, you know it's the key of A or F sharp minor. Or you see 4 sharps. Yeah, and how was it?
I mean, I work more by...
go down Ellie's eating birds, I think, was it?
Yeah, I'll work by figuring out what tempo the song's in first, and there's usually only certain groups of chords that fit with certain tempos, and it's not always about learning the key, it's about learning the transitions that make how the song makes sense to you.
I actually... I've actually got a unique ability. I found this recently. So, in working on music for the town in my game, there's a couple of tunes that I've got, and I wrote the tune myself, and then I sent it off to someone else because I couldn't figure out something to it needed to feel more full, right? And I can show you the tune, but the person that was trying to help me with it had a really hard time to try and figure it out. Like, for example, just as so there's a song that I play, and I've sort of misunderstood the way that the song goes. So when I played this song, it's called Under the Apple Tree. I actually play it in a way that's kind of different, that's actually different to the way that it's actually meant to be played. And I play it like this, and people, when they hear it, they go, wait, I don't know how I'm meant to be able to play that. So it's like, so it goes like, so I play it like this. Right? People, for some reason, can't work out how to play that. Just
Well,
like the
I don't play guitar, so I couldn't tell you.
like it's 2 chords, but
Couldn't work out how to play it. What was the tricky bit? Was that the timing or the transition or not?
I think it's just the like timing.
Look, I found a very interesting thing because back when I started, we actually had cassettes to learn songs, starting a cover band naturally. And what we found is when you had cassettes, they varied in speed and you had different accumulative error because we'd all pass the tapes around. So when you're trying to practice to your set list, you'd have to retune all the time. Then came along the CD, which gave us perfect pitch. And I made this immense discovery as to how many of the old bands used to actually flatten their guitars by 1 step, which makes the strings a lot easier to fret. And these is like Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child is in D sharp, most Jimi Hendrix stuff, a lot of Rolling Stone stuff. So here's me frantically retuning from song to song, not realising the guys were actually playing in D sharp. In the keyboard, all the black notes become a pentatonic scale. And that's a trick from Deep Purple. And I'm finding all of these old classic tricks from the 70s and 80s are re-emerging in different formats nowadays. The tricks are not new, they're just being revised. Grab an old sequencer and start playing with it, and you'll be amazed at how it is an old blues bait. And I'm sounding like a back end of the day type, but it's recycling and changing the palette. The rules are still the same, and the fundamentals are still there.
Yeah,
pretty much back to Mozart.
So one person said I'm using mixed timings, and that's why people are unable to play it. So that might be a trick that I've got up my sleeve to be able to use mixed timings really easily. But this is something that, like,
I did find playing acoustic guitar. Yeah, I found playing acoustic guitar on the up. That upstroke is actually very good for your vocal phrasing. And a lot of people, like even Ed Sheeran, the down, up, down, up, down, up. I found playing bass guitar and doing backing vocals was really tricky because playing a bass, you're hitting on the down all the time, but you're trying to do a vocal melody. And that anyone who's a singing bass player or a singing drummer is cuffing good. You notice the way I avoided swearing now?
Yeah, I saw the way that you avoided fucking swearing.
Yes.
Fucking swear. I'm a fucking minor. I can't have that shit.
But anyway,
I'll cuff off you.
This is the tune that the other person like had trouble working out, and I've added their bits in by sort of mixing and, you know. So yeah, I'll play it and it'll be a little bit quiet, but yeah.
I want to kill a Pokemon.
Would you like Charmander, Squirtle, or?
I feel like splashing up stuffed toys. Kill the teddy bear.
Go, Pikachu!
I just wrote the next Pokemon tune, apparently. So,
Yeah, that really sounded like a Pokemon town.
I mean, there are
Yeah, full moon.
there are modified tunes of this that sound a bit like I do this MIDI conversion. Like if I were to Graymore Ghost in chat reminded me. So if I go to my DMs with him, you'll be able to hear like a more that tune, but when I converted it from MIDI to I
God,
think
is he still saying that?
so. This is what it's actually supposed to sound like. Oh wait, this is the outside version.
Pardon me.
So yeah, this one is meant to be for more outside, and the one that you just heard was more inside. But you get the idea. The reason why the person had such trouble working on it was because if I go to here. Let me edit track. So so it sounds like this note here. Okay, come on. No. So it sounds like this note here is meant to be the first note in a bar, when this note here is actually the first note in a bar. And that works for a bit, but when you get to here, then it's it changes it up. So yeah, just for them, they were just unable to figure out, okay, what's meant to actually be going on here, or meant to be work out how to write with how I had it. So it was causing them a bit of a headache. They said at least that I had a patent on my style of writing music, so that's a...
So what were they getting at? Like you were using unique intervals or something like that? Because most things are classable under basic music theory.
So the idea was that, so if I go to here, so I was using this thing where so the note that sounded like so it sounded like these two notes were just a build up to the first note, because a lot of emphasis was on this note here rather than this note here.
Yep.
So this note here sounded like the first beat of a bar, but whereas actually it was this note here. And it didn't help that I had...
Okay, well, can I throw something... Yeah. Can you go back to the start, please? The first, just back the previous page you had up.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you, what happens if you put that music up in front of me and I was sitting down with whatever instrument, I'd look up and see there's no sharps or flats, so it's key of C or A minor. And I'd see the first note there is, what's that, F, G. So it's a G opening note. So it's a seventh opener. I guess it's the key of A minor.
Well, the first...
Then you run along what the scale is, and those notes appear to be A minor.
The
we have an F sharp in there, so it's A minor.
The first
A minor
note,
key.
Yeah, the first note is D. Is D.
D. No, that looks... I'm looking over at the far left, next to the treble clef, and that's...
that's because the if I go right to the start, so
there, yeah.
So that's a D.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And then it's E, then it's A, then F sharp, and then back to D.
Right.
You're in the key of D then?
Yeah, I'm not...
Hang on, your first note's not a D. No, the first note's E, E, F. Because F is the... Oh, no, sorry. No, you're right, it's D. Sorry, it's D, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's running along the D, E, F sharp.
It's early in the morning and my eyes are playing up. They look like ants on the screen.
I mean, it's using the pentatonic.
Okay, sorry.
It's using the bass pentatonic from a D scale, right?
The chick outside guy says, "Trust me, it's in D major." LOL.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's using pentatonic scale in D.
Yeah. Essentially, the way that I
Yep.
write music
Yep,
is
cool.
I just use the keyboard here. So
See, I write all my tunes. Everything I've ever written, I've written on a guitar.
I've actually found we have a great band here in Australia called Midnight Oil. And one of the things they do, the fingering of some of their chords are incredible. There's no way you would find them on a guitar. He must have written them on piano and then went over and contorted his hands to make them fit. And Jim Maggini from Midnight Oil is probably one of the most prolific songwriters in the country. And then when you get one of their books that shows the chords, you've suddenly got the great mind and all the available chords within a given key. And just when you see it, none of their songs have got less than about 20 chords, and there are some beauties in there, but they only tend to use the 5 or 6 and use these little trickery chords to really give it a unique kind of a... But yeah, it's very... Yeah, Midnight Oil is an exceptional band to listen to because of their guitar keyboard interplay.
yeah, like it's great. Like, so one of my favorite songs for like the way that they meld guitar and or the way that they work keyboard into it is song by System of a Down called Chop Suey. And like if you listen to the last
Great
chorus,
tune.
yeah, the last chorus kind of has this keyboard playing in the background. You can just hear it, and it gives it a nice, really nice melody to it. And it's definitely deserving of being the first metal music video to reach 1 billion views on YouTube.
All right, here's a question. What was the first heavy metal song?
I don't.
Ooh.
I don't know. Like I'd
Oliver Crack,
No.
guess something by
Oliver
Black
Crack.
Sabbath.
Fireball.
No,
No, Fireball by Deep Purple, I would say.
no.
Mm,
Any more guesses?
Nope.
I have zero clue. I don't listen to metal.
Helter Skelter by the Beatles.
You poor person.
okay.
Okay.
That's classed as the very first heavy metal song.
No, I can see that.
I'm gonna have to
No.
take a listen to that
No,
song
but-
after the stream.
No, Boom. I don't listen to metal. I listen to electronic music.
Cool. I was brought up on metal, which annoys me. Why? The Riley clip that we played in the show today of him talking about the solar eclipse, he's got a bunch of Iron Maiden posters behind him, which makes me angry because I was raised on Maiden. You know, I know all their songs off by heart. You know, Bruce Dickinson is a god. Nico McBrain is the best drummer in existence, and Riley almost ruins them for me by liking them as well.
Craig, since
Look,
you're in
here's
the
the thing,
UK,
I agree there. What
Sorry.
Iron Maiden did for us, Craig, they actually had all the tricks before everybody else
Oh yeah.
announced the offbeat drums. They started the 4 beats for the measure, remove the snare, go normal on the beat, and then give them the snare back at the end for a 4/4 beat.
Have you ever
Bruce
seen
Dickinson.
Nico's?
Iron Maiden were the grandfathers of all the great music.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Nico McBrain's drum kit? Like he literally has to swivel 360 degrees to do a solo. Like he gets himself surrounded by drums, and he has like 9 different types of snare. Like so many. Watching him, you think he must have 8 arms or something with what he's doing. It's ridiculous.
I actually do remember, like, I came up with like a drum beat that it probably is possible to play, but it's pretty damn difficult. Like, I'm actually showing it on screen here because this is like a minute tune that I came up with around about the same time that it was also in 2018 when I was getting into flat earth stuff. I remember wrote this one in Byron Bay. I don't know if anyone wants to take a listen. Does anyone want to take a listen?
I'm just doing it in my head.
Of course we do.
Okay.
You're so humble the way you are. We know you want to play it. Just put it on.
Let me play my song.
he's gonna play it regardless of whether or not we say yes. So
Yeah, like if someone says no, I'm like,
so
I'll be like,
bad.
"Oh."
You'll never beg for sympathy.
Yeah, it's shit. Turn it off.
yeah, get rid of this shit, dude. Come on.
Hit the road, Jack. Come back no more.
Ooh.
subverting expectations there by missing a beat. This sounds like something I could imagine Draconae playing.
Hey, I've got to
Very
bring one
good.
up, guys. Web Bard brings up a really interesting point in the chat, Web, where he says with the heavy metal song Black Sabbath or Led Zeppelin. And I've got to agree with you, Web. The first time I ever heard Whole Lotta Love on the radio, I was and the skin crawled up my back. It was actually that guitar, da-da-da-da-da, just got me hooked into it. You know, like that is where it's at. An E minor chord and a big fat guitar sound. I loved it. So, yeah, on your Web Bard, I agree. The first heavy metal song was Whole Lotta Love, I'd say, not Helter Skelter. But anyway, that's subjective, isn't it?
Mm.
When I did my my BTEC national diploma in popular music, that was one of the main things that we did a whole the whole part of a course on the fact that the first official noted as a heavy metal song is Helter Skelter. Apparently, that's what influenced a lot of modern heavy metal music.
Yeah. Well, I do know that a lot of.
I agree. I don't disagree. It's
you're right, though. It can be a subjective thing. Yeah.
I do know that, like,
look, with Beatles, though, I've never associated Beatles with that big, thick guitar sound. To me, the Beatles were always counter-melody guitar work, where one guitar would use oblique motion, the other contrary motion, and they'd actually, swish around and come back together. And that was John
the White
and
Album,
Paul's
though, right?
sort of co-writing abilities. But it's sort of funny. I felt George Martin overdid it myself. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, but there's so much experimental stuff in there that I think influenced a lot of modern music. Even if, let's face it, the White Album, even though it's the Beatles, it was a bit of a mess, right? But there's so much in there that is so experimentally good that it influenced the way that modern music progressed.
I wonder what album Hey Bulldog was on. Which... Oh, that was on...
We're going to do a show on that, Craig. What do you say we do a show on the history of music? We'll work out the history of music and bring up things like Elvis was actually very influential. He wasn't just a boy band movie maker. He was a real muso, as were the Beatles. And there was Richie Valens and those guys. Looking at what they said, we could do a show on this, Craig. That'd be fantastic.
I go back to me youth.
Hey Bulldog was actually our favorite. Is actually one of the favorite songs that I've got from the Beatles. One of.
Blackbird is mine. You know, you can't beat that little tune, can you?
Can't go wrong with Yellow Submarine.
Hey Bulldog was on the Yellow Submarine album.
The one that gets me.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
Oh, another.
Learn to cry all these times. I can't remember the next line of the song. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Beautiful tune.
Oh, one of my what's another one that I like out from the Beatles? I'm trying to think. I had it just before. It's like a really mellow song, and then there's like a couple more recently that was quite heavy. Come Together. That's another classic. Then there's Hey Jude.
They went into their hippie phase at that point. The Beatles noticeably became not clean cut and not wearing suits anymore. They went into that real hippie phase. I reckon one of their best songs was Day Tripper. Just had a beautiful big fat riff about it. Just something about that song. You notice Beatles don't get covered by a lot of bands. They actually had really complex tunes to write, and it is hard shit to do.
They're not
just grab something else and play that.
You listen to one of their songs and you think, oh, that sounds dead simple, right? But then you sit down with the tab in front of you and you realize that in just one little phrase, they've got like 4 or 5 different transitions of a single chord that you need to go through to match the melody. Yeah. And the melody is in a lot of their songs, the melody is very specifically designed to match the harmonic transitions that you do on a guitar. So if you're going from like an A to an A sus7, the melody that they are using in the song will have the harmony that matches the extra notes of the sus7, so you can't sing the song without also having that extra bit that you're adding onto the the chords that you're doing, and it is very, very complicated.
Yeah,
you can learn the chords, you can learn the melodies, but putting them together, there's very specific ways it all matches, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, like there's
I agree.
There's one tune that I've recently found that like right at the the standard tune that I play is for this is that's kind of the chords of the verse.
It's a nice sounding guitar, I've got to say. Although, do me a favor, do an E chord up at your 12th fret.
E chord up on the 12th fret. So
okay. So you need to raise your bridge.
I need to raise my bridge.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
When you did that, you can hear the G string is doing a little tee 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 as it's kind of hitting off the bridge. So inside the hole, you should have a bit where you can put an Allen key to just lift up the middle of the bridge a little bit.
Okay.
I had to let it settle in first, though, because acoustic guitars do settle with the tension. So
yeah, you're right.
Best done by a guitar tech. Craig, I'd suggest on the acoustic, rather than going to the 12th fret, go to the 7th fret E bar chord, the A-shaped bar chord on the 7th fret being an E, because that'll still give you the higher pitch without going way out of tune, because it gets out of whack up around the 12th fret. Is that the 7th fret one? There you go. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Love that chord.
So
that is one of my favourites.
Yeah, when it comes to the tune that I was mentioning about before, like, and the chorus is, and then, but the part that I really like is actually the ending, which goes. Hold on. Because it kind of has that, is like, for some reason it's got like this, I don't know why I like it, but it's just, yeah, I really enjoy that part of the song.
Hey, Planner, I'm going to have to drop out now, dude.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you for having me on, and thank you for being on the show
again.
Wait,
weren't you going to play like your other song?
I have to do it next time because I'd realised it's 11:30 and my kids are in bed. I can't do that now.
Okay.
I'll do it next time when it's a little bit earlier.
Okay.
As a piano player who's lost with the guitar talk, I might have to head out too.
Hey Draco, nice to have you on the show, buddy. You're welcome on any time, obviously.
I'll try and come back again sometime.
All right, speak to you guys later. Take it easy.
Fun, mate.
Yeah.
Right.
See you guys later.
Thanks, Craig.
Bye-bye.
Pleasure to work with you. We've been deserted en masse. Okay. So that was Boulevard of Broken Dreams, wasn't it, Platter? Is that right?
Yeah.
Was that the outro?
Yeah, the outro to it. I really enjoyed that outro. There was actually something else that I've recently been trying to learn. Let me see if I can. And it is really recognizable when I...
Just before you launch away in from that, though, just back on Green Day, although Boulevard of Broken Dreams is one of their great songs, we used to do this in a cover band I was in, the precursor to it was Basket Case, which is almost one of their punk, sort of poppy punk songs. I actually love it. It's got the lot. Beautiful running. You know the song?
I thought it was Holiday.
Do you know the time to listen to me? It is a ripper. It's got to be their best song.
I thought Holiday was...
Green Day rock.
I thought Holiday was the song before the precursor to Boulevard of Broken Dreams, the one that goes...
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, when you're talking releases, that's right. But the song Basket Case is on, I think, the same album as that. And Basket Case is just a ripper. It's just got wonderful intervals and, all the moves, a lot of twangy bass, slappy bass, and just beautiful, thick guitar sound. I just love that song. We used to play that with Boulevard. And people used to love Basket Case more. It was more a slam song.
Does it come up?
So continue on your tangent, sir.
Let me see if I can. I think it might be this.
What are you?
I'm just
What are
pulling
you bringing up?
pulling up something on.
Keep it in your pants.
So it goes some. How does that chord go? C minor. Okay, so it's like.
It'd be a bar.
So. Oh wait, how does it say? Wait, it's it. Oh wait, it does it differently. So.
Might be an E flat in there.
Yeah, it's a C minor E flat.
Yeah, the E flat chord, which. Okay. They also use a lot of one step down tuning. Green Day too.
Yeah, this isn't Green Day.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I thought it was.
Oh, yeah, it does it. Like, there's a certain part that's really recognizable when I play it. Like, really recognizable. So it's A flat. So that's an E org.
E augmented, lovely. The Jimi Hendrix chord. Twist your hand.
Like, where is the E? So it's like A flat, then 7-6-5-5. Then F minor, which is
This game is called Finding the Chord.
A flat 7. This is why I haven't been able to learn this song, because it's so many exotic chords.
You know the barrage of drum jokes we had over the ages ago? I do have one for you, Planner. Why are guitarists always standing outside their house? That is because they never come in on time and they can never find the right key.
It's a god.
Other one is, how do you tell a guitarist? Yep, go on. You go.
Oh, I was just
Go.
okay. I'll probably not be able to sing it that great, like, but it's like, it's a god awful small affair. Oh, shut up. It's a god awful small affair. Shit. It's a god awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair. But her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy has told her to go. But her friend is nowhere to be seen. So as she walks through a sunken dream. Yeah, but I think everyone knows that one.
That's okay. Yep, I'm sort of there with it. The checkout guy in the chat was saying, you've got to try the 3rd fret B minor shape, C minor. That's what he's yelling at you, to do the C minor on the 3rd fret. In fact, it has to be a bar shape, doesn't it? Be a C minor, I think. There's no open C minor chord from memory unless someone's changed the tuning or whatever.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah. But yeah, I figure that, like, this is actually a pretty difficult song to play on guitar. Like, if I had like just a backup guitarist, I could probably like get the, because like I do I can get pitch like really decent. Like what I need to work on for my singing is actually like not the pitch. Like people used to say that I was tone deaf or something, but that's not necessarily true. I may used to have been tone deaf, but I actually just have a problem with other parts of singing. Like the tone is easy.
That's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting you bring that up because what I was taught, and here's the difference between learning off the internet or off a book as opposed to getting a teacher, but I was told to hold the backing board of the acoustic guitar in against my chest. And that way you feel the note resonating through your chest.
Oh, yeah,
in fine tune. Now, the problem with being in tune is you don't hear it because your voice is pitched to the right tone. It disappears within the tune. It's only when you're out of tune. You can't hear yourself and you go, am I there? Oh, yeah, I'm there. You don't hear what is the correct tone. Like you don't hear in tune. You only hear the wobble of something being out of tune. So there's a few little fundamentals there where once you're shown how to do it, and singing with your diaphragm, as opposed to pumping up your rib cage, is also important for control.
Yeah, that is actually an important thing that I'm trying to get the hang of, is singing with my diaphragm. And that's because it's not so much the tune that I'm out on, it's more of everything else, right? So, like, I actually was trying to record the song a while back, and I was like, okay, why do I sound like shit? And they're like, yeah, you got to sing with your diaphragm. And I'm like, okay. And they gave me a few hints, like basically, like if I'm sitting down, like standing up is the best way to sing. But if I've got to be sitting down, put my hand on my put my hand there and sort of press, and that helps me sort of get it. One of the other things is like, I'm trying to think of a good note where I'd use this. So sometimes you may have to hold a note, and holding a note is actually just very boring. Right?
Well, that's interesting you bring that up too, because when you're doing it, I think what you'll notice is someone gave me, I heard a bit of advice about singing a song or telling a story. Now, if you're telling a story, you don't need to do it in tune. Bob Dylan cannot sing for shit and yet wrote thousands of songs, i.e. Willie Nelson as well. They both know how to tell a story. Now, if you're not a vocal acrobat like we are, all of us are better at telling stories. So what you can do there is follow the Michael Hutchinson theory of don't be a vocal acrobat, but let the band do the interesting moves around you, and you just tend to go along in the one monotone, up and down occasionally, and suddenly you've got a song like Don't Change. It's the band that provide the movement, not the singer. Unless, of course, you're Mariah Carey, who's got a huge range, or you are one of those fantastic singers. All of us need to just tell a story, and you do it in tune. So I think it's you putting so much pressure on yourself that you want to be in tune and you want to do all these things. It's better just to sit back and relax. People pick up on the relaxed vibe, I think, better than whether or not you're there. Tell the story, my friend. I'm sure you'll like that.
Yeah, but one of the things that I think I found a good one, good example for this. So singing in sort of, so when you hold a note, it's very easy to, like holding a note is really boring. So it's like, I'm just trying to remember. My shadow's the only one who walks beside me. I'm way out. Hold on. I am way out. I've got to get back into. I'm going to mute myself for a few seconds while I figure this out. There we go.
Okay, well, I'll just fill in with some interesting filler. I'll just try to make up a joke off the top of my head, which we do in the card game, which we didn't do today, but don't have any. I tell you what, in this COVID stuff, isn't it boring when you go out into public and the public's there? Oh, my God. This lockdown was always so much better not being around people. Back with this planner, or am I still giving more filler? We're still in the land of dead air. Well, Nurthen Thurmpson apparently has been speculating. He's been seen with a cardboard box, so he's definitely a real estate boy. He's looking up in the world now. thrown out on the Witsit tour. Too much orbital ferocity there. Check out, Guy. You must play as well. Are you a musician? And I'm guessing you're a guitarist. How do you tell a guitarist at a party? You don't. He'll come and tell you. Why do drummers put the drumsticks on the dash of their car? It's so they can park in the disabled zone. And we still have a muted planner.
I got it.
I feel like I'm in Wayne's World.
Okay,
you're back.
So yeah, I figured out the right tune. So I'll try and play it. So it goes. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I don't think I did it very well. I was trying to add vibrato to my voice. Because vibrato was like...
He actually does... He did it.
Yeah. Well, I can do that for you with hardware.
I prefer to try and,
Yeah, but why do that? Why use an effect when you can do it naturally there, Glass? People tend to overuse effects in the modern industry, so always try to do it natural and have an organic feel.
I'm not talking.
You can do a vibrato, but yeah.
I'm not talking digital.
The thing with that Green Day song is he actually does the vocal line, the verse line's very monotone. It's like, I walk a lonely road, I walk a lonely road. He only lifts that one note there. Geez, I'm out of tune in 2 cigarettes too. Yeah. And then the My Shadow, so he actually uses a dynamic capability within his voice there.
What's that?
Yeah. He uses the dynamic capability of his voice. Need to make it exciting at the start. You've got to have somewhere to go. And that's the art of good songwriting, I feel, is starting lower in the range and then using your more powerful. You can't start hard because then you've got no headroom, so to speak.
One of my favorite artists.
Well, I'm not sure.
Songs ever written.
One of my favorite artists is System of a Down because they, you listen to some of their songs, their songs are very dynamic, from start to finish. So the start, you might have something like. And then it goes into the sort of part, and I'd have to tune down to drop D to be able to play that properly. But it's they'll start with something really calm, and then it'll just hit you with the even BYO. If you listen to songs like BYOB, it's it's got a whole lot of you got the start, which is really heavy, and then when it comes to the chorus, it's just a really laid back sort of vibe. So yeah.
There's a guy who's actually got one on the internet where he's got a Harley Davidson idling away in the background going the rawhide theme over it. So it's doing a dun 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 dun, and it is as funny as cuff. It is one of the best things. Rawhide with a Harley in the background, and the guy looks the part. There are some very creative people out there.
I've seen someone who will do drum covers, but with guns.
Oh, okay, I love it.
But he'll just
there is.
What's that?
Go on.
Oh, he'll just hold two guns and be it'll be just firing the guns. And sometimes he'll run out of magazine space, so he has to pick up another gun.
There's actually an exceptional performer on the internet called Gabriella Quavito. That's with a Q at the start. So Gabriella Quavito, she's got this ability to play an acoustic guitar, and if she picks a song like, say, Hotel California, she'll be playing the bass line, the rhythm, and the vocal melody. And I'm just sitting there thinking, for fuck's sake, how can you do this? You're playing three things. You've only got two hands and one guitar. She blows me away. This chick has got to be one of the best guitarists on the planet right now. And she's just got this beautiful little wink at the camera. And, oh, my God, I'm so in love. If only that woman could be tamed. She is awesome. So, Gabriella Quavito, guys, check her out. Do yourself a favour. I feel like Molly
I'm just going to go... I'm just going to go take a Riley because I need to take a Riley. So...
Well, don't forget to do the paperwork.
Okay, all right, I'll be back in like a minute.
We'll do some dead air. We'll cover for you in Wayne's World style. So what have you been up to, Glass? How's life in Glass Monsterland? Have you been shattered lately? Ha ha ha.
No, just breaking news. Very bad breaking news, but breaking news nonetheless. Huh? I rode the COVID train.
You've come up a COVID?
I rode the COVID train, if you know what I mean.
No, go on.
I got it and got rid of it.
Nice. How long ago?
Yep. It didn't feel very good having it, I'll tell you that.
Very congested, I take it, and hard to breathe?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Sore, painful. Cough up a little blood once in a while. You know.
Right.
The usual.
And do you have any feelings of other symptoms or not? Because apparently it can do other damage too. So how are you on that side generally, in the health side of it?
So far, knock on wood, I seem to be all right. According to the doctors.
Right. Yeah, because
Next
it's not
time
only
around,
just something
don't
that
know.
gets in and doesn't just get in and congest the lungs, it gets into other parts too. So
Yep.
I take it you're going to adopt a very good eating habits and really knock up your vitamin C and do lots and lots of water, as well as lots and lots of those green vegetable-y things. And take it, mate. What you do in the next 3 or 4 months can probably be long-lasting for the rest of your life. So get into the diet and make sure you're in good nick. Don't burn the candle at both ends like we all do.
Stick to moose
look at your health
burgers.
at this stage.
I'll stick to my moose burgers and pastas.
Much better.
Those veggies. A planner with an empty bladder.
Yeah.
There is potentially a song.
We were just talking about
What's that?
Oh, sorry.
We were
guys.
just talking about bad
latencies.
Bad
We were just talking bad about Planar Walk. That was all.
Okay.
On his own stream.
I actually could show you a few more things that I did like way back because one of the missions that I really had back then was and it's still now like because one of the things. So let me preface this with when you like write music, you'll quite often have something that you'll have so many different bits and pieces, but you can't use them all, right? For like one song. So it's really like the really difficult part when you're making music for like radio and stuff is not making a song that's 8 or 10 minutes, but using all the bits that you want to use. So in video games, you can use all you can use all of it because, like, sure, it may make something 8 or 10 minutes, but you just make each track a different track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I did is I actually so for some tunes, like if I bring up this one here, there's like a certain motif that I kept on reusing, like so. We'll start with this one here. This will probably eventually, I'll probably use it for something. So yeah, that was that one. But then I also had this here, which is much more mellow thing, and it follows the same sort of thing that the last one did. So yeah, when it comes to that, like, it's really, I love the delay effect sometimes when you have like something that just goes when you have the first one then. But yeah, that's the idea that I had essentially.
Well, what I was giving reference to before was across your 4 measures, if you do your first standard 4/4 beat, but remove the snare, so you just pretty much got a thump, 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 thump. For the next 2 measures, add the snare. For the last measure, double up the snare. Really good for the rest of the band because everyone knows whether you're in the first, the middle 2, or the last bar of each measure. It's actually a really good trick. Everyone on the same page, but it also works as a wonderful composition tool because you take something away and you give it back to them.
Oh yeah,
a really good musical philosophy of create the resolution, then relieve it. Create the resolution, then relieve it. Rage Against the Machine have the ability to create tension. And it's amazing, like those riffs, I used to love trying to write tough riffs, and I could never do it. And you just listen to Tommy Morello, and they fall out of his ass. The guy is an awesome guitarist. And when you hear those sort of players, I get gobsmacked by what they do with just 6 strings and a few frets. It is the talent within the man for sure.
Yeah, like I one of the things that I really like is just is the fact that for some tunes, just taking stuff away actually just like usually you'll have like a bridge or something, you'll just drop a whole lot of things out and leave something like the bass and then when you bring it back in, it's it really works well. Like that's what I was actually going for, and what I was going for in the town music for my game, right? So when you what's that?
That brings up an interesting one when you and I were having our little across the ditch a few months back. You played a song which had the chords B minor, C and D. Sorry, B minor, G and D, which strangely enough are the same chords for Short Memories by Midnight Oil, that has a huge funky guitar solo in the middle. Now, while you were playing it, I forgot to mute and actually did my usual trick of going absolutely apeshit, trying everything you can on the guitar. And then when you play it back, you go through and keep the good bits, cut out the bad bits, and just put single notes in. And it's a really good way, just go flat out stupid, and you're not going to use that solo. What you'll then do is find the bits that don't work and put in soft notes. So you get your light and shade by going crazy, soft, crazy, soft. And this is how the masters like Van Halen create a guitar solo that just makes you go, how the fuck did he do that? And it's really amazing when you analyze the tricks. They're actually bloody good. And when they find one that works, they keep using it in different contexts. And you'll see certain styles. Gary Moore, I reckon, has got to be one of the greatest guitarists ever through being able to assimilate other people. Anyway, stop ranting. Your turn now.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that, because it does work quite well. I'm a bass player.
I can't quite hear you, Glass. Are you a bit quiet, or have I been quiet, or are you quiet?
I got his stream open. It screws my mic.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's better.
But like
Testing. Yeah, I was watching Planer's stream.
Fair enough. But yeah, like when it comes to like different tunes, there's like a whole lot of tricks that you can use for songwriting, and like I didn't necessarily go ahead and learn these tricks. It's kind of just things that I've discovered from listening to music, and you sort of realize that dropping things out, bringing them back, like you've got a whole lot of dynamic range in songs. My recommendation to anyone, this is a recommendation coming from someone that hasn't been taught how to write music, so I don't know whether that's good or bad. But when you're writing music, make sure that you've got a whole lot of dynamic range there. Use it.
Yep. Well, if you'd like a great example of that, I never got into the Rolling Stones when they were around in their peak. I've more got into them lately, and they actually have 3 guitars. And funnily enough, more is less. But what they'll do is they'll do like the bottom open E minor chord, down at the open frets. And then someone else will do the 7th fret E minor chord, but they'll upstroke slightly a couple of notes. And someone else might just throw a flowing melody in between. So what you have are 3 guitars all playing a 1/3 of a guitar section to create a wonderful big, panoramic soundscape of oblique and contrary motion. When they go the same way, they're similar motion. When one stays and the other moves up and down, that's oblique. And when one goes opposite, that's oblique. That's contrary when they go in opposite directions. So a high E to a low E back around, or do the high E the second time around, adds texture as well. I actually find that's the fun part. I love that 7th fret E chord and the 7th fret B minor chord. They're so good. You can run the pentatonics off them as well.
Yeah.
Now,
there was
real
actually one tune that I heard a while back. Oh yeah, one tune that is a great example of making full use of the dynamic range, in my opinion, at least, is "Money for Nothing." So it sort of starts out really quiet, and it sort of builds up, and then when it reaches its climax, just drops everything that's been building up, and then you get that classic guitar. You get the guitar from that everyone remembers. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about Money for Nothing. Dire Straits.
Pretty much elevator music all around the world. In fact, when you look at across different musicians, although they're not my favourite band, one that's worth taking on board is the Eagles, because they seem to have songs, high rotation playlists on virtually every radio station in the world. And you like an Eagles song. Your mum likes an Eagles song. Your grandmother does. Your kids will. They seem to have that mass appeal that although you don't like all their material, you'll like a song they've done. So I really can't go past them, even though they're not my favourite. I acknowledge what they actually are in their achievements, and they are fucking good musos.
There's nothing wrong with Heartbreak Cafe.
Oh, yeah.
Hotel California.
Yeah, everyone knows Hotel California.
The long run. On the border.
Like I remember...
They also had a public staff on stage.
Huh?
What was that?
Sorry, guys, I'm getting latent.
I used to stay up till the break of day.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought The Long Run was probably the best album. There's some pretty good songs. Sorry, guys, I'm having latency issues. I'm back. Okay.
I have that on vinyl.
Yeah, I don't actually have any Hotel California, Eagles albums.
Got that on vinyl too.
I do have a Beatles album on. I don't have anything on vinyl, but I have things on CD. Like right here, I've got 13 on CD. Which is not from
I've got the White Album on LP.
This is not from the Beatles or the Eagles. It's from Black Sabbath. So yeah, that's 13.
Yeah, there's the White Album.
Yeah. And then I may be wrong, but doesn't Metallica have like a Black Album or something?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one with
Black, yes.
You're thinking of Enter Sandman.
Yeah, Enter Sandman.
Now I lay me down to rest. Pray the Lord, my soul to...
The Unforgiven.
Yeah.
I'm thinking The Unforgiven's one of their best tunes. That is such a kick-ass riff.
Same album.
Grab you by the ball.
Yeah, and the album also has Nothing Else Matters. And there's also another one that album has.
Metallica's roots actually lied a lot more in thrash hardcore in the early 80s when they still had Cliff playing bass. It was really intense, in-your-face stuff, and they softened it off a little bit, and I think they obviously found a winning formula because they got a lot more money than we have. They did the magic.
Well, it's
you
also...
always rip on... you always crank up Megadeth's Sweating Bullets.
Well,
it's a real credit to Dementia.
One of the things that I've heard when it comes to like songs from Metallica, like Enter Sandman and all that, is like some will say that Enter Sandman, that's what you want to sound like when you're mixing a song, right? When you're mixing, you want to get something like Enter Sandman, but then like they showed us for comparison what happened when the loudness war came about, and it was just noise. Like, there was no...
It's an interesting one you were talking about with Light and Shade. Enter Sandman actually has a 55-second introduction before the snare starts. So the way it's going, da-da-da, da-da, 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 it's actually creating the tension, and you want the drums to start. And it's Lars's way of saying, da-da-da, fuck you, da-da-da, fuck you, da-da-da, you can wait. And then the eventual 55-second dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, da-da-da, and it's into the big open beat, open chords. They're muting up until then. That is the classic creating tension and then releasing it. And by the time the song starts at 1 minute, you're going, wow, this is good. This is motivational sports stuff, you know. They've really got it nailed there. An emotion.
Yeah, it's one of them things...
Well, you could say the same thing about the Metallica's One.
Yes.
Yeah, like...
You look at the Unforgiven, the beautiful acoustic interlude into the hard thick guitar, and then back to the acoustic guitar, and then back to the hard ass. That has got to be the best example of light and shade in hard ass music. Of that song.
Well, when it comes to music, like there is a whole lot of tension and release. Like you've got tunes that will sort of build tension, and then then you eventually get to the release. And firstly, you got to be able to hold the if you're trying to build tension, you got to be able to hold it for a certain amount, and that is a difficult thing. Like being able to sort of, well, not so much hold tension, but hold interest, right? Because quite a lot of songs, you'll have like something that may get a bit boring at some point, and then it's like, like for the first half of the song it'll be really great, and then the last half will be like, yeah, this is boring. And I've heard it so many times, and that's because they've got that tension area where it works, but trying to do it like multiple times just doesn't.
Really good example of that, mate, would actually be the famous intro to Notes. It's the ringing on.
Okay.
Sorry, out of tune slightly. Shine on You, Crazy Diamond. That G minor 6 chord just gets you. It's haunting. Or the Metallica, what's they called I showed you earlier, Planner. The F sharp with the open E and B. They create a resonance, I think.
Actually,
how about a song called Even in the Quietest Moments by Supertramp?
Because, like...
I'm not going to reveal my age.
I was actually thinking of using the chord that you mentioned. This one here. So yeah, if I
Nothing Else Matters?
What?
That's from Nothing Else Matters? No.
No.
Kind of simple.
It is kind of similar, but I was thinking like if I go and if I write this out, I'm not sure how.
Gotta grab a cable.
Let me see. I might just yeah. If I so that is that. Okay, I can probably use that, but just slow it down to like 100 BPM. Or slow it down to 90 BPM. And then I'm gonna... I just need to work out like... Cause like... It is some... Because I'm thinking of playing that in the menu. So something like that. And then I might go to like... No, G is 2. Unless... Oh, that's 2. C changes it too much. I'm trying to think of a good accompanying chord.
Suffer for our music.
What?
We suffer for our music. Always an old... It's a C chord. An F bass note always sounds good on a C chord. Gives you that polychord kind of feel.
Okay.
An F or a G bass note.
Let me see.
If you're going that way.
Ooh. Let's try that. So
There you
that's,
go. The augmented fourth. Or whatever. The added fourth, rather. Something. It's got a name.
That might... So let's see how this... Oh yes, that... Like, kind of does sound a little bit weird when you get into it, but it's like... the... It's like after the first 2 notes, you're switching the chords. What was that?
Feedback.
Ah, okay.
Well, enough.
Oh, what if I...
Go. Knock it up one.
Let's try. I'm thinking. What if I try this, but then paste transpose. I want to take. Oh wait, I can just go put this up to an F sharp. Apply. So, what about this? This might work. Not quite. Let's try...
I'd like a bit more sustain on them, Ed. Them to sustain more, because they're actually chopping off. It's like you're chopping the note. Can you just give them a ring each other, or is that a bit tricky?
I can only make... I can't do that right here.
Okay, not a problem. Sorry.
Yeah, that
See, a lot of the old games were written on monophonic. The games were written on monophonic synthesizers, so you had to do single note. Now the polyphonics have come in. You can sort of ring them out, but we've still got that mindset of video games having the dot 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 sort of, the Pac-Man theme. It's a bit of a bit of an indictment, but that's the way games are or were.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see how this. If I transpose this all up by 2, I'm gonna see how that sounds, because. There's one note that doesn't sound quite right.
Hey, we've got Gary in the chat. Hey, we've got Gary in the chat, man. Hey, Gary, how are ya? We got to get stuff happening on the copyright this week. I'll be in touch, buddy.
Okay, this note. This note, the A note. Wait, let me check. Or is it the sharp? I think it's the sharp note. Wait, I can apply.
We can't jam, Gary. We can't jam, Gary. It's latency. It gets bad.
Yeah, I think it might be the sharp note. So, this is a. So the sharp note would be. Let me see.
The notes, Planner, just run them past me.
Okay, so I figured it. Oh wait. Oh wait. Shit. Okay, so. Yeah, that needs to be. That sharp there needs to come up by 1 note.
I agree.
Hey, Wilma, can this
Or
one be
a
used for
semitone,
anything?
should I say.
Here, Glass, you're getting compressed by the soundtrack.
Okay.
Huh?
I couldn't hear then, mate. You were getting compressed.
I know. That's what
Nerd-
I'm going
Speed
through.
of light stuff. We need faster speed of light.
Nerd Angle says, sounds a few notes off from the Final Fantasy VII theme.
Oh, very good.
Do,
Everything sounds a few notes off every Kelly music. It's like saying there's only 3 colours.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it is one of them things. Nails 07 cents says, it's all computer generated audio, the music is clearly fake.
Hey, John Eagle's got one. Acoustic instruments rock when the power is out. I can't agree more, John. The most fun I have, having done full circle from small shows to big shows to whatever, an acoustic guitar, a campfire, and a gut full of piss. Best night ever. People who can't sing become singers. AC/DC, TNT on an acoustic guitar, fucking rocks ass, mate. A campfire and acoustic guitars is where it's at. It's fun. It's personal. I've killed the room. Are we dead?
I'm just trying to figure out.
You're producing whilst hosting at the same time. You're falling into that trap.
I think this could come up. Yeah, I think that this high note can come up by 1. Oh, or when I say 1, like I mean like a. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. A semitone.
What a lot of piano players will do, I wish what's his name was here because he could confirm this, but a lot of pianos rattle around on the left hand in a cycle and use the right hand, the bass notes, to create the movement, which kind of sounds like what you're doing there.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Like, yeah, essentially what this is going to be for is it's going to be for like in a menu. And like I originally had like this idea of using the using like 3 notes in quick succession, and then echoing that, but didn't quite get the feel that I wanted.
Yep.
And so yeah, I can.
One of the ones that I love, there's a fantastic song that Pink Floyd have called "Dogs of War," which starts off with an orchestra piece of just a dun da dun da dun da dun, and it sets the beat. But then when the drums come in, they come in sort of offbeat in a way. So you've established this dun da dun da dun timing in your head, and then the drums come in with this ba 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 ba, and they sort of miss time. But the two together sound so awesome. Very good Pink Floyd trick and a very good composition tool. And you've got to stop the resolution and create and relieve the tension. Hence the rest of the band.
One of the someone that I recommend, a song that I recommend that everyone listens to is "Your Mom." So,
Well, my mum.
no, not my mum, your mom.
Why would you want to listen to my mum?
No, not my mum, your mom.
That's why would you want to listen to the mum that I have?
But yeah, it's a song. There's a song titled "Your Mom" by Serge Tankian, right? And like it starts with a sort of ringing guitar, and then then the chorus hits, and it's like butchering, killing, and it's like the beat falls on the vocal notes as well. Like the vocals sort of go along with the beat really well. So. And then it's got like it's got like this thing where the guitar sort of climbs up as the vocals climb up as well.
What you think of the guitar solo from "Beautiful People," Marilyn Manson?
I can't quite remember how that one goes.
Watch out, copyright strike coming. That was just like YouTube's algorithms are going to pick that up and say, "We've got you, pay us money."
As bad as a
Platinum Giant, and we pay lawyers. Sorry, you're fading in and out a bit there, Glass. Are you on that shitty microphone again? Are you using that telephone connection? Get a mic, will you? It's so hard to hear you sometimes, man. You're dropping it out.
Well, I have got a bass guitar hooked into it right now, kind of forcing the signals a little bit.
Okay, so you're cramming your internet. Okay.
I got two computers running, and I'm injecting audio in from a bass guitar while talking on a shit mic. Well, you know.
Yep, like trying to ride a Grand Prix on a motorbike, isn't it? You're not going to win the race, but everyone's going to be really amused when you try to.
I got the Dell hooked up, running the stream of YouTube while hanging around on Discord with House of Planer Walk on the other one.
On a limited bandwidth. Yippee. I've got satellite and I'm running a princely 700 milliseconds delay, so it's fantastic. I can actually start a question and you can answer it, or vice versa. Whatever.
I am running... What have I got here? 104 milliseconds.
104. Oh, dude, I'm up at 700. I've got you well and truly kicked. I'm over half a second. Yippee.
Warning to headphone users.
Wonder how this is going to sound.
Yes.
Probably want to take a shot at it.
Hold on, if I just change the volume of all these notes, we're gonna just change the volume of pitch. We'll just bring them up to be 100, and that way I don't have to lower the volume of anything. No, that doesn't work. Let's go.
Hey, Planner, Gary, excuse me, Planner. Gary Isle of White said just tried to join the stream. If you were talking about this one, Gary, can we bring him in? Because Gary is a guitarist, and I'm sure his knowledge would be more than welcome in this particular topic.
Yeah,
Can we get Gary in or not?
He can, if he joins the general dining room, I'll just drag him in.
Great. Okay, you can go back to your composition tools there.
Yeah.
Gary, you can get in here and talk to the Strat v Les Paul guitars. Let's have a great debate one day on EIE. What do you think? Strat v Paul. I think that'd be a fun thing.
There we go.
Actually, guys, we need to get fun debating topics nowadays. You don't need to debate flat earth shit anymore. We need to debate things like the one true sport, soccer v NFL v AFL, or, you know, whether or not pineapple does work on kebabs. We need to find fun debating topics where it's not about fighting and yelling at each other. We need to find fun where we take the piss out of each other and acknowledge it. A bit like what Craig was doing today, but without a victim. Pick a more open flowing topic. Anyway, how are you going there, Mr. Composition?
Ooh.
Gary, welcome aboard, brother. First time. Nice to meet you.
That could
You
be.
fixed it. You fixed it. Beautiful. Love that bass sustained note. That's beautiful. Adds the atmosphere to it. It gets rid of the chunkiness of the keyboard. I love that, dude. Keyboard's now chunky, but the bass fits out beautifully. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with that.
Yeah, and I could probably just like have it repeat over, because it's just like a menu that you only go to once. Right? I don't need it to be
You
like.
want to get a little funky. Yeah, if you want to get a little funky, alternating the bass note down a semitone or a tone a couple of times and bring it back. Although it sounds off to start with, sometimes those, you know, deeper, you know, descending bass notes can work too. But anyway, either way, there's no hard and fast rules, mate. Suck it and see is the best rule of music, I think.
Yeah.
And the crowd will care if it sucks.
Like if I, so I'm trying to. Oh, what about? So we've got like. So it goes from to here.
We lost Buddy.
We've lost Gary. He's disappeared. Oh, no, he's died. Quick, we better get round to his house and grab all his stuff before the relatives turn up. Because you know what relatives are like. They're so to get there. I'll have his TV. Dibs on anything, guys?
What if I?
He hasn't come back. Oh, no.
What if I do this? Let me try and let me go transpose -12. All right, let's.
Right.
Oh, that going down. That one can't be -12. Like that sounds way too low. Let's.
A trick best used in spice. You don't use it as a fundamental. Use it as a spice in your dish, like chili. Don't put in too much.
Yeah. And let's try that again. Like. So, a couple of people are asking me different questions, and I think Gary IO just dropped out or something. He says,
That's all right.
"Have you played with Reaper?" I haven't played with Reaper. I have played with Reason, though. You know, Logic and Reason are good tools for everything. But
Logic is always good to debunk the flat Earth.
Oh yes, but they're also good for music. I was making a bit of a pun there, you see. Although I first heard it from AB Science. But anyway, another person asked, what program am I using? I'm using Anvil Studio. I wonder if I could try like some... Like, because if I've got C... So if I go So currently it's... not... Oh, yeah. Let's try an A for this. I'm thinking of going with an A here. Let's try. Oh, Gary showed up in the chat, although the wrong Gary. It would be fun to have Gary versus Gary at some point. Battle of the Garys. But Gary Windbanger says, nobody's actually debunked the flat earth. Yes, it's been debunked multiple times. Just because you refuse to believe the evidence doesn't mean that the evidence isn't there. Putting your fingers in your ear and shouting, no, is not an argument. Okay, so let's change this to A. Is it the right A? No, it's not the right A. We need to go to A3.
We actually have 33 viewing right now, too. That's Illuminati code activated, which now is a great time to give a plug. Has anyone heard of that new Discord and YouTube channel called NASA Bunker 33? Really bunch of good-looking dudes, and the guys are good at the sex. Check them out, peeps. How's that for a bit of shameless shilling? You like that?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's 32 now. How good is that timing? I've just scared someone off. Oh, dear. Well, it was worth a try. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the songwriting process in its organic, pure format. Planner bluffing his way through and thinking it sounds okay. And we go, yes, it does. But he knows we'll be honest. If it sounds terrible, we'll give him the thumbs down in the chat, won't we? Or let him know. Don't want him to sink his money into a CD release when it's rubbish.
Oh, I actually, here's something on the topic of Flat Earth that I actually think that Bob could actually have, if Bob just listens to the to what he got, he could actually make a case possibly for the Earth being flat, right? Hear me out, right? It could be a thing where the Earth is flat, but he has like this thing that all these flat earthers are ignoring, and that is that the sun isn't moving. Imagine that. The sun's not moving. The Earth is. And actually, this makes a whole lot more sense that the Earth would be moving than the sun. So
They call that the heliocentric model.
No. This would be the...
Have you heard of the Space Hammer Man? Where the Earth is basically like a flat disc and it's like a hammer throw. And he is spinning around and his hair's on fire. That's the sun. And, you know, his arms extended out and his arms casting shadow creates night and day. And, of course, the spinning of Mr. Space Hammer Man provides the gravity. Therefore, we're not moving. We're a space hammer in space. A space hammer thrower in not the Olympic Games. I like the Space Hammer Man theory. I think Cool Hard Logic threw that one up. Hey, Renee. Renee and me is in the chat. Hey, how are you, brother? You stalking me.
The reason...
I think Renee's stalking me. I've got... Yeah.
The reason why the spinning flat Earth works best, and like a lot of flat earthers will say, yeah, that can't be how it is, but the reason why it works best is because firstly, the forces involved would be very tiny to when it comes to centrifugal force, right? At the equator on both models, you'd get the exact same amount of centrifugal force, or very similar to, at least from what I can tell. The only problem is that you'd expect to see more centrifugal force as you move further south on the flat Earth model, and there would be the direction of the centrifugal force. So it would change the angle of all forces from being directly down to being slightly that way, and would actually be able to. So it could be that here in New Zealand, I'm actually on a slight lean. Fohammer 335 says, "Congrats on your win." Oh yeah, yeah, that's congratulating both
What
me.
win?
I am on stupidity is not a right.
You didn't win. You paid me. I deserve some of that money. Get 10% of that because I threw the game for you. You know. Oh, sorry, we weren't supposed to say that, were we? Sorry, Planner. I didn't throw the game. That's all speculation. That's untrue. I can neither confirm nor deny that fact. Funny. Sorry.
But like when it comes to the flat Earth, like the problem that the flat Earth has is why does the sun speed up and slow down? Well, firstly, why does the sun not retain its angular momentum?
Refraction. Next.
Oh,
I'm a pretty good flirf, man. You want to take me on as a flirf? I'll do you in a debate. I will win as a flirf if you want the challenge.
so well, that's my question for any like actual flat earther. Why does the sun not retain its retain its momentum as it's circling the Earth? Like, because it loses momentum, then it somehow regains momentum, just to keep a 24-hour day. Now, this makes what?
We now got a boomer flurf. Okay.
Also, Fohammer 335 says, "Congrats on your loss, Boomer. You didn't actually lose." And
Got the best joke out. Bob no.
So, and Merrick Zeonce gives 5 Planner Walk dollars.
Are they like Monopoly money? Is that right? Monopoly money is a Planner Walk dollar?
Something like that. But yeah, like if you actually think about it, like the Earth spinning in the flat Earth model makes far more sense than the sun circling the Earth, because that way you don't have to worry about loss of momentum, right? And
Okay, I'm gonna explain to you how the flat Earth model works. You know the hammer throw guys you see at the Olympics, okay? He's spinning around on that little platform with the ball on the end of the chain. Now you're substituting what is like a beam and balance scale. You know the 3 little chains come off and that little tray there? That is the Earth. The Space Hammer Man, through an abundance of Brill cream, has very flammable hair, which has been set on fire due to circumstances unknown to us, obviously a creator of some kind. And while the Space Hammer Man revolves, that gives the centrifugal force it pushes down. Hence, we're stationary, kind of, but Space Hammer Man is spinning around on his pivot, which is on a couple of elephants, which is on a turtle. It's, I don't know, 4 weddings and a funeral too. But there you go, flat Earth works. Welcome to flat Earth. Come on, come at me, guys. I've done yous.
damn, I'm flat earther now.
Look, I'm gonna elaborate here. I'm just gonna give this my thing. Here's my rant. I was watching the Thunderbirds the other day, International Rescue, and I noticed that Thunderbird 2's pods didn't fit between the legs and thought, there's something wrong there. I looked into it, and International Rescue never actually rescued anyone in the entirety of their career. No rescues were recorded. And I looked back at the show, and they weren't even people. They were puppets. We've been lied to. I was lied to as a kid. And if International Rescue don't exist, well, where does it stop? I'm sorry, I'm on my rant here, but the Thunderbirds were fake, and I am so disappointed. So welcome to Flat Earth, people. That's why I became a flirf. I'm sorry.
But like,
Oh god,
I just noticed something in the chat.
that's bullshit.
The light from the sun has a circumference.
So I'm both a globe and a flurf.
The light from the sun
My
has
God,
a
that bullshit's
circumference.
stuck in even my throat.
How do you... What? And Gary says, it does. It's kind of like your RPM thing with the center of the Earth versus the surface of the Earth. Are you saying that mine makes sense, or that the sun moving around the Earth makes sense? Like, because, like, the question that I have, if you believe... Now, I'm putting this out there, like, I can do the calculations of... We can do the calculations of the forces and work out what angle that I am on when it comes to a flat Earth. We'll assume that the center of the Earth is only 10,000 kilometers away from the equator. Right? We can work this out. Right? So it'll be easier to just bring up a what's it? A centrifugal force.
Don't you mean the core?
Calculator. Alright, so...
Hang on, that's Floyd. You're clearly ignoring gravospheric phototronisms. I mean, you haven't factored those in at all. And the gravitronic phototronisms are actually the most important thing in a flat Earth. So, no, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. Welcome to flat Earth.
So let's go like 20 kgs radius, kilometers. We're gonna go with 10,000 kilometers, tangential velocity. Kilometers. Oh wait, yeah, the radius, tangential velocity. Actually, RPM. We're gonna go rotations per minute, and we need so it's 1 divided by 24 divided by 60, and then we get 0.00069. 0.000. Wrong one. 0.000.
Oh, look, you and your math and magic.
69.
Your math and magics are all just sorcery. This is a belief here. No, that doesn't work. That's math and magics. You know it's scientism at its best. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So,
welcome to mathemagics.
None of you have debunked the Thunderbirds theory. Sorry, guys. Earth is... Come at me, bro. Come on, take me on. I'm here. We've got the best. We've got the Rileys of the world, the Pokeleys. We got Thompson. We got the A-team. Oh, fuck. That bullshit even sticks in my throat. Fuck. Sorry, I'm back.
So, the centrifugal acceleration would be 5 centimeters away from the pole. Which actually makes sense with your black swan image. If you want to say that the Earth is sort of curving upwards. You know that your
black swan has some flaws.
So Gary,
but we've actually used Google Earth. We've used the Earth to measure the distance to the oil rig. So we've used Google Earth, which is curvature. It's now a grey swan. It's neither black nor white. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So Gary Windbanger in the chat said, you know, your ball model has the Earth in an elliptical orbit around the sun, which means it would have to change speeds. Yes, but that is perfectly explained by the fact that gravity would actually, as you get closer to the sun, the gravitational force between the sun and the Earth would actually speed up the Earth as it approaches the sun. Thus giving it more velocity, and as it gets further away from the sun, it would actually slow down. Yeah.
All planets orbit in an elliptical orbit. Sorry, I'm very drunk.
No, you're just English, mate. You don't have to
there's
say
a
it.
formula, isn't it?
Just my
When
English.
the distance it travels by the area is equal wherever you are in the elliptical orbit.
Well, as an accentuation of that, in fact, I've got a good one here. Halley's Comet, which is now just past its, what do you call it, opposite point. It was here in 85, 86. It's a 70-year lap. It goes out, virtually stops. Yeah, it virtually stops, and then it starts coming back in. So that's got to be your example of an orbit almost coming down to nothing, and then it flies back in to go around our sun. Yeah, you remember it too, do you, Gary? You old bastard.
There are amateur radio satellites that have a very eccentric orbit, and they go out a long, long way from the sun, and they are in the sky and visible for a long time. And when they get near to the sun, they travel much faster and are visible in the sky for a less longer amount of time. I think AO40, the satellite AO40 is one of them.
I need to turn off the. Hold on. Let me.
You're doing there.
Now, I can't find my stage leads, so I can't plug a guitar in at the moment. So.
Oh, that was just this gravity simulator.
Ah.
Planet.
Okay.
Wait, planets go
You're playing
boom.
music again.
It said planets go boom. Is that anything like gas go down, go boom
Planets
boom?
go down, go boom boom.
Yeah, like there's a Gary Windbanger. There's a link in the description of the stream for my Discord. Join the general dining room, and I'll just drag you on. I'll mute Glass Monster and OK Boomer, and you can both the Garys can have at it.
Mute.
Okay. How do I?
Yep. Come up against number one, Gary.
Yeah. So. So this here shows you.
There you are. There it is.
Okay, just
Don't go to PhD, Tony, I mean Gary, whatever you do.
So just go into the general dining room, and then I'll drag you on.
Come on, Gary. You know it makes sense.
Don't say drag, you'll get the wrong idea. We'll invite you in, escort you in.
Let's fire this. Wonder how well this orbit is going to do. It's probably going to decay pretty fast or something. Didn't give it much velocity. Doesn't have a...
Did you ever play Universe Sandbox, Planar?
No, I didn't. I've seen it. Like, space is so cool.
There's a guy that does all sorts of experiments on it, like putting a golf ball-sized black hole next to the Earth and sees what happens. He's very good. I can't remember what his name is, but he's very good.
So
Didn't we pick up with those solar pulses recently that there could be a black hole right now drawing a sun into its guts, and it's not quite. The sun's big enough to not get drawn right in, and it's creating what could be a diamond planet, they believe. Because of the pressures involved, the leftover matter is getting crushed under the weight of this black hole. Momentum is keeping it in an orbit. And they're theorizing gravitational waves we've been getting over the last year or so. It looks like there's two black holes having a fight, or a black hole and what might be a baby black hole. We're not sure. It's all very... I've got a bit of a space boner over this stuff right now, actually. We're getting some really good space shit.
I know what you mean about the space boner. I've got one too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Some of the things that I'm adding seem to be dragging some of these things out of their original orbit in the simulation.
But for all you deniers out there, look, all of these orbits are elliptical. Why is that, I wonder?
Gravity!
You fucking retard!
Gravity!
Relative density!
Gravity!
No!
Gravity!
Density! Density! Relative density!
Get out of here.
Gravitonic pulsations, according to Witsit. And sphericity denial capability with a bit of
It
photosynthesis.
doesn't get it.
Witsit gets what?
Ah, these.
It gets shafted.
Oh
I
no,
think.
Witsit did get it. He got it big time.
Oh,
He should change his
He
name to
did,
that.
didn't he? He really did.
Witsit
He
got
got
it.
shafted. Big time.
Yep, he got left holding the RV. You reckon he'd power it up with the alternator because he's getting free energy through magnetroners? He doesn't need an alternator in his car. So why does he need this $800 for an alternator? He's got free energy.
So I was
Do you know,
hoping.
that's a
We're all
very
just a
good
bunch
point.
of gammons. Yep. Yeah, Witsit has the cheek of going into that what is it, Richard Hive of Villainy and Scum, aka Jim Pandas. He has been spending some time there, and he just rants and raves, complains about getting interrupted while interrupting. He is dead set. Super tosser. Very good value, but he doesn't show up there anymore. He's a little
Super
bit humbled
tosser.
since Nate
Super
since
tosser. Where
Nate
did
did a
that
job
come
on him.
from?
How do you think? How would he feel right now? He got ripped off by a guy who got stooged by someone in a duck suit. I mean, for fuck's sake,
No.
Nathan's favorite album, his favorite album is Duck Side of the Moon. He's been totally indoctrinated, and he sings the song "Hello, Duckness, My Old Friend." And yet, Witsit got ripped off by this guy. What a fucking loser square!
I think his favourite track on that Duck Side of the Moon album was probably Brain Damage.
Very nice. We'll work with that. Keep it going.
Oh dear.
This is actually quite fun.
So, chat guys, throw out your best duck-related song. Okay. Sorry, have I dominated the chat there enough yet? Sorry, man. You're back.
So Sacha Campbell for. I'm assuming it's some. I'm assuming I said that right. For $24.99 said to get this official, you may need to get to make this official, you may need to get a mute button. Yeah. I mean, I've got my own mute buttons. I've got all kinds of mute buttons. I could mute any of these people whenever I wanted. Like, if I wanted to mute everyone, I could. It also depends whether I want to.
Stay away.
Bragger.
Stay away from the mute button.
All hail God, Planet Walk. We worship you with all the few things we worship gods with. Please don't mute us, please. We love you, Planet Walk. Super chat. Please don't mute.
Add a.
So what's this program you're running, Planner, at the moment?
Oh, it's just a gravity simulator. Oh, now
You know, it strikes me. It strikes me that all of these orbits are elliptical.
Oh, that was an interesting orbit that we had there. Gary sent a message. What did
It's
he?
just CGI.
Come on, Gary, get your ass in here.
CGI. Have a look at it. It's on a computer. It's being generated. It's an image. That's CGI if I've ever seen.
Now, what's that one going off to the left?
That's because it got knocked out of its orbit by this blue thing that you see.
Oh. So is that blue thing a huge mass?
Yeah, it's a fairly large mass. So it's knocking everything out of its orbit.
Yeah,
if
look at it. There's another one going.
So if I'm going to turn trails off and then turn trails on again.
Oh, a really bad
look
game
at
of
that.
pool.
That's really cool.
Imagine playing Gravity Pool. That would be a fun game.
We've got retro orbits as well. This is fantastic.
Retro orbits?
Yeah, that one that's going going clockwise. Everything else is going clockwise, and the other one, everything's going anti-clockwise, and there's one going anti-clockwise.
Yeah, and that
Big Blue's causing a lot of drama.
and that one just
The Big Blue is the drama queen of this.
and one of them just got knocked back into a one of them's going to get knocked into another orbit. Oh no, I think they're actually just
Look
getting.
at that.
I'm not sure if this one's going to get knocked out. Because, like, if I zoom
No,
out,
that'll come back.
like, yeah, there's one... Oh! This one might actually end up coming back. This one over here.
Oh, it's a Halley's Comet. You got a Halley's Comet thing happening. Geez, you got mute powers. You're making the solar system. It's like you're some sort of creator. We could write a book about you, Planet Walk, which will sell for thousands of years and be the foundation of shysters to come.
Yeah, so this
God.
This one
Where's
is...
that one going?
Yeah, this one seems to just be off, gone away. Completely knocked out of its orbit. And as you can see, we've got like all this stuff that's just all. Let me turn.
So Planar, the blue one, can you increase its mass by like 10?
I don't think
Let's see what that does.
I don't think I can. And I don't think I can increase the mass of of any of them. Maybe if I go... Oh, I can... I think I can increase the mass.
Yeah, do it by 10. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's increase the mass by 10. And then go, okay.
Don't drop and drag us like that, Planet. Give us some warning. You just spilt my coffee.
Ooh, look at that. Did you see that gravity assist then? That was fantastic.
Yeah. That's... This is...
What's the blue boy all about? He's causing lots of trouble. Why is blue boy there and what's his function?
Planar Walk, you're God. You know that at the moment.
So, let me... I'm actually going to go back to what I was... Well, I'll let this run for a bit. And let's...
You're throwing those planets at my head. You are throwing planets at my head. I can see these planets. Stop it. You're trying to kill me, aren't you? That's better. Yeah, I like the zoom. I'm a bit worried about you.
Let's put this in. This could be disastrous.
Can you drop a black hole in there?
At best, I can drop a sun with...
That's much.
This. I don't know if I can. I could increase the mass of this.
Well, I just had a catastrophe.
I could. Change the mass of this to 2,000.
The string broke on the base, so now I gotta get myself a set of strings.
Just boil them in water. That'd be good.
5,000.
No, snap the string. The string broke.
I wonder how far I can increase this.
Get yourself a nice...
I've never broken a string
yourself
on
a
a
nice
base
little
car,
flat.
ever.
Well, that particular string is rather on the old side.
Okay, this
As in, that string has been on there for 2 years.
That's terrible.
I know.
This should
played
be
that
disastrous.
6 months.
I never played that one.
I've not picked my bass guitar up for months, to be honest.
So yeah, basically, everything is attracted to this.
What the hell, Anna, what have you done?
I've created the closest thing to a black hole that we can. At the moment, I'm just trying to remember remember a particular calculation.
Don't think too hard.
What's this? It says background. Physics.
Look at it. You have seriously messed that up.
Yeah, this like, because the star doesn't feel gravity. It's...
Hey, gentlemen. I'm going to have to head off because it's become 11 a.m. here in sunny Victoria, or not so sunny Victoria. Do some of those things like real life, which is terrible. And as much fun as I've had here this morning, that was great fun earlier this morning with Fright the Flat Earth. I really enjoyed myself, and thanks for letting me come on here too, Planner. Hopefully, I'll see you guys in future. We might even be able to get you in for a Bunker 33.
All right.
So Bunker 33 for anyone who hasn't subscribed.
Give my
cheers, everyone. Good to meet you, Gary.
Rupert.
Yeah, Boomer, tap me up on Discord sometime. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, Boomer, do the same thing to me.
No problem, guys. I've had a ball. No worries, guys. We'll see what we can do, but I'll be in touch. We started November last year, so we're getting bigger. I'll have a ball. And Planet, thanks for the invite, mate. And I'll send you a couple of invites, and I'll hook up with you guys. Cheers and peace out, blokes. I've had a ball.
One thing real
Have
quick
fun.
before you go.
Bye.
Boomer, real quick before you go.
around.
I just want to say, so give my regards to Uncle Rupert.
Of course. He's the boss of the Curly Planet newspaper. Yes, Uncle Rupert, the Lord of Lizard People, will bestow his best things upon you. No worries, guys. Have fun. Peace out. It's been fun. See you again.
Take it easy, Boomer.
Bye.
Later.
All right.
Around.
So I'm trying to remember my calculations that I had before.
And he was gone.
Because I know how to add vectors, but I've forgotten how to add vectors because it's been so long since I did it.
Victors?
Who's Victor? Victor Flat Earth? Victor Crumb?
Give me a second. I'm gonna try and work this out. So I need.
We can work it out. We can work it out.
Because I know how to add vectors. It's just been so long since I've since I've added two vectors together that.
What's the vector, Victor? Sorry, Planner.
What do you call Victor plus Victor?
Oh, wait.
Any idea?
Hold on. I think I've almost got it.
What do you call Victor plus Victor, Planer?
What?
Bad combination.
Okay. Okay, I've got it. It's the tangent. No, the arctan of the. Okay, yeah, I've got it. So a arctan, and then we add. Wait, no. No, that's not going to work. Oh, wait, yeah, yes it will. Arctan of 9.81
Times 3.14.
over
That's just pi.
0.05. 0.05. We'll go 5.
I thought that was 0.03 at the equator.
No, this is flat. We're doing the maths for flat Earth.
Ah, okay.
Did I get these around the wrong way? Maybe I did.
Now you're doing in radians.
Yeah, let's convert.
Convert that to degrees and we're good.
Degrees.
Oh,
We get a very small value there.
very small.
That doesn't seem right. It's been a long.
1/100,000th of a degree. No, that doesn't seem right.
Okay, firstly, let's divide by pi times 2 and then times by 360. Divide by... Oh, actually, let's divide by tau. Okay. So 0.3 degrees. That seems closer to what I was looking for. Yeah, so I think that's the amount of off center that we should have, which is a very small amount. I'm not 100% sure that I've gotten it right though. I do know that I added like 2 vectors a while back. Just add the. You just add like you just. Essentially, what you do is you can adding vectors is really simple if you figure out how to do it. You simply just break it down into an x and y value, and then you add the x and y values together, and then merge it back into a directional value. Really simple, like really simple. Yeah, I think it's Arctan, because Arctan is used. Okay, so yeah, like this is it. So back to arguing with Gary Windbanger. So this is the total amount of force that you should feel at the equator on the flat Earth if the Earth is spinning. Much more simple than that is far more simple than trying to say that the sun slows down and speeds up depending on the time of year, in order to make the sun always take a 24-hour trip around the Earth. The Earth constantly spinning at a rate of 1 revolution per day makes far more sense. Now, obviously, there is a model that makes far more sense than that, and that is where the Earth is spinning at 1 revolution per day, and the 1 revolution per day also accounts for why the stars make trails and why the stars get offset, because it's also orbiting around a sun. So, Gary, the invite has been put out to you to come in. And I'm not talking to the Gary that's already in here, but the Gary that's in chat. All you have to do is click.
Just click the link, Gary.
Or just click on this thing that says General Dining Room. You may have to scroll down on the side there. You may see this thing that says General Party Room, and then you scroll down, and there'll be this thing that says Stream that will have like Wolfie 3010, Gary Iowa, and Glass Monster. Just click on any, or just literally click on any voice chat, and I'll just drag you in.
It's not difficult.
Super simple. Click on Gaming Lounge. One of us will drag you in.
You should already be here. Or like you don't need a link. You've already clicked the link. You just have to, go into General Dining Room. I saw that. I've seen that you entered the place. Just click the thing. Open Discord. Click the channel. Like, sure, there's a total of 3 people allowed on the stream, but I can drag you in. The stars make 1 revolution per day. The sun makes 1 revolution per day, whether it's on the tight circle or... So, the stars, they... So, depending on... So, technically, the stars make 1 revolution... Like, if we're talking like a geocentric model, like, let's go with the geocentric model. The stars actually don't quite make 1 revolution per day. The stars actually make slightly more than a revolution per day. Yep. So that's because stars don't fully... So the stars make slightly more than a revolution per day because they actually make one revolution every 23 hours and 56 minutes in a geocentric model. And that's why they shift throughout the year. Okay, so Gary...
I just posted the link to your Discord, Planner. But as I'm not a mod, I don't know whether that shows up in the general chat.
Yeah, so Gary, just click on General Dining Room, right? Once you're in there, I need to... once you're in General Dining Room, I can bring you in, but I need to actually see that you're in General Dining Room just for me to do that. If I can't see you there, I can't bring you in. Until you click on General Dining Room, I can't bring you in. So we're just gonna have to wait for you to come in.
You can always add a nice roll to me, so I can do that.
I'll just wait for him to appear. Until and basically no one can do anything about it until he joins General Dining Room. It's a left click. You just click it and then you can't.
He won't come in.
Yeah. Matt Shidler says, I see Gary joined Discord.
Oh, did he join?
He didn't join the chat, he's joined the Discord server.
Come on, Gary, General Dining Room.
I want to see Gary versus Gary.
Now steady.
Like, there's so much... Like, here's the thing when it comes to Flat Earth. So... The thing about when it comes to Flat Earth is, like, people say that it's so obvious that the Earth is flat. Okay, let's assume that it's so obvious that the Earth is flat. Why isn't it? Like, and what I mean by that...
Show me a map, bro.
Yeah, well, what I mean by that is, like, every time that Flat Earthers say that it's so obvious, why are there so many images of boats disappearing bottom first over the horizon? Right? And then they'll say, oh, that's because of perspective. Or because or they'll make up something. It's like, okay, the argument of a lot of Flat Earthers and why they get into Flat Earth in the first place is because they say that it's so obvious that the Earth is flat. They say that it's obviously flat. And it's like, well, that's only if you ignore boats disappearing bottom first over the horizon. And then they say, oh, but you can bring them back into view. Okay, that's not boats disappearing bottom first over the horizon, then. That's boats not being big enough to be resolvable by the human eye. Right? Like, there's a difference there. Like, if a boat is not big enough to be close enough to be resolvable by the human eye, then yes, you can zoom back into them. But when a boat has disappeared bottom first over the horizon, you're not going to be able to bring that back into view. And this is not in any way contradictory to each other. It's just that there's two things, and Flat Earthers are confusing the two things. They are confusing the fact that things will, once they get small enough, you will not be able to make them out. You'll not be able to make heads or tails of them. Then when they disappear over the horizon, they'll appear to sink underwater.
Well, the thing is, Planner, I've got lenses for my camera that cost more than a Nikon P1000, whatever it is. And I've got some mega zooms for my camera, and let me tell you this: when that boat's gone over the horizon, it's gone. You're not going to bring it back. No matter how big your zoom is, it will not come back. Simple.
Yeah. And that's something that flat earthers don't seem to understand. They've worked themselves into this thing where they say where they say that it's obviously flat, right? And that's fine. If someone says that it's obviously flat, then it's like, okay, let's discuss what the evidence is for it being obviously flat. Now, there are a couple of things that they'll often bring up. They'll often try to reductio ad absurdum the globe model, which doesn't go well because they tend to get the globe model wrong. Okay, so Gary said, I was in there, it had a Wolfie 3010, it had a Gary and... Okay, so Gary, you've got to click General Dining Room. Then I'll, it's just a few things above stream. Then once you're in there, you don't click stream. Don't click stream, click General Dining Room. That's what you've got to click. You can't click the stream, because otherwise everyone can just join. And then you won't be able to join, because there'll be too many people in.
You'll just get a you can't type and talk in this channel. General Dining Room, Gary. 3 words.
Yeah.
I mean, Planner, I'll debate anybody on photography and zooming, and there he is.
No, that's
there
Goose.
he is.
That's Goostinator. No, like Goostinator was able to easily do that. Oh, someone shared my video. Was FTFE shared my video. That's always fun. So Gary says a true day is a sidereal day, and that's actually true. Like he actually got that right. A true day is a sidereal day. That is like one rotation of Earth. Oh yeah, he said in the ball Earth model.
Now to define what a sidereal day is.
What's that?
Ask him to define what a sidereal day is, as opposed to a solar day.
Well, I think he knows the difference between a sidereal day and a solar day. Hopefully he's not flat Earth Aussie Jesus.
Well, we know what assumptions are.
Yeah, assumptions make an ass out of both you and me.
Come on, Gaz. Click the dining room.
Yeah, like I want to have some pie.
I love pie.
Yeah, I love pie too. Although I got some mince pies and they're not that great. I think I'll stick with steak pies.
Steak
Pizza
pie
is
and
awesome.
ale, very
Just
nice.
skip the pineapple.
Glass, are you talking for a potato? Really?
That's what happens when I watch people stream while I'm actually in them.
You're very toppy. There's no base.
It kills my system completely, but gotta watch the stream to see what's going on with you guys.
Yeah, so
people-
so I see you're in the general party room, right? There's also this thing called the general dining room. The general dining room will have a little speaker thing on it, right? Goostinator just joined the general dining room. Once you're in the general dining room, I can drag you to the stream, and and it'll be easy. Like how Adam said, damn, Gary is going to take a whole sidereal day to get into this chat. May as
That's a
well
long
invite
time.
Santa Claus on.
It's the general dining room, Gary.
Yeah, it's not hard to join. Very easy.
Scroll down from where you are.
Oh, there we go.
He is. There he is.
There we go. And
there, yes. No, he's gone again. There he is.
There he is.
Now
Okay.
unmute yourself.
Yeah, he just...
There you go. He's gone.
Gone.
There
There he is.
Unmute yourself, son.
No, he's gone again.
That's just gonna... It's like a boomerang.
What's going on?
I keep dragging him
Stay
over.
here.
No, Gary, just click on the dining
Hey.
room and stay there.
Once you've clicked on the dining room, don't...
No.
Okay.
Stay.
No.
It's like a yo-yo. In and out, in and out.
Last
It's like
try.
It's
Do
like
one
a
last
cat.
It's your
There you
last
are,
There
try.
we
Gary.
go.
Now you're here. Can you hear us?
No.
Maybe it might take him a few...
No, he's gone again.
This is like a cat. You let them in and they just walk out.
Like, holding him down is like hurting cats. You know, it's difficult. Keep Gary in one spot is really like trying to herd cats.
I hear ya.
There we
There
go.
he is. Gary, welcome.
Well, I kept hitting the join voice, and it would just kick me right back off within like 2 seconds.
Oh, that's because I was dragging you into the stream.
Okay.
And so, yeah, there was this thing where once it's probably this weird thing with mobile where it doesn't notify you that you've been moved to a different chat. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to...
Well, I'm here now.
I'm going to mute Glass Monster because...
I'll just do it myself so I don't get myself deafened as well.
Okay.
Shared chip.
So, essentially,
It's
it's
a lot
going...
easier.
So it's essentially going to be Gary versus Gary, and you can talk about what you want to talk about.
Gary on Gary. Wow.
Yeah, just kind of what you were talking about with the circle Earth versus ball Earth. Except for you were trying to make it a turntable.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I think that it actually works well. Like, I do
No,
actually
it
want.
doesn't.
Why not? I'm actually just curious. Before
Because it's the circling sun that spirals inward and outward. Gives you all the correct angles, gives you everything.
but the problem
But
there
does
is that
Does it?
the problem there is that the sun during the course of the year would gain and lose speed.
Exactly.
It's doing 1 RPM every day, right? You give an RPM figure, 1 revolution per day.
But the thing is, when it's on the inner circle, it will be traveling at X speed.
1 revolution per day.
Do you
One
know-
revolution per day in 24 hours. 15
That's
degrees
right.
per 15
That's
degrees
right.
per hour. And then when it goes
Exactly.
out to the outer circle,
It's
it
1
would have to
revolution per
travel-
day.
It would have to travel faster.
Nope, it's
Do you-
still 1
hold
revolution
on,
per
do you
day,
know-
15
It
degrees.
would have
Hold
to
on,
travel
hold on.
faster.
One thing I just want
Well,
to ask.
it has
do
a
you know-
faster surface speed. It's kind of like you guys turn on us where you say, you don't count the surface speed of the Earth rotation in your model.
No,
You
because
just
they
have
work
1
in
revolution
angular
per day,
momentum.
and you make it sound slow. right?
Angular
Yeah,
momentum.
okay, angular. So you use the angular
Not
speed, 15
linear.
degrees per day on
Gary,
either
About
circle.
Well,
linear.
Well, Gary,
Linear's a
Okay, well,
complete different
either
thing.
way-
We're talking about angular momentum.
hold on. I want to.
Okay,
I want to
either
just
way,
interject here. I just want
The
to say.
sun will make 1 RPM every day, 1
So-
revolution per day.
So if
So-
it goes out further, it's got a bigger circumference. Therefore, it has
That's
to
right.
travel. It has to cover a bigger distance in 24 hours.
That's right.
That means it
And
has
that's
to.
how, and that's how
travel
you get your long days in the
faster. That
south.
means it has to travel faster than 15 degrees per hour.
No, it's 15,
Yes.
1 RPM,
Yes.
1 revolution
It's
per
a
day. No,
geometrical fact.
So,
Okay.
Cannot
Gary,
it's,
get away
it's
from
no
it.
difference than your model with 1
No.
revolution per
so
day.
I just want to
Yep,
interject
it
here
is. It's the
and
same
say
thing.
that. So I just want to interject here and say that one of the things. Have you heard of the? I think it's the ballerina effect.
No.
So essentially, a ballerina, if they pull in their arms right close to them, they'll start spinning faster. Whereas if they put out their arms, they'll spin slower.
No, it's not. It's not that at all.
The ballerina effect, yes.
No.
Yeah.
Think of it this way. Let's say you have a clock, right? You have the center where the minute hand and the hour hand turn around the center, right?
Yes.
And you have the little point on the end that points at the number, for the time, right?
Yeah.
So place your sun. Your sun goes in and out on something like that. And so in the north, in the summer, it will be, let's say that sun will be a quarter of the way up from the center towards the arrow. And then in the winter for the south, or in the summer for the south, it'll be further out towards that point. But it always one revolution per day.
The problem is that
As the
it'll.
circumference of the circle gets bigger, then it would have to travel faster.
Well, you can say whatever you want. I'm going to call it the angular speed doesn't change, right? Does the angular speed change?
Well, the problem here is that we're talking about a fundamental thing called the conservation of momentum.
No, I don't care about any of that.
The conservation of momentum is a law of the universe.
With your elliptical orbit of the Earth around the sun.
That's still.
So, it's all.
That still has.
No, if you're going to have the same problem,
momentum.
you can try to say that's a problem for mine, but you have a problem then for yours.
The conservation of momentum. Firstly, like the elliptical orbit. If I go here, is perfectly explained using gravity, using forces, right? As it
in
gets,
your model.
Yeah, in this model here, like if I wonder how I clear everything.
I don't see anything. I see the chat thing going. That's all.
Yeah, it's something that is.
Oh wait, I see. I can click on this other thing. I should get a picture.
Yeah. Let me zoom in a bit here so that I can actually see everything properly. But yeah, I can. The elliptical orbits is perfectly explained using gravity as things get closer to each other. There's more attraction between the two, and then the forces. The problem that you have with the sun doing a bigger circuit around the North Pole is that as the sun moves...
Smaller around the North.
Well, as it gets closer to the North, yeah. The problem is that you're not... there's momentum being lost. There's momentum that's being completely lost, going nowhere, and then later that momentum is gained, and there's no reason for it.
So that would happen to your Earth at an elliptical orbit around the sun.
Except the reason why the momentum is the reason why the momentum increases and decreases is due to gravity.
That's your excuse. It's just not true.
There is a
force. Let me explain how my
there is a force there.
Idea works. No, I don't want to talk about a force or anything right now. My force is God, who designed it and built it and put it in motion and keeps it going. Yours is invisible gravity that came from nowhere, and you don't know what it really is. So we can trade those and call that part even. You don't believe in the God that created. I don't believe in your version. Okay, but let me explain how the elliptical orbit of the sun is what's going to give you your angles on the horizons and your elevation over the Earth as it passes by each day, and how it works perfectly to give you your longer days and your shorter days in the summer in the north. Your shorter days in the south during the north summer and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it's doing the long loop in the south is shown in the analemma, because you see the sun analemma, and it always has the big loop in the south and the little loop in the north. So that's demonstrating, and by the way, the moon does the same thing. It demonstrates that there is a bigger loop.
I didn't quite catch all that.
And then the bigger loop with the sun actually having it's still moving 1 RPM or 1 revolution per day. I'm just going to call it RPM. I know the M doesn't stand for day, but
yes,
from now on at this point, so I don't have to keep correcting. The longer distance is why you get the long days still in the south, in the summer, and the south summer. Because you'll see the sun coming up sooner because it's higher in the sky because it's closer to the south, right? It's moving towards Capricorn. So that's why you see it appear earlier each day as it goes towards Capricorn for the south summer. But it's got a lot more distance to cover, but it's still doing it at 1 RPM. So it's covering that big distance. It's seen earlier, seen later, and covers a big distance, all in 15 degrees per hour total.
But the problem that you've got there is that the core problem that we have with that is that it's fundamentally to cover a greater distance, it's got to go a greater speed. It's got to speed up and slow down. There's no...
That's like the surface speed of the Earth rotating is faster at the surface than it is at the core, right? You guys like to say 1 revolution per day, 15 degrees, and but it's the same thing for here, for what I'm talking about.
The problem so there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. So when we say that it's 15 degrees per hour, that is basically...
You mean the Earth is rotating?
Yeah. When we say that the Earth is rotating 15 degrees per hour, the reason why we say that is because using 1,000 miles an hour, right, is relative to what, right? And so 1,000 miles an hour, saying that the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles an hour, is rather meaningless. When something is circling around the Earth, right? So we'll take when the Earth is circling around the Sun, for example. Then you can use speeds, because speeds make sense in that context. As using a speed...
So you just divide... That's all you did. You guys turned the math from the flat circle Earth and turned it into that, what you're talking about right now. It all matches. That's why we'll argue indefinitely about all this stuff, because it works for both.
Not really.
The math works. You just have a different way of accomplishing it.
Except
you get the angles that we get the angles with the flat Earth with a circling or a spiraling sun and moon. We get the same results. You see it at the same angles in the sky. You see it like when the sun's moving from Capricorn to Cancer for the North summer. Every day it moves. That spiral gets a little narrower, a little smaller, which makes the sun appear earlier because it's higher in the sky now because it's moving towards you. And it will appear a little more north each day on the eastern horizon and set a little bit more north on the western horizon. And like I said, it'll be at a higher angle in the sky each day until it reaches the Tropic of Cancer at the solstice. So we get all the same kind of angles that you see. It's all predictable just on the flat circle Earth, just like it is on yours. Your problem is you think it can only be done one way and not the other, but it works for both.
So Gary, when I lived in Australia,
yes.
Why couldn't I see Polaris?
You're too far. It's not high enough for you.
What do you mean? No, it's not high enough.
Okay, here's another. This is another way.
Why can't I see it? I can see the southern constellation.
Because the angle would be too narrow. It's already at 0 at the equator.
So the equator implies a globe.
No, it does not. It just implies a circle Earth, north at the center, about 6,200 miles away. About 6,200 miles away, you can no longer view Polaris.
Equidistance from one pole to the other. Equator. That's what it means.
Yeah, so when the sun is directly over the equator, you're going to get your sun's circumference of a...
Why is Orion upside down in the southern hemisphere?
Because you're viewing it from a different angle. When you view Orion come up on the horizon, is it upside down?
Yes, in the hemisphere.
No. If I take a picture of Orion when it's coming up over my eastern horizon, and you do it when it comes over your eastern horizon, it'll look identical.
You've never been out of America. I lived in Australia, and Orion was upside down.
Okay, it's not upside down.
I could not see Polaris from Australia
because it's not high enough. The angle's too low by the equator already.
Yeah, the equator, it means equidistance from one pole to the other pole.
Okay.
Do you not understand? Equator.
I understand everything you're saying. Planner walk. Can I talk to you for a second?
I have no idea, man, but we'll talk
Planner walk.
Okay.
Can I talk to you a second?
Yeah, what What's up?
I just need a simple. For you, it'd be simple. I'm not a mathematician. I've already
No,
admitted
you're not a
many times.
mathematician. That's perfectly obvious.
Okay, if you want to make your snide remarks, I'm talking to Planner
I'm
Walk
not-
right now.
No, that's a
Okay,
fact.
why don't you just
It's not a
be
snide
quiet for a
remark,
second?
it's
Let me talk to
clear
Planner Walk.
fact. You
Why
have
don't you be
no
quiet and let
idea
me talk
about
to Planner Walk?
mathematics and geometry.
I know
If you
how
had
this
any
works.
idea about geometry, you would
Okay,
understand.
well,
what
neither
I'm
do you,
talking about.
evidently. And you have no idea how to play something in your mind to apprehend it to see if it could possibly be true.
I
You can't
do,
even
though.
think of
But
it.
I
No,
do.
you can't. You
But I
cannot.
do. But
Okay,
I do.
Planner Walk, may I talk to you for a second?
Okay, what's up?
Okay, I just need you to do a math thing for me. I don't know how to do this. Okay, let's just, in this case, you got to do it as a thought experiment. Pretend it's flat, that the Earth is flat,
Okay.
right? Okay, let's say you're at 30 degrees north latitude, so you have an angle of 30 degrees to Polaris, right?
Yep.
At that point, you're about 4,140 miles from the North Pole. So you take that as your base, and then we're going to pretend it's a right triangle with, from that point at the North Pole, it goes straight up to Polaris. I don't know how to figure that.
Okay.
And the hypotenuse, I don't know how to figure either one of those. I could just give you the base length, and the angle from the ground to Polaris towards the north.
Okay.
Now I'm just pretend this is flat and this is all, like this. I don't know how to figure that out. I'm just being honest.
I should be. Oh, I had the right one for a second. So, right angle calculator. Here we go. So, the base is we're going to use
4,140 miles.
Okay, miles.
That's from the 30-degree latitude to the North Pole.
41.
That's the length.
103 miles. What was it?
At 4140.
4140. Okay. Okay. So that's the distance to it. So the angle would be. Wait, no, we don't know.
30 degrees. It's 30-degree angle.
Okay, so 30-degree angle would be degrees, and we go 30. All right. I'm just going to switch these to miles because apparently we're not using the metric system here. All right, so what was the point of that?
That should be able to give you somehow the elevation
Okay,
the flat Earth model of what the sun is above the Earth.
So the elevation there would be.
I mean, not the sun, the Polaris.
So yeah, the elevation would be 3,352 miles of elevation.
Okay, I've come up with that several times, but other people keep telling me 2,300, and I didn't know if I was just doing it wrong or what. So you said what is it? What is it?
3,352 miles. That's
okay,
that's
I'm just saving that for future reference. Okay, so I'm going to tell you that that's the elevation.
I put in 39 degrees. Hold on, 30 degrees. Okay, yeah,
that makes a difference.
Yeah, I entered something in wrong. So the actual elevation is 2,390 miles.
Okay, I've got that from one of the guys in your chat, actually. So it's 2,390 miles. Okay, that's the elevation from the ground to Polaris, and it's also the elevation from the ground to the sun. And I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. On the flat Earth, on the flat circle Earth, you can also, your latitudes will work. I figured it out. I made a mistake on my last video. And Red's got me pretty good on that one, but he also gave away the secrets of how to figure this out. And I was trying to figure out how you can make the angle of like 30 degrees from 30 degrees latitude point to Polaris with an orthographic drawing. But you can't really do it with an orthographic drawing unless you actually draw out the angles to that vertical line from Polaris to the ground. And then you watch where it crosses, and it'll cross at from 30 degrees, it'll cross at the 30-degree angle. You perspectively see things lower, right, as you move away. In your world, it does too. When things move away, that are above you, they appear lower. Whatever reason you want to give to it, I call it perspective, okay? So anyhow, we're going to go back to Polaris at that height. And I remember I said earlier in your chat that it has a circumference of its light, right? 6,200 miles approximately in any direction from that point where you can see it at the horizon at the far end of either one of those points, right? So I don't know how any of this works or if it even works, but let's say you take 6,200 miles and you go to the right, and then you go to the left, and then you go forward and back, okay? This is a parallel above you in the sky. That'll give you about 25,000, close to 25,000 miles circumference of that, or a four corner. I call it squaring the circle. I don't know how to figure out the actual circumference from there, but you still come up with the same figures as the equator if you just add those together. 62, 62. I give it four corners. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. It probably doesn't.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what the circumference of light even like. I'm trying to work out what it even means.
Well, let's put it this way, okay? From the equator to the North Pole, that's what is it? That's 90 degrees, right? Or to Polaris, 90 degrees. You know, from the down and then out, and then your angle up.
Yeah.
Okay, at 6,200 miles at the equator is where it's too low on the horizon to see anymore, right? You say it's over the curve. I say it's flat. It's just the angle is too narrow to resolve anymore. Okay. So that's about 6,200 miles. Okay. Now we're going to look at the sun because it's the same. Let's say it's the solstice. It's the summer solstice in the north, and at solar noon, the sun is directly overhead on Cancer, right?
Yeah.
At that point, on the summer solstice, you cannot see then a line of sight. You can still see light, but you can't see the sun anymore at the Arctic Circle or Antarctic Circle.
Yep.
Right? And that's the same distance as the distance from the North Pole to the equator.
Okay. I get...
The distance from Cancer to the Antarctic Circle is the same distance as that North Pole to the equator.
Okay.
So at that point, you can no longer see the sun, which I would say would make them the same height.
Okay, I get where you're coming from now. Yeah. I see exactly.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying that the sun and Polaris are equal heights.
Okay.
They're seen from an equal distance before they can no longer be resolved. They're too low on the horizon.
Ignoring the...
And then when it goes to the next solstice, when it reverses and goes back in, it'll hit Capricorn. And when it hits Capricorn at solar noon on the solstice, you can no longer see it on the horizon at the Arctic Circle. And that's what gives us our seasons. As the sun spirals in and out, that's what's giving us our seasons. Because as it spirals in, it's in that tighter circle. When it spirals out, it's at the bigger circle.
Okay.
Still making 1 RPM every day.
Then it needs to travel slower to cover the 15 degrees per hour.
It's 1 revolution per day, 15 degrees per hour on the little circle. Any circle that you move in, any circle you move at 24 hours is going to give you 15 degrees, and that's what we're getting.
Why don't you understand this?
I understand everything you guys are saying. I'm saying you guys, I'm saying guys in the past hijacked the math for a 360-degree flat Earth, and they turned it into a spinning, rotating, tilted Earth in an elliptical orbit around the sun.
You need to travel faster to cover the same...
I already said that. No, you don't. It's one angular speed, 1 revolution per day. Come on, that's what you guys like to say for your Earth rotation. Why we can't see it feel it at the top because it's only 1 revolution per day. Okay, it's the same thing. You can't see the increased speed. You just see it's covering the same 24 hours around the same circle. That's all you see.
The sun stays the same angular size in the sky throughout.
No, it doesn't always. It doesn't always. You want me to link you to one of Wolfie's videos where it does change?
This is the thing. It does.
You want me to link you to one of Wolfie's videos where it does change? Yeah, they played it on different. They played it on different programs. They put it in a measuring program, and it was definitely different.
From sunrise to sunset.
By the way, and he also he filmed that.
How do you explain that, Gary? How do you explain the sun changes angular size?
It does.
53 degrees.
It does
to dusk. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No,
yes, it does. You want me to play the walk? I can link you. I can link you to
real quick.
I've photographed it. I've done it myself. I'm a photographer. I've been a photographer for 45 years.
I've been taking pictures with cameras for fun for 45 years.
So yeah.
Sorry?
That doesn't mean shit.
So
Sorry,
I did want to actually address.
Yeah, you think you do, but
so
you don't.
I did it.
No, I do. I really do.
No, you've actually been
a
fooled.
lot of money with photography.
I don't care
So-
what you spent on your cameras. It doesn't mean it doesn't make you an expert
So
at anything.
okay,
Well,
so
it makes me more of an expert than you are.
okay, so what I want
you
to
think-
do is I
you
want to
think-
actually
Yeah, I do
address
think so.
Gary's.
I don't know
That's
so.
good for
So
you. Good for you.
I want to actually address Gary's argument from earlier. So I live in New Zealand, right? And I have this great thing where in the southern hemisphere during the summer we have pretty long days, right? So here
In your summer.
yeah, in my summer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now, here's the thing that we've got here. So we've got the sun all the way over here. This would be about just before 6 p.m., right? We'd have the sun all the way over here. Now, on this model of the Earth, the sun would actually be closer to the North Pole than it would be to New Zealand. So why is
In
it...
your model. In your model.
No. And this... Can you see what I've got up on screen?
I can't see any pictures. No, I just see the chat, and I don't know where to go to get it.
Okay, on Discord, there should be this thing that says live.
Yeah,
next
I
to
was on that, but I just...
Yeah, Gary, don't go to the
It's just
YouTube.
a blank. It's just
Don't
blank.
look at the YouTube feed. Look at the Discord feed.
I'm not on the
and see
YouTube
where
feed.
we
I'm
are
on
now.
Discord.
Yeah, you should see.
All I have is a blank. I have a blank
Can you
screen.
see the
That's it.
graphic?
I told you I have a black screen. That's all. I see the names of everybody in it.
You can't see the graphic that Plano's got up on the screen.
No, I
at the
can't
moment.
see anything. It's just a black
Are you
screen.
in Discord on the stream? Yeah,
I'm on Discord.
on the stream.
I'm on the stream.
So click on the
It
stream.
says stream. I clicked on stream. It's a black
Where it
screen.
says Wolfie 3010 live.
Okay, I'll hit that one.
Yep. And now you
Okay,
should
I
see
got that
it.
one. Yes, I got that
There
one.
you go. There you go.
Okay.
Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Yeah, so let me...
Yeah, it's kind of small.
Yeah, so essentially this here is... This here represents... So this yellow dot is on the... I can't remember which each tropic is called. This one's the southern tropic. But that...
Capricorn.
Yeah, it is further away from New Zealand than it is from the North Pole. Yet, during the summer, when the sun is reportedly around here in the evening, we can see it in New Zealand, yet in the North Pole, you can't see it at all. In fact, whenever you're in the Arctic Circle...
When it's over Capricorn, yeah.
Yeah. So why is that? If why can I not...
It's at the...
What's that?
It's at that 6,200 mile limit. It's past it. That's why. The sun has moved around. It's moved outward to the Capricorn. When it's overhead on Capricorn, you can no longer see it past the Arctic Circle.
So why...
It's approximately 6,200 miles. It's the same thing with Polaris at the equator from the North Pole. 6,200 miles away, it's at zero on the horizon. So you can't see it.
At this point here, it would be far more than 6,200 miles away from New Zealand. Because if it's 6,200 miles away from... if it's more than 6,200 miles away from the North Pole, then it would most certainly be more than 6,200 miles away from New Zealand. So why can I still see it while I'm in New Zealand?
That's why they can't see the sun in your summer in the North Pole.
Yeah, but why can I still...
They can still have some daylight inside the Arctic Circle because light extends a little further than the actual line of sight where you can actually see the sun. But you can no longer see the sun after about 6,200 miles.
But why can I...
Needed.
Why can...
I'm citing myself.
Why can I see it in New Zealand?
You think I'm going to find one of your guys' things? I can't find any of your science things. I'm showing you how this is possible on a flat circle Earth. That's my point. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just showing you how all this works on a flat circle Earth.
But it doesn't.
No, I'm sorry, Platawalk, I interrupted you.
My question is, why can I see it from New Zealand if I can't? If people in the North Pole can't see it, they're closer to the sun. Yet I can still
because
see.
it's going to circle away from you until it gets past the 6,200 miles. That's when you're going to be your sunset.
But
it's making the circle because it's turning that whole circle on the flat Earth around Capricorn, and as it moves away from you and gets about 6,200 miles away, it will set.
Okay, so this is greater than 6,200. This distance here is greater than 6,200 miles, right?
I can't see your dot. I can see a little yellow dot, but I can't. It's so small, I can't.
There'll be a line. There's a line here, and maybe I should.
Oh, I got it.
There's a
okay, I got it bigger now.
Yeah, there's a black line, which is the distance from New Zealand to the sun, right?
You okay?
When the sun is here, I can still
have another scotch.
I can still see it in the sky.
You'll be right.
However,
so I can't hear it.
People in the North Pole, right, would not be able to see the sun. Yet I can see it in New Zealand, even though the distance from New Zealand to the sun would be greater than the distance from the North Pole to the sun.
No, it isn't greater than the distance.
But why can everybody on the Earth see the same sunspots wherever they are?
Because we're all facing the sun.
I do want to see if I can sort of continue with this argument, because
look at the map. Look at that graphic.
I think that it would be a good point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good to continue on the same argument that I was on before, because that rather than switching to a new one. So why can I? So you said something about it's not further from. Then it's not further from me than it is to the North Pole.
I can hardly even see this.
So I'll see if I can try and raise this. There we go. Oh, that's only helps a little bit. Hopefully that. But the distance on this map, the distance from New Zealand to the sun is greater than the distance from the sun to the North Pole. So why can I see it in New Zealand, but people in the North Pole cannot see the sun?
Can you put the Gleason map on here?
This is the azimuthal equidistance, but I can.
I know. I never use this one. It looks different.
Let me Gleason map. Copy image. Let's. Oh shit! That's not what I want to do. Oh. Let's. So we can do this from. I can. So I can do the same thing here. So if I go to the tropic here, which is where I had the sun before. Let me just get the sun to where.
So is that where you see the sun on your? That's over Capricorn.
Yeah. So that's the sun over Capricorn.
So that would be where you have your solstice during that time, right?
Yeah.
So can you match that spot on time and date to show the same thing where the position of the sun is?
So hold on, solstice. Well, this will be the path that the sun takes. This is like 6 o'clock-ish in New Zealand, so we can see the sun. It's just so the sun is over Capricorn.
Okay, well, from the North Pole to the equator is 6,210 miles. Right? That's in your model, but it works for ours, okay? So something's wrong here in the way you've done it.
So, hold on. Why can I... So this distance from the North Pole to the sun looks smaller than the distance from New Zealand to the sun. Why is that?
I think you have this wrong.
And why was Orion upside down on Australia?
Well, let me just say,
Well,
where you have the sun position
Can you
is
explain
how
that?
far from the North Pole at that point, because you got it at the Tropic of Capricorn.
Why
So
is the moon
it's
upside
6,200
down in
miles to the
Australia?
equator, plus another 1,620 from there to the Tropic of Capricorn. So you have, what, 7,000 something?
You're avoiding the question, Gary.
I didn't hear your question.
The
I was
question is-
talking and you interrupted, so I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I know. I interrupted. The question was, why is the constellation of Orion upside down?
Hold on.
It's not upside down.
Hold on.
If you
Yes,
took
it
it,
is. Yes,
okay,
it
can
is.
I just talk to you for a second and let me explain it, and then you can go after me instead of talking
hold
over
on.
me.
Explain
You want an
why-
answer, but then you just want to
Hold on.
talk
Can
over
I just
me.
mute?
no.
When I start to
Can
give an
I-
answer, you
just-
and you don't stop.
Hold on.
You're
Can I
worse
just?
than me.
Go on.
I'm just going to mute
Honest.
I
everyone.
thought I was
whilst-
bad. You're way worse.
Hold on. I'm just going to mute everyone because, like, we can't have this. Like, I've been in so many debates where this is actually a really nice debate where the flat earther that I'm that I have on isn't constantly changing the topic, right? And I don't want to.
Oh, by the way, I think I figured out your problem here.
And I don't want to be where in this thing where it's like where my side keeps on changing the topic, because that's what when you say like why is the constellation upside down or something, that is kind of a topic
Thank you, I appreciate
change. So
That's why I don't go on debates very often, because that's what happens when I go on. There's like, I get 10,000 questions from every direction. Everybody demands an answer, and it gets confusing. I like to stick to one subject, but I think I just figured your problem here.
okay, so what is the problem?
Okay, remember your south circumference in the flat Earth is wider, right? The sun is directly overhead. You're going to see it further,
It's
but
not.
it's still going to cover that space in your 15 degrees per hour, right?
What do you mean it's going to cover the space? The
Because
argument
it's turning.
is that
It's turning 1 revolution per day on Capricorn at
Yeah.
your summer solstice, or
Yeah.
your winter. It's my winter solstice. I guess it's your summer solstice.
yeah.
So you're going to see it further away, and it's going to move there just as quick. That doesn't even make sense. I'll have to get back to you on this. I'm going to take a screenshot.
Yeah, this is based on the map. That,
Sometimes I have to. I know, but I got to look at it. I got to take my time and look at it.
Yeah, this is based on the map that flat earthers use. Using
Right.
this map, the sun should be further away from New Zealand than it should be away from the North Pole. Therefore, if people in North Pole cannot see it, people in New Zealand who are further away from the sun should not be able to see it either. Yet people in New Zealand can see it, and people in North Pole can't.
Okay. Here's from the North Pole to where you have the sun, right? That's on Capricorn. So it's 6,200 miles from the North Pole to equator, plus it's another 1,620 to Capricorn. So you have 62, 72, 78 something. What is it? Close to 8,000? 7.5, 8,000?
Yeah.
So that sun from right there to the north is at about 8,000 miles, right? Now I would like to see, to confirm where you have your sun at, is how far you can see it. I would like to see like time and date. Sorry, I'm getting all hoarse. I don't have any water.
Time and date.
And get it on your summer solstice.
Time and
It
date.
should be able to give you a position in the sky,
Yeah. So.
or even on your that day and night one where it shows like where the sun position and the moon position are.
So on time and date.
That actually helps, because then you can get an idea where it's at, and you can go back to the circle map and put it, or like mine, and you can put it where it belongs. I don't think you have it in the right spot.
So yeah, we're gonna go to December. Go to.
How far across is that Australia from the east to the west?
Not sure, but then we get into.
And how many miles? How many miles from Australia to New Zealand?
I'm not sure the exact size, but oh wait, how do I?
Because you're quite a bit past Australia too.
Yeah. So what particular part of time and date do you want me to go on?
Actually, it's that day and night one.
Day and night.
And then you could click on there for your place. You could click on your summer solstice for you, and it'll show you where they would be.
I'm getting night and day. Oh, here we go.
I think it might be night and day.
Well, no, that's a shop in New Zealand. I've got it day and night.
And what part of New Zealand are you on? The eastern part or the western part?
I'm on the eastern side of New Zealand, but New Zealand is a very small island nation. So
yeah, I know. I do have some far relatives there.
Okay. So we'll go from. We want to go to the day. Will be the. We'll go from.
And then go to where it's sunset, and it'll show where where the sun position would be.
Yeah. All right. So
when it's setting for you.
So the day is going to be the 23rd of. We're going to go 2020 because that's a thing that's in the past. All right. That's not right. Hold on. Oh, that's because it's midnight. Where I've got it. Okay, let's put it to 6 p. Let's go. 6
Well, no,
PM.
your sunset time at that time, which would probably be more like what, 10, 9, 10.
Okay, so this is 6 p.m. where the sun is. So
Now you got to go to like 9 or 10, whatever your sunset time is.
Okay, sunset time
On the solstice, which you have long days, right?
Yeah. So let's go. I think it's about 9 o'clock. So that would be 21. Yeah. So that's about the sunset time. And it's close.
Planar walk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Check out voice text.
Now put that spot back. Look where the sun is right there, and place it on that circle map at that point.
Okay.
Next to that's Madagascar, right, or one of those places.
Yeah.
What is that down there? Is that Madagascar?
Yeah, that's Madagascar, and we actually end up. This doesn't bode well for you. I'm just going to say that right now, because it's. If I open up time and date again, yeah, we're just sort of. We're about. That places the sun about here. So that's even further. That's even further from New Zealand. That's not what I wanted to do. So yeah, this is even further from New Zealand. So that becomes even more of a problem with you, for you. So the distance to New Zealand compared to the North Pole comes a lot further.
Can you get rid of those other lines? I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Hold on, let me get rid of the other lines. Then I have to put the circle back in. So the circle would be wrong.
Should be on the Tropic of Capricorn, near there.
Roughly here-ish. Then we add the line, so the distance from the North Pole to from there to there, and from New Zealand to there is you got a far greater distance.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with you on this, but I'll get back to you more when I figure this out.
Okay.
Sometimes I got to think things through in my mind.
Fair enough.
But I'll give you that point right now.
Okay. And that's why I wanted to stick to this topic, because that is, you do actually, when you stick to topics, you actually do manage to reach agreements. So,
Can I ask a question, Planar?
Sure.
Gary,
Yeah.
how far away is the moon?
The same distance as about practically the sun, not quite.
No, give me a number.
I don't have a number.
You don't know how far away the moon is.
Did I just tell you that? Or are you deaf?
No, I'm not deaf.
Okay, well, so what was my answer?
You don't know.
Okay, take that for that's what I said.
Okay, but I do know.
No, you think you know. You've been told a certain thing you don't know.
No.
Yeah, no, okay. I'm not even going to argue with this. You think you know, but you don't.
Do you know
25,000 miles?
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you.
Do you know
Actually, I'll go back to Planet Walk. I have no desire to talk to you. No, don't shush me because I don't deal with shushes very well. I will just hang up unless you put me back to Planet Walk. I'm not going to talk to you.
Wambanga,
You're an
stop.
obnoxious jackass. Planet Walk's actually a decent guy. I'm not going to stop until you stop. I can keep on blabbering and blabbering, and I can just make up words.
Gary.
I just will keep on going. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Planet Walk. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Planet Walk. Talking to Planet Walk. Okay, Planet Walk. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't mute the guy, I'll
Gary, you're acting childish on a live stream for everyone
to see. I'm not childish. I just told you I don't want to talk to you. And I'm not talking to either one of you. I'm talking to Planet Walk.
So I just want to say...
Keeping it simple. Okay.
So
we'll have Planet Walk ask the question.
You can mute him. It's your channel, or you don't have to. I'll just hang up. It's no big deal.
I can ask the question then. So, the point that Gary was going to make is that he does know the distance to the moon, and I know I know what he's going to get at. So, it would probably actually be better for Gary to explain this than for me to explain it, because he knows the distance to the moon and he's done it himself. He's measured the distance. Then it would be better for him to explain, I think.
No, I didn't measure the distance. I asked you guys.
I mean the other Gary.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Gary Lowe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gary IOW.
Is it IOW or is it Low?
IOW. Isle of Wight.
Okay,
Gary.
I thought it was.
Okay, Gary, listen. Right, do you know...
Okay, I'm not. I'm talking to Planet Walk. I'm not talking to you. I said I will stay if I talk to Planet Walk. I'm not going to talk to either one of you other guys.
All right, live in denial. It's your choice.
I got to go here in a minute anyhow. I got stuff to do.
I do want to actually...
I wanted to keep it simple.
I think that it is... I honestly think that it would be best that Gary IO explains it. The reason being is because he's done this and I haven't.
Yeah, but I've already said I don't want to talk to him, so that's the deal.
So I'll try and explain it to the best of my ability.
So I only got a few more minutes. I got stuff I have.
So we'll have Gary explain it to the audience.
I can come on another day, and then I'll have also an explanation for this.
I'll say what it is, and I'll to the best of my ability. So the idea is that when you've got a radio, you can have a radio receiver and transmitter. So you can, when you point it into space, right, you get a very low noise floor. But when you point it at the moon, you get a very high noise floor. This is because...
I don't know enough about that subject. I'm not even going to...
I've actually done that.
...answer anything.
So the idea is that when you point it into space, that's because it's receiving very little.
I've heard this before, but I can't answer you any questions on that. I haven't even looked at it.
Well,
you don't have
I just hear it once in a while, and it doesn't interest me.
Well, I'll just go through it to the main point. So the main point is that when you point it at the moon, you can actually send a signal to the moon. So you can send...
Yeah, I've heard all this before. I told you that.
Yeah, and then you get a response. The response time will be about, I think it's 2.5 seconds-ish, if I'm correct.
2.6.
2.6.
Yes.
And that is... so when you measure the speed of light in a vacuum, you get a certain speed. And essentially what it's getting to is the response time gives you the distance to the moon. And the distance comes out to be... how much was it, Gary?
238,000.
Is that kilometers or miles?
That would be miles.
Miles.
Okay.
I already told you I'm not going to answer any questions on this because I really don't know enough about it. So.
Okay.
Well, you should...
I've heard all this already before. I know. I've heard it all a million times from you guys.
And you're just going to deny it.
No, I'm not denying anything. I'm not giving any answers because I don't really care about this subject. I haven't looked at it.
Research and find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why can't you
And
guys
approximately
ever take a
96
simple no?
million miles to the sun.
That's why you guys get a little crazy. You guys, if somebody doesn't want to answer something or isn't sure, you take a no when they say no.
Well,
I'm talking
Like
to
if I ask
YouTube.
you a question and you didn't know, okay,
Gary,
you don't know.
Gary.
No,
Prove
not
me
Gary.
wrong. Prove me wrong.
Gary.
Prove me
I'm not.
wrong.
I'm already not interested in this subject. I've heard all these a million
Prove
times.
me
I haven't
wrong.
looked at it or tried to figure out the
No,
answers to it.
You didn't do your research.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
Okay. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm talking to Planner Walk.
Of course you're not going to talk to me because you can't prove
I'll come
me
on
wrong.
another day. I'll come on another day and talk to you, but I'm not talking to you today. I already said that.
Of course
Okay,
you're not going to talk to me because
okay.
you can't prove
I
me
am
wrong.
going to hang up because I'm not going to
You
talk to
hang
you.
up. You live in
I'm
denial.
going to hang up because I'm not
That's
going to
your
talk
choice.
to you. I'll talk
Yeah,
to Planner
I just
Walk.
want
choice.
It's his show. If he
I'd hate
wants to
live
not
in
mute
your
you,
head.
he doesn't
I'd
have to.
hate to
It's
live
his
in your
show.
head.
So
I'm going to be polite, and I'm just going to leave because I'm not going to sit there and overtalk you.
So
Because you
Your
can't
threat
prove me
gonna
wrong.
hurt us.
Goodbye.
I do want
Goodbye.
to, I do want to say that like it is a good idea to look into these things. Like if someone gives you an argument, like if someone were to give me an argument for why they think the Earth is flat, for me, I try my best to understand it because it could be that the argument is one that absolutely, it could be something that the globe model has no explanation for. Yet I find that whenever flat Earth...
hey, by the way, Planet Walks, I just thought of something. Your thing from the sun to the North Pole, if I take another line and draw it to your New Zealand, the North Pole can't see the sun from either one.
Yeah. The point is, though, that the line from New Zealand to the sun is much longer. So,
and also the sun doesn't move in a straight line across there. Remember, it's following Capricorn.
Yeah,
you got a straight line, so you've missed a whole angle there.
Well, no,
and then like I said, the sun on either one of them can't be seen from the North Pole.
Yeah, but then the distance becomes like if I follow a circular line, then if I follow a curved line, right? Let me try and do the best, do a curved line to the best of my abilities. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. This one here, so...
See, the reason you can see the sun from your point there to the other point is because it's in your southern sky. It's higher in the sky for you in the summer, right? The reason you can't see it from the north is it's lower in the sky at that point. Neither point from the North Pole can see the sun. Not to New Zealand, or not from the point by Madagascar there. You can't see it from either point.
So, both
of them are the North Pole is out of the range of the sun for both of those.
Yes, but the thing is that the sun is further away from New Zealand.
Well, you can
further away from New Zealand.
There, you didn't even need the curve. Didn't need that. Even the straight line, because it's in the south, it's higher for you in the sky, which is why you see it further. That's why it rises for you earlier and it sets later for you because it's higher in the sky for you, right? It's in the south.
Should be.
It's in the wider circle.
But if it's...
you can see it further, but it still travels that whole distance because it's covering a bigger distance in the 24 hours, right?
So why do the rules...
So you're seeing it for a longer distance, but it travels to that point quicker than it would like in the short circle in the north. But neither one of those points, from the North Pole, the North Pole won't see the sun from either one of those points. It's too far.
So why is it that the rules are different when it comes to seeing it from the North
Because
Pole?
it's higher in the sky when it's in your summer. It's higher in your sky in the summer. So you're going to see it further. It's lower in the sky for the north. That's why they don't see it. Just like if it's pointed towards where you are, New Zealand, you're not going to see it either from the North Pole. It's too far for the North Pole.
What's making it higher?
And it's lower. Sky? It's lower in the sky, so neither one of them can see it because it's further away.
What's making it higher
out
or lower?
On the circle of Capricorn.
What's making it higher or lower?
Neither one of them can see it.
What's making it higher or lower in the sky?
Because it's on your latitude. It's higher. It's like when it comes towards Cancer, every day for me right now, it's getting a little higher in the sky as it comes across, right? Like if I took a picture of every day at solar noon of the sun, it would form a straight line north and south over the course of a year.
No,
every day it comes more towards Cancer, it's a little higher in the sky, a little further north, and then as it goes back towards winter, my winter, it gets a little lower in the sky as it moves farther south. But over for you, it'll start getting higher in the sky. So when it's getting higher in the sky for me, it's getting lower in the sky for you. When it's getting lower in the sky for me, it's getting higher in the sky for you.
But this is not. So this is not at solar noon. This is I do.
No, I know. I'm not trying to imply it's solar noon. I said it was sunset. I knew that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's higher in the sky because it's in the south, so you see it higher in the sky.
The problem is that.
But it covers that distance quicker.
The problem is that it gets much further away from me, essentially. Like, this is really far away, right? It's further away from me than it is from the North Pole. So the higher in the sky would only count when the sun is on my side of the Earth rather than being over here.
You can see it further when it's in the south because it's higher in your sky.
Why? Like, what makes it higher in the sky? Just the fact that it's closer, or just like, does the fact that it's closer makes it higher in the sky?
Is the sun higher in your sky in your summer than in your winter? Is it lower to the horizon in the winter?
Yeah, it's higher in the sky, but that would be on the flat Earth map.
No, in your winter it's lower in the sky.
Oh yeah, in the winter it's lower in the sky, but in the summer it's higher in the sky. But on the flat Earth map, I thought that was due to it being closer to me, isn't?
No, it's why you still get your long days, even though that it's turning a bigger circle.
Why is it?
You see it much further out because it's higher up, so it rises earlier, it sets later, and it covers that same distance in the same amount of time as it does in my north when it's a shorter circle.
Why is it higher in the sky?
Because it's further south.
So you're
south.
So is it higher in the sky because it's closer to me?
It's just higher angle. It's not a higher elevation above the Earth than it is when it's over the north. It's a higher angle across the sky. I don't know what the term for it is.
Yeah, angular. It's something to do with angle. it's nice to be able to. Yeah, but
we'll just take your solar noon. That it'll be higher in the sky each day as it comes closer towards your summer solstice.
What was that word, Gary Lowe?
So
that you'd use for no.
So the problem is that the sun is when it that only applies. So if we take that for solar noon, yes, when the sun is all the way over here, it's going to be pretty high in the sky. But when it gets over here, because it's further away, it shouldn't be nearly as high in the sky.
Right. How that works on.
Well, yeah, because it would be setting for you, right?
Yeah.
But overall, it's higher in the sky, which is why it sets later. It stays higher in the sky for a longer distance, and then it also is traveling faster for you at the same time. So you still get your long summer days, and by the sun circling faster during that time and covering a bigger distance in the same amount of time. 24 hours.
Why is it?
So you have the sun higher for a longer period.
Why is it?
And in 6 months, that'll be reversed for the other hemisphere.
That's right. For the other,
which is because it's a sphere
from equator towards the north in the circle Earth.
So
or the sphere, it works for either one.
Well,
on a sphere, this works perfectly.
It works for either one.
It doesn't really work on the flat Earth map because there's no explanation for why the sun should remain high in the sky when it is quite far away.
Right.
Just because it's further south doesn't mean that it should be higher in the sky because it's actually
it's higher in my sky in my north.
Yeah,
when it's summer.
And that
each day it gets a little higher and rises a little further north and sets a little further north.
Yeah.
And then when it reverses course, it goes the opposite direction, and it does that for you.
Yeah, I just want to say that flat Earth can like a lot of the flat Earth things can kind of work in the northern hemisphere, but when you get to the southern hemisphere, things don't quite work out because in this case, the sun is quite a far way away, further away from New Zealand than it is from the North Pole, and we can see it in New Zealand. People in the North Pole can't, even though it's closer to the North Pole than it is to New Zealand. This is something that just doesn't work. Saying that it's higher in the sky, well, it shouldn't be higher in the sky on a flat Earth. You'd have
It should.
Why should it be higher in the sky though?
Because it's further south, where you're south.
But it's
As the sun spirals outward each day, it will be a little higher in your sky towards your summer.
It's further south, but if I
yes, and it'll be a little higher in your sky each day.
Okay, so
so each day you'll see it rise a little bit earlier because it's higher in the sky. It's getting closer to you. Let's just say it's not really higher like in height. It's just moving closer to you, which puts
it's not moving closer to me though.
Closer to being directly under it.
But
which would be the height of your sky, right? You should have it directly overhead if you're under it.
But during sunset, it's not moving closer to me. It's actually moving further away during my sunset.
Right, but the whole time, because it's further south, it was still higher in the sky. That's why I get my high in the sky, but it's short circle. But because it's high in the sky above me, my short circle is still moving 15 degrees per hour, one revolution. So it's moving slower and staying in the sky longer, but it's high. So I get my long days, and it's just kind of reversed for you.
So
it's covering a bigger distance than high in the sky, but the sun is moving faster,
or
it's covering that distance.
So at 6 p.m., right? The sun. So let's take. So I'm going to compare observations with what you're explaining.
Can I plan this for another day? I got stuff I have to go do.
Yeah, I'll just explain it to my chat.
I can get back to you another day.
Okay, sure.
I've only meant to come on here for a few minutes, so
yeah, fair
enough.
And
he runs away.
Way past it, and I'm getting all hoarse. So
yeah,
and he runs.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, see ya.
I'll get back to you on this. I took a screenshot.
Okay, cool. I'll give an explanation to my chat as to what's wrong here. So I was going to say if it's at
That's
6. At 6 p.m. The sun would be. When I take observations at 6 p.m., the sun gets higher in the sky each day, right? As it gets, as we go into this, as we go from the equinox to the solstice, the sun will get higher in the sky in the day at 6 p.m. However, on this map, it should get further away from me in the sky. So the distance of the sun should not dictate does not dictate the height in the sky that it is for me. So there must be some other explanation. And that's essentially what I was getting at. So yeah. That was a fun thing. I actually managed to kind of get through to him, but not entirely. Yeah.
No, there it was gone.
Yeah. It's one of them things where it is one of them things where it's you've got.
I guess when he pops into a room and 3 people line up perfectly with one another and give the exact same numbers.
I can describe my EME experiments perfectly here, which would validate the distance to the moon, which is 250-ish thousand miles. It's not difficult.
Okay, why? Okay, this is really confusing. When I go to, I wanted to read out a super chat, but when I go to view activity, it's saying no new super chats or members yet. Maybe I've got an idea.
Cassius, hang on, let me just adjust my glasses. Cassius Romanus says, please explain your moon question. Can I do that, Planner?
Yep. I tried to do it as much justice as I could.
I know you did, and oh my god, I felt for you. I really did. Okay, Cassius. So, we know the speed of light, and the speed of light is, we call it c. For the constant. C means constant. So radio waves travel at a constant speed, whether in a vacuum or in an atmosphere, it makes no difference. They travel at a constant speed. So when I point my high gain antenna into space, my noise floor is about 1 dB. when I point my high gain antenna at the moon, it goes to about 5 or 6 dB. So if I send my call sign, which is I'm not going to tell you what my call sign is. If I send my call sign in Morse code at the moon, 2.6 seconds later, I hear it come back in my receiver. Now, using the time over distance formula, using c as the constant, I can work out how far away the moon is. And it's always the same. It's 238-ish thousand miles away. This is simple mathematics. Anybody can do this. So, as I say, I send it out as beep, 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 and it comes back as beep, 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 because the moon has got a irregular surface. But you can still determine it. And it takes 2.6 seconds from me sending it to me hearing it come back. The radio waves are being reflected off the moon. If I point the antenna away from the moon, I don't hear anything come back. If I point it at the moon, I hear my call sign come back. 2.6 seconds, 238,000 kilometers. Simple.
Yeah, I just noticed something in chat, and my response is, who? And I say that in a jokingly way. I know who it is, but I'm not acknowledging them. I just want to say that because I know that people have been talking to me on Discord about it. The only time I'll acknowledge this person is when it is basically, I try not to acknowledge this person publicly because yeah. they're just trying to get attention, so that's the only thing I'm going to say about that. If you missed it, then you'll want to talk to me in private about it. So yeah.
Well, after the stream, we can do just that.
Yeah. But yeah, I completely understand that, and it's like I'd like to be able to have some sort of radio antenna thing, but like unfortunately YouTube doesn't pay quite as well as I'd like it to, or at least not for me. For other people it does, but yeah.
Well, I've got about 50 kilowatts. I could point her and ping again.
Yeah. All right. See you later.
Well, I was running about
what's that?
2 17 element Vargadas, so about 125 kilowatts ERP. So there you go. You know what ERP means, Glass.
Yep. Think I could succeed with 50 kilowatts?
Yep.
Oh, I got this. I managed to find the super chat. I went to a different thing. So the logical hillbilly for $5 says, so Gary admits even flat earthers can't figure out the flat earth. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I actually should make a video on this explaining how it's actually far more logical on a flat earth for the earth to be spinning rather than the sun to be moving, because one of the things is the conservation of momentum, and that is why when people doing ballet or whatnot bring their arms in closer, they speed up, and when they put their arms out, they slow down, because conservation of momentum dictates that unless there is a force, momentum will always be retained. In the case of in the case of gravity, or in the case of elliptical orbits, there is a force there that is bringing the orbits closer, or that is making the orbits elliptical. There is a force there, which means that the orbits speed up and go out. The sun, however, is traveling a constant speed each day through the sky, or constant angle through this angular speed, right? But when that tracks to linear speed, it goes against the law of the conservation of momentum. So yeah. That's basically one of the things that I was trying to explain. And I don't know if anyone else has anything to say about that.
Well, I can't argue with it. That's the thing. So there's nothing to say.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, it's been a while since I've had a listen to this. I think I got this. Let me take a listen. That sounds. That seems to sound good.
Yeah, Pink Floyd would like one of those.
Although I think I'm. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, that's still. Yeah, that seems to work really well. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. No, don't worry, it's not a Rickroll. But there is an image that I have somewhere. So, debug. So, there's this image here. And I'm going to open this image with... Open with Paint. So, here's an image that I have created. This is going to be in an upcoming video. Right. So if you can see that image, it's rather small, so it's hard to get it much bigger than this. But I suppose I could resize it by percentage, 400%. Right. Okay, there we go. 400%. Then we get this image. So this image here, it may not look like much. I've created multiple images. So there's this image here, which I've titled Never.bmp. That's the reason why it's a bitmap. I see that people are still reminding me of something. So yeah, there's this image, and I've also got a program that generated this image as well. And then there's another image, which is this one here, and it's called... If I go open with Paint, I'll resize it to be 400%. Okay, and then we'll just zoom in on it. So yeah, this one is a different image, and we get some nicely colored images, right? Now, why did I make these images? Well, that is a good question. The reason why I made these images is because I can go to these images and I just need to go to here and go to Never, right click on it, and I just need to go open with Notepad. And when I go open with Notepad, you may see a very interesting thing. Oh, I think I can zoom in. There we go. We can zoom in here. Yeah. This is not a joke. I mean, it is a joke, but this is something that I actually made. So yeah, I can also go to All-Star, open with Notepad. I can zoom in on it. And yeah, we've got the lyrics to All-Star here. So yeah, this is going to be a future video. Clickbait title, everything. Not really clickbait because I actually did this. So yeah, it'll be titled something like "I turned All Star into an image." That's going to be the title of the video. I don't know how well it's going to do, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, that's something that I decided to do recently. I had a few bugs, and there's still a few issues. Here's the thing: there's a few issues with the image. Right, the image being that, firstly, there's certain information in here that it doesn't use for the image. So I could have made it so that each line was like a certain length and all that, and you'd probably get interesting things of looking. But I decided to go with a thing where it was like, oh yeah, like at the end of each line, it just you have a carriage return or whatever you want to call it, and then it goes to the next line. Some of these things are not used by the image, particularly because there needs to be a buffer between like the end of a line and the end of a. So when it comes to the bitmap thing, over here, so at the end of a row, there needs to be a buffer between each row and the next row. For some reason, I think it's just to get the amount of bytes to a multiple of 4 or something like that. That's something that you need to do. So there is some information that is unused in there, but I can still. It doesn't matter what's in the buffer. It literally doesn't care what you put in the buffer. Cassius Romanus says, is it possible to make an image play music when someone rolls their mouse over it? Example, each square is a note or group of notes that play and plays that ghastly song. Yes-ish, right? Because an image, you can make an image contain information. Like I could make this image contain information about notes. I could if I wanted to. In fact, if you assign each note a value from 0 to 127, or even 0 from 0 to 1 to 256. Essentially, what you've got there is you've got a MIDI file. You would have a MIDI file. There's essentially a MIDI file would have all the notes, and you'd be able to make an image, contain all the. I mean, this is basically a QR code in a way, except more condensed. And when you open it with with Notepad, you actually get the thing rather than having to scan it. All right. I don't want the thing to show up. But yeah, like that's. You can store any kind of information in an image. This is a bitmap image, so basically it's storing raw image data, and this is basically the raw image data of Rick Astley's song in the way that I've stored it. Well, actually, no, this is All Star. So this is Somebody Once Told Me. I'm going to make a few other songs into an image. They're all probably going to look very similar and colourful. That's all I can really say about that. Team Skeptic says, how am I doing, little bro? I'm doing good. You can join if you want. You should be able to just come in or join the general dining room. I haven't talked to you in ages, so it'd be nice to have a bit of a chat. Actually, one of the ideas that I had for something was playing a few people in chess, but I can't remember who I wanted to battle in chess. I don't know if did I ask Team Skeptic if he can play chess, because I do want to actually set up a chess competition at some point.
Ooh, chess! I love chess.
Yeah, I've been learning the King's Gambit.
Hello, Team Skeptic. How you doing?
It's team with us.
Like, I've been learning, so the King's Gambit is where you, or at least the one that I play, is where you gambit your king.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, great move. It's basically, and then they're like, and then people get confused when you gambit your king, or either they take it or whatnot,
Team, drop yourself into general dining room on the server.
Yeah, join us.
Yeah, that's if he's still with us.
I think
he
he
is.
is.
Oh, yeah, I can. There we go. I can drop a few dingers in the chat. That's what perks of.
Ding.
Do I think I still have. Yeah, I think I still have 10 members. So I think I still have a flat Earth emoji. I like. Oh, there we go. Team. Ahoy hoy, team.
Here he is.
There he is.
Ahoy hoy.
Man.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
I can only stay for a bit. I've got
Why so
everything
skeptical?
set up.
Oh, Tim.
I got to record a video tonight, and I got to set up for hanging out with MCToon in the next couple of days. So,
Okay.
You
What
missed
up,
Gary
Miner?
Wybenger, team.
what's that?
You missed Gary Wybenger.
No, I didn't miss anything.
You Philistine.
That's a fair way of putting it.
They're about the. I remember him saying, "What did you say? The moon and the sun are about the same distance away from Earth."
I think I destroyed it with that.
So I went, 25,000 miles approximately. Sun 96 million miles. Yeah, it's about the same distance, isn't it?
Well, he wouldn't talk to
25,000
me.
96 million.
So, team, are you working on another Karen video?
Yeah, my next video that's coming out will be the follow-up to the last video I did, which was the lady that got arrested twice. She didn't. It turns out she did an interview between her arrests. So I have that interview, and I'm good. And she's like, of course, she's calling COVID the flu, and she says that that it's not her fault that she got arrested, because she really didn't get arrested because the lady on the phone told her that if she got arrested, she would be in the jail, which isn't always how it works. A lot of times they'll arrest you and do what's, considered like a catch and release. Apparently she had to go to the hospital for medical attention, especially with COVID going around. They probably took her to the hospital, and then, everything that she got charged with was a misdemeanor. They probably said it's not worth taking her to physical jail. She still got arrested, but it's not worth taking her to physical jails. They just released her and said, look, you're going to have to show up for court and defend yourself or whatever. And she didn't go in. So that's just my minimal understanding. I'm still looking for the actual, whether her warrant in Texas City that she ended up getting arrested the second time for was for failure to appear, or was it for, did they put her in the hospital and then the hospital released her while they were, maybe they were gathering their information, gathering their evidence, doing their investigations that they normally do. And that turned out that they decided it was worth physically arresting her. And when they released her from the hospital, nobody was there to take her to the jail. Doesn't mean she didn't get arrested. Doesn't mean she doesn't deserve to be in jail. It just means that, given the circumstances, she didn't end up going to the actual jailhouse that day. That's something I didn't know at first until she did this interview, and now I know, But it's a funny ass interview because the guy's like, well, they have an arrest warrant for you, so they can come pick you up like at any time. And she just keeps talking about whatever she was going to talk about. And then she stops and she goes, really? They can come get me? And so it was like,
yes,
super funny. Yeah, it's super funny. The look on her face, like, wow, I did not know that I could still go to jail for this shit. And of course, the next week is a couple of days later, she got arrested. She says her foot was broken, which is unbelievable because I played soccer as a kid, and I've both, fractured and completely broken bones. And whenever you break your foot, it's like it's impossible to walk on without pain, without excruciating pain, because you're putting your entire body weight and you're balancing your center of gravity, which is, stressful on muscles and bones and whatnot. And yet she's like, yeah, I broke 3 bones on the top of my foot. First off, there's no such things as bones on the top of your foot. There's bones that run through your foot. So if you broke bones, you broke bones both on top of your foot and on the bottom of your foot. But whatever, maybe she's not a doctor, even though she thinks she is.
It actually reminds me.
She says that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's this meme that I saw where it's like soccer players receiving their vaccine, and it has like a person on the floor holding their arm, and it's got the person administering the vaccine having not given it to them yet. Reminds me a bit of that.
Yeah. No, that's funny because I was a big soccer player, and I was one of those people like I could never understand why when I'd watch European soccer, those guys would just flop on the ground and roll around like and then they go back and show what happened, and it's like somebody might have just like brushed them off with their hand, just like, hey, get away from me, like just barely tapping them, and these guys would roll over and
You should check out some of the Premier League fairies. My goodness.
What's that?
You should check out some of the Premier League fairies. Oh my god. You get within 5 yards of them, they're full pain.
But yeah, I have to record that video here in excuse me, I'm going to record it in like an hour.
But speaking of vaccines, my COVID vaccine 4 weeks ago, maybe 5, and I'm just off down the road to spend all my savings on Microsoft products.
Wow, I'm gonna call a lie on that because you're not dead. If you would have been dead and said that, then I would have believed you more.
Team. Listen, team, I know you like your whiskies. So yeah. I'm drinking something here called Cardu, Cardhu Gold Reserve. It's a single malt Scotch whiskey, and it is absolutely delicious. It's really nice. And I sent you a picture on Discord earlier. If you can get hold of a bottle of Jura, and you can get it on Amazon and deliver it to your door, do try Jura, Jura. You will
I saw the message, but I don't know. Did you list the whiskey in the message, or did you just send me a picture?
I just sent you a picture, but I can give you a listing if you like.
Yeah, give it to me on give me like the name or whatever. Send it to me in another message, so that way I can look at it and see if it's even available in Dallas.
I'll do that for you. I mean, if you can get hold, regret it. Your Jameson stuff, forget that. No, seriously, man.
So
this stuff goes down like liquid velvet. It's unbelievable.
I will give it a try.
Real quick, I just had a look at something, and I found out that I'll be able to get vaccinated in July.
Have you not had a vaccine yet, Planar?
Well, not the COVID one. I'm in New Zealand.
Not at all, not even. Oh.
Yeah. So,
well, I can't wait till I get the vaccine so I can leave the house and go shopping and be able to go to the gas station and stuff.
Well,
because
I
obviously, if you listen to the right-wing fucking rhetoric and all these fucking fundamentalists, nothing actually can occur until we can stop taking off masks or start taking off masks. So, like, life has officially died, but at the same time, they don't understand that I've been able to do everything. Excuse me. Everything that I've wanted to do since anything that I did pre-COVID, I can still do now. All I got to do is wear a mask. That's it. So, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're quite lucky in the UK. I think, done about 30 million vaccines now. So I'm lucky. I had the one.
The what one?
So I'm like the Pfizer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the second one to come up, which should be in the next, well, I don't know, month or two. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to get my vaccine. As I said, it's going to be. I think they're already starting to vaccinate people here. Like here, it says the rollout. So I'm looking at health.govt.nz, and it says the rollout at a glance. We're rolling out the vaccine in stages. We've created 4 groups that everyone in the country aged 16 and over will fall under from February. Group 1, border and MIQ workers and the people they live with, right? And that's underway and on track. From March, Group 2, high-risk frontline workers and people living in very high-risk places, and that's underway. We'll provide more details soon. From May, Group 3, people who are at risk from getting very sick from COVID-19, and then from July, it's Group 4, which is general population, and I'm in Group 4.
I'm a very vulnerable person because of I've had lots of lung issues in the past. I've had pneumonia. I've had 2 pulmonary embolisms, serious lung infections, swollen nodes in my lung, that sort of thing. So I'm basically buggered. So I'm on the high risk category. So they fast track me. Well,
I heard that Planar Walk is just waiting till he puts on 40 more pounds so he can meet the minimum weight requirement for a vaccine.
Well, team, come on.
Well, with team, it's more like 60 pounds.
You turn sideways and you can go through a closed door. You know that.
I do know this.
Hey, team, I got a question for you.
Yeah,
I'm all about having to work behind large control panels. You could be useful for me. You know how?
How's that?
Well, the clearance behind the panel and the wall is about 5 inches.
Oh yeah, I'll slide through that, no problem.
I
wouldn't even leave streak marks and sweat. Yeah, my sweat wouldn't even touch the walls.
Just remember, team, if you happen to touch the wrong thing while you're back there, it's just a large spark and a grease mark.
We all know that Team is a 2-dimensional being.
That's right.
Somehow made it into our 3-dimensional realm.
And I still have not got a bloody Team Skeptic shirt.
So team, in your 2-dimensional realm, is the Earth flat?
No.
No.
Okay.
But we can only traverse 50% of the Earth at one time, though. So.
Okay. So there's like another half of the Earth that nobody knows what it looks like.
Yeah, we have to turn it, rotate it in the 2 dimensions, so that it shows a different side before I could head to go visit you.
Okay, so it's like...
I just basically have to jump in a 2-dimensional plane and stay on the same side of the paper as the Earth until it turns underneath me.
So it's like Fizz or something.
Yeah, like a 2-dimensional cross-section of a sphere.
Yeah. Have you played that game? I haven't, but I've seen it.
No.
Okay. Speaking of games, when can I get you to play Flurfia on Team Skeptic After Dark? I will have to just modify it to make it just hard enough for you though.
I haven't played anything on Team Skeptic After Dark in like a month and a half. I'm kind of missing it. I probably, if I can get my video recorded tonight early enough, then I'm going to do a gaming stream tonight. If not, I was supposed to go live tonight, but I didn't. I forgot that I had some family stuff that I had originally agreed to. So, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to go live. So, Fight doesn't go live tomorrow. I'm gonna go live, but if he has a Flat Earther, I'm just gonna wait and go live Tuesday, and then do Whiskey Wednesday.
Yeah,
drink the rest of my proper 12.
Fair enough. Like Fight does live stream a lot. When are you gonna be on? Stupidity is not a right.
I don't know. Me and Fight have talked about it a couple of times. It's really hard because my Sundays are always filled with family stuff. So
okay.
during football season, there's football. During, I watch a lot of professional football or NFL football. And then usually I wake up sometime between 10 and 11 and get my fantasy football roster set up. And then I either stay at home and watch the games. That's from noon to 6. And then there's a nighttime game at 7. So, and that lasts till 10. So pretty much from noon to 10, I'm almost completely busy. That's one of the reasons why I haven't been able to be on Russia's Stupidity, is because when you started doing it, it was during the football season, but then after that, I don't get, like, Monday through Sunday, I don't really spend a lot of time with my family. Or Monday through Saturday. So I usually spend Sundays doing stuff with family. So it's a bit hard for me to make time to do like fight stuff or your stuff on the for Russia's Stupidity.
Yeah, well, Russia's Stupid always takes place.
Russia's Stupid, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, after FTFE's show.
There's a link in Discord for you there, team, for the Jura whiskey.
Oh, okay, cool. And then how's it spelled? Let me look it up here real quick.
It's JURA, 10-year-old single malt whiskey, 25 quid. So $30 maybe.
Okay.
Looking to see if there's a Dallas distributor right now.
If you can get hold of some of that, I'll tell you, mate, you'll fucking love it.
I see some 18-year-old Scotch single malt for $130.
Lafrague as well. If you can get hold of a bottle of Lafrague, let me find that for you.
See, Total Wine and More says they have it. So let's see, find a location near you.
Let me find Lafrague for you.
Oh, this place is. Oh yeah, I can. I think there's gonna be places right next to me.
But
here, I found it.
Team,
another link coming your way.
Yeah, there's a place right down the street from me that sells it. I mean, it's not right down the street; it's like 10 minutes away, but it's close.
And Joe Whip says, "Greetings from the ice wall." Good to see him on guard duty there. Good to see that some, like, remember when we put Daniel on guard duty? Doesn't he remember that?
Yes.
Like he let that he let those people through, and they're like, oh, we couldn't, and they got to the other lands, and we had to. That was a bloody massacre there.
See, Gary, with Scotch, you really drink that just by itself, right?
Oh yeah, you don't put anything with it. Now I'm drinking a Scotch called Cardew, Cardhu, Gold Reserve.
Yeah,
it's a single malt, of course, and it is absolutely. It's got vanilla taste. It's got dark chocolate taste. It's absolutely fantastic.
Wait, did you say it's got vanilla taste in it?
Oh yes. Now,
so it's basically coming from the butthole of a beaver.
Well, possibly. But
it smells like desperation.
I saw you were drinking, what was it called? The Black Label. Jameson's Black Label. No, that's rough. Get yourself a bottle of Jura. It's like drinking liquid velvet. It is.
What's the difference between Scotch and whiskey? I honestly don't know.
No, well, there are different types. So you get the blended Scotches like Bell's or Teachers, which are blended whiskies. They're awful. You would use them to strip paint. You need to get yourself a decent single malt. Jura, Lafrague, this one, Cardew.
But what's the difference, though? What's the difference between a whiskey and a Scotch?
No, Scotch is whiskey.
Okay, I thought Scotch was just a type of whiskey, for lack of a better term.
Yes, but you get these other ones, like I say, teachers and ales, which are blended. They are various different Scotch whiskies blended together, and they're bloody awful.
Oh yeah.
They're
So-
just
I
awful.
mean, I'd be willing to try this stuff. It's I think it's a place I can find it right now, and they have it in stock at
Well,
a
listen,
store.
listen. If you are willing to send me your address, PO box, or something, I can get you a half bottle of Jura and send it to you.
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem doing that. I'll always take some free alcohol, but I'm thinking of like not this Wednesday because I'll probably be drinking the rest of that proper 12 this Wednesday, but next Wednesday I can
mean, the
probably
thing is-
have this Jura.
The Jura is a very, and the Frey
Oh.
has got a very earthy flavour. You can taste the peat in it, but it's so.
What does the Jura taste like?
Oh, it's so easy to drink. It's so easy to drink. It is deceptively quaffable. It's gorgeous. It really is. You
Alright.
would love it.
You know,
I can
Gary.
literally have them deliver this to me. Wow.
Hey,
You can
Gary.
get it on- you can get it on Amazon, man.
No, I'm talking about I can have a local store will deliver it. They're closed today. We in Texas we close down liquor stores on Sunday, but
Well, go to your
tomorrow
liquor
I can have
store,
a
and if they've got Jura, which is Jura,
yeah, the 10-year, right? Jura 10-year.
the 10-year, yeah.
Yeah, they have it. It says they only have a limited quantity, so I probably have to go pick it up tomorrow or
On-
something.
Just splash out and buy a bottle of it. You will never drink Jameson's again. Trust me.
On team,
Jameson's is bloody awful.
It is. But I
Team-
love it.
team.
What's up?
One thing I just remembered is, do you remember about when you said that you'd have to help me and walk me and MCToon through cooking bacon?
Oh, bacon.
Yes.
Ah.
When are you ready? I can do it at any time.
Hey,
Yeah.
Gary.
We need to work out a time to do that because I do want to try it. Like maybe
Okay, so let me give you the ingredients right now, so that when you're ready, you can tell me that you're ready. Okay.
okay.
So the
Gary.
thing you're gonna need some extra thick bacon. It can't be the thin sliced bacon like breakfast bacon. It has to be like the like the specialty bacon that's kind of about 3 times as thick as the breakfast bacon.
I have
Do
bacon-
you understand what I'm saying?
I have bacon.
How about the bacon I've removed from a pig about 4 hours ago?
I'll tell you, the best bacon I've ever eaten was in Australia. You get the back bacon and the streaky bacon in one long length. It's about 2 foot long. Absolutely amazing.
Well,
All of it
So
in one-
I have
oh,
these bacon chunks that they're just chunks of bacon which are in a pack, a vacuum sealed pack.
You'd know it plain. I bet you get the same sort of bacon in New Zealand. The back bacon and the streaky bacon in one long length.
Can you
I don't think
Rainer,
so.
Can you get thick cut bacon where you're at? I mean, do they sell it at the store? Like it's usually a little bit more expensive than the thin cut bacon.
I'd have to.
Thin cut bacon, no.
I'd have to have a look for it, to be honest.
I'm going to pour another scotch.
But here's what you need, okay? Bacon and sugar. That's it. You're gonna need some aluminum foil because of the way it cooks. You know, bacon, when you bake bacon, a lot of the grease will come out of it. Like a lot of the fat will cook out of it, and it'll be greasy. So you don't want to put it in a pan because you're also going to be having sugar on it. So if that sugar mixes in with the grease, it gets really, really hard to get off of your pan. So you want to put down an aluminum foil, and then you want to lay the bacon out, and then just sprinkle the top of the bacon with like a thick layer of sugar. Now, not too thick. You want to still be able to see the bacon. Like, I'll cook some, and I'll take pictures as I'm cooking it, so that way you have an idea of how much. Like most people lay the bacon on.
You have to do that. But I'm sure you
Hey,
need
team, make fucking sure you send me those pictures too. I'm gonna try this.
I'll post them online in Discord and whatnot.
do it.
Post them on mine too.
But what you do is you lay on the sugar pretty thick, right? And then you throw it in the oven. You throw it on at high temperatures. You either broil it and move the bacon to the bottom rack, or you cook it at about 450, 425, somewhere around there, and move it to the top rack.
What's that in proper units? What's that in
Those are freedom units? Freedom units.
what's that in proper units?
Freedom units.
That's about 200 Celsius, approximately.
200 Celsius. Okay.
Let me see.
Under the grill. And then you mop it up with bread, or you put the fat in the baked beans. That is fantastic.
232 to 218 to 232.
Okay. So
So you cook it for about 10 minutes. You
Sugar.
cook it for about 10 minutes, and then you flip the bacon, and then you lay the sugar on top of the other side. And then you
Sugar.
cook that for about 15 minutes. And what happens is the sugar cooks, it really caramelizes on top of the bacon. So when you eat it, it's like eating candied bacon, but it almost tastes like candy, but it has bacon flavor in it, and the middle of your candy is bacon. It's so fucking good.
What sugar, team? A brown sugar? White sugar?
White sugar.
I will
White
have.
sugar.
Okay, I know
And
that
blue.
I'm going to be having a debate. I'm going to try and organize a debate like in April, right? And I'm going to have to cook that for then, because in April, right, I'm going to try and organize a debate with Jason. Maybe I'm thinking the 12th of
The
April.
adrenochrome guy.
Which
Yeah.
Jason? Not not Punycock.
No, I think he's talking about the adrenochrome slurper. Not we have a guy named adrenochrome slurper, but he's making fun of Jason. And talking about the adrenochrome guy is Jason.
I'm going to be I'm also going to be wearing a shirt that says Dunning-Kruger.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yep. It's on its way to me currently. It should arrive before the 4th of April.
I want to see that.
Dunning-Kruger.
What if it's in the Panama Canal? The shirt.
It also,
I'm sorry, that's cracked me up.
I'll also have a shirt that says "This is an egg."
No, it's not.
That's pretty funny. Yeah,
But I'll be wearing the Dunk.
Pissing bottle caps will never live that one down.
Oh dear, that's too funny.
Yeah, so I'll be wearing the Dunning-Kruger shirt in my next debate against Jason. Then I'll probably just forget about Jason because I mean, as funny as he is, there's a limit to how much stupidity one should be exposed to in their life.
Did you happen to catch my attempt at debate last night?
Oh
No, I didn't.
Tim, you were on fire, man.
Oh, I felt like I was on fire. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, before he even came in, I was like,
And when he started going, listen to me, oh dear. And he's like, fuck off.
So I told him at the beginning, Planer, I was like, because I'd already seen him in one debate, and I'd already seen part of the debate following. I saw him on Brainy Beaver's channel. I moderated that debate, and so I took a lot of his notes. I took a lot of notes on the debate while I was moderating because I wanted to. I knew AJ was missing a few questions that needed to be asked, but I knew I would have my moment, so I was just going to ask him some clarifying questions. But I didn't want to interrupt the debate, so I saved it for the end of the debate. And he was like, "Oh well, I won the debate against you." I was like, "Nah, bitch, you ain't debating me. You're debating AJ. Like, I'm just giving you my own opinion about this debate." And I was like, "You want to debate me? You let me know when you're available. I'm available every single day. The moment you're available, let's go." And so he was like, "All right, well, we'll debate tomorrow night." Well, turns out Friday night he debated J.O. Warren on the plot hole. Now, J.L. Warren is a great philosophical debater, but he's not very. He doesn't have a lot of like physics in his in what he presents. You know, he does. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not knocking either AJ or JL in this. I'm just saying like it is what it is. JL doesn't like focus on physics. And I don't know what AJ's physics background is, but I do know what JL's is. JL's is more of a philosophical argument. That's why he's really good in arguing against the concepts and the logical arguments for God. You know, JL's much more proficient in that than me. But this guy was bringing up, was redefining science and shit. So I brought him on, and I didn't give him any slack, Planer, like none. Every time he started to go off on this false pseudoscience shit, I would stop him and be like, tell me what you mean so I can tell you what you mean. You know, like he was trying to say tangible energy. And I was like, hold on, stop there. What the fuck is tangible energy? Like, are you talking? He's like, well, you know, light. And I was like, why the fuck you call it tangible energy? Why don't you just call it light? I was like, explain shit to me like I'm 5 years old, okay? Like, let's get away from all your word salad. I told him, I said, I just ate a bunch of really good barbecue. I ain't got room in my stomach for your word salad. So, like, stop trying to feed it to me, and let's talk on science terms, not on your terms. And so he kept doing things. He kept like. He would start talking, and I'm like, no, stop, explain this. You know, if you're going to every time. And then finally, he was like, well, I'm going to have to re-explain it again. I was like, you said the same thing over and over. Stop saying the same shit. Like, move on. Yeah, inanimate particulars. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? You know, yeah, you go look. In any science journal, find me inanimate particulars. You can't, because it's not a scientific term. It's something he made up. So I had to make him explain what it is so I could tell him what he was trying to say in terms of science. And finally, like, I kept telling him, yeah, I'm not going to hear you, dude. You're not going to talk. And then he comes back. He's like, well, I got to explain it again. And he goes, one word, stops. Second word, stops. Third word, stops. And I was like, you know what? Hang up the call. Fuck you. Get out of here. Get out of my lobby.
It'd be like debating Ken Wheeler. Like,
So.
although, honestly, there's one person that debated a Ken Wheeler fan who actually, they should have been able to do well, but they did terribly. And AB Science even commented saying, Nathan should have seen that this thing was bullshit. Just goes to show that he wants to just shout over people.
Nathan Thompson?
No, Nathan Oakley.
Oh, Nathan. Wait, hold on. Nathan Oakley debated a Ken Wheeler fan. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Just so I get it right. Okay. For a second, I thought you were saying there's a Ken Wheeler fan that debated somebody in our community or a normal person, and
No.
the normal person didn't know how to respond. Yeah, that's like taking two people that are fucking completely stupid and asking them which one of you two guys is smarter. They're not going to get anything right. If he thinks that I can't even remember the terms that Ken Wheeler uses to describe gravity. If you think that
Autonomous
that's
field
gravity,
modality.
you're wrong.
He says,
Counter space something.
yeah, he also he says that gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, I need more counter space though.
I do too. Bring the gravity on. But yeah, it felt good to get back in and argue with some people. Of course,
I need
the only people that. What?
I need to call up. I still need to call up. What's his name? Kent Hovind, and organize a debate with him. Because what I want to do is I want to organize a debate. I want to organize a debate between Kent Hovind and Nurthen Thurmpson.
Oh my god.
I would actually be on Kent Hovind's side on that.
So would
Seriously?
I, actually.
Why would you put me in that position, Blainer?
I don't know if I'll actually be able to organise this debate, but I want to organise it. Then, after I've organised that debate, I want to debate Kent Hovind myself, which obviously you won't be on Kent Hovind's side for that debate. Who knows? You might decide to turn against me. But then I'll want to make a video on Matt Powell, because Matt Powell has been.
Oh yes.
Matt Powell has been a bit naughty. I've seen on someone else's channel by saying, "Oh, this is 10 subs joke of a channel." And it's like, well, you know, your channel is much more of a joke than that channel, so.
Yeah, and I guarantee that whoever said that at one point had a channel with only 10 subscribers. So he's no better. He's just whoever has 10 subscribers is in the process of being you. That's the way I always see it. I never look at the number of subscribers and use that as a metric to determine whether the channel is legit or not.
Well, considering, like, when I go to Social Blade, I can compare, like, if I go Matt Powell, official, let me grab the thing when it comes up.
And then the other thing you can say is you know, if that 10 subscriber channel gets 1 subscriber, that's an increase in 10% per day a day. If the other guy has 100,000 subscribers and he doesn't get 10,000 more in that same time, then the other channel's actually percentage-wise doing better, showing more growth percentage-wise.
But like,
guys, I've got to go for a piss pause. I'll be right back.
But like, here's one thing. Here's something you may notice about Matt Powell's channel, right? Do you see the total subscribers weekly versus total video views weekly? Yeah.
No. I can see what you're looking at, but I've never.
So on the so if I zoom in a bit, make it a bit easier to see, right? On the left side, you've got total subscribers weekly, right? And this goes up quite a bit. But then you've got total video views weekly, which may reflect it a little bit, but doesn't reflect it that well. It's certainly not this jump that you would expect. I've actually compared it to myself, because I love comparing people to me. Considering that he's probably going to overtake me in subscribers soon, but if I go into...
Does he have?
Well, he is 10 point...
I know the perfect shit show.
10.1. So...
I know the perfect shit show.
Like, if we compare...
Team Skeptic versus Quantum Eraser.
So if we compare subscribers, right, over time, then, you know, I've had a rather big boost of subscribers. Yeah, this is subscribers. I've had a rather big boost in subscribers since end of last year, right? And I've gone up quite a bit.
Yeah.
This doesn't. Oh wait, I'm looking at. I had the wrong person, so I'm the blue. But I've had a fair boost, and so did he. But let's compare that to views. You see, my views boosted to match the growth in subscribers, whereas his didn't really. Like, if I asked you to identify where did I gain a whole of subscribers, you'd probably point to here. And there's like a slight nudge, but when you go to, it's more evident in in Matt Powell's. Now, this could be for a number of reasons. I'm not saying that Matt Powell bought subscribers. I'm not saying that. What I am saying,
I wouldn't be surprised.
What I am saying is that he probably went on someone's channel and they said, probably Kent Hovens, and they said, "Oh, go subscribe to Matt Powell Official," right?
Yeah.
That
happens. That happens.
Now, what also probably happened is he had a whole lot of people subscribe to them, but then they found his content boring. And that's why the views don't reflect it. Because...
well, okay, so trying to compare those two metrics, there's a lot of things that you have to take into account. Number one, if you're on someone's channel, what you'll do is you'll get kind of a bell curve, right? So when, let's say, like when Fight was on Simon Dan's channel, that was something that people were completely ready to call Fight out and say, oh, he's buying subs and this and that, when he wasn't. You know, just bottom line, he wasn't. If you're running that narrative, you're an idiot. He was on Simon Dan's channel, and he got like several thousand subs in the day when he had like maybe 1,200 views. You know, nobody viewed, but they subbed. But if you go look, he had an immediate growth from the release of the video, and then it petered off to back to normal. So if he was on Kent Hovind's channel, and Kent Hovind said, yeah, go subscribe to him, then that might have been something that, you know, that actually helped him grow. But what you will see is it'll get an immediate growth and then an immediate like falling off. It will look like a sharp rise and then kind of like like a exponential fall off, you know, because those people put out new videos, and you know, people don't typically watch a video and then go back and watch other videos. They typically watch a video and then they watch whatever's recommended to them next, so they go back to the YouTube homepage, and that's the case. So and if they do get recommended a video, typically it's a video that just happened. So that's why you get that exponential fall off back to normal, is because you get the immediate rise from the recommendation, but after the recommendation's done, you don't continue to rise from that recommendation. You only rise for so long and then you fall back off. So there's people in this community, and I don't know that, I haven't looked at them in a while and see if they're still doing it or not, but it was quite clear that they were buying subs. I mean, just evidently, no, there's no other way to fucking put it, okay? These people were getting like 70 subs in a day with 16 views. And you look back and you say, well, maybe they were just featured on another channel. But that wasn't the case, you know, because their growth continued for months and months and months. Yeah. So it was, to me, at least to me, it was 100% obvious that they were buying subs. 100% obvious.
Yeah. Like,
but I'm not, there's nothing. I'm not here to say that they were, because I don't know for a fact. I don't have their credit card information or their PayPal information to review or anything like that. But at the same time, it was enough for me to go, I don't want any part of those people. And I moved on away from
that's better.
Like, I will not. Yeah, like, I will not accuse Matt Powell of buying subscribers, because you know, I don't think that he. I'd like to think that he has more integrity than to buy subscribers to boost his numbers, right? I'd like to think that, and I like to think that most people have more integrity than to buy subscribers. And honestly, I personally think that I think that view count is generally a bit better than subscribers, because view count means that people are coming back to watching your videos. Subscribers just means that
new people are coming to watch it, but people are watching it.
Yeah. And subscribers is like, you might get like 100,000 subscribers from like 20 years ago, or from like 15 years ago, but none of them watched you anymore, right? And I've seen channels that have like millions of subscribers, right? But they only get 2,000 views a video. And
no, it happens. That happens a lot. Actually, you know, me and Bella Charge that's a recent change actually to YouTube's algorithm, by the way. I mean, it's always been that way for channels that are dying off, but the way YouTube does it now is they do it more based on your watch history. So your recent watch history is more heavily weighted than your longer watch history, you know, your further back watch history. So if you watch, let's say, recently I've been watching a lot of the, let's see, I don't want to say hentai, because I don't want to get you demonetized, but no, and they don't have that on YouTube. Come on, I'm playing around. Let's say I've been watching a lot of like real world police videos, right? Like if you go to watch the A&E channel and they say, you know, top 10 moments from Live PD New Orleans. Well, if you go watch that video, then almost guaranteed that if you go back to the YouTube homepage, there's another AE Live PD video up there. And so it uses what you just watched and then tries to suggest something to you based on what you just watched. Now, let's say you clicked on the Old Spice ad that's on screen and you didn't mean to, right? You meant to click on doing the Sponge Punk cover. So you immediately click back and then you go to doing the Sponge. Well, it won't actually say, because it's another metric, how much of the video did he watch? Well, if they see that you watched 3 seconds and went back, then they know that that's not a video topic that you were actually interested in. That's also, if you have on autoplay and it plays something next and you say, the moment it loads that new video, you click on the back page, it won't recommend that video based on the immediate showing of, that one little video. So the algorithm's weird, but what it does is it drives people away from being flooded with their own subscribers. Like on my homepage, right, I probably have maybe 1 or 2 people that I'm subscribed to that get recommended to me. The rest are all, random videos based on my previous watch history. About 6 months ago, it was different. I would go on and there would be Creaky's videos, Simon and Dan's videos, Conspiracy Cats videos, FTFE's videos, Planar Walks videos. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole thing would go on, mostly based on who you were subscribed to. So it was easier for you to get a higher view count to subscriber ratio 6 months ago than it is today. Today, it's really hard. You can go look at any major YouTuber, and unless there's somebody who's really actively promoted or doing some really good information giving or a really trendy or clickbaity topic, for instance, Mark Rober, science, old NASA engineer. He does science all the time. Everything he does is really cool. So he always gets promoted to new subscribers as well as his subscribers as well. YouTube sees the performance of his video and says, hey, you know what? On these 2 to 3 random spots on the screen, we're not going to take into the algorithm of what you're watching into account. We're just going to throw you something we think you're going to like. So then when they do that, they already know that a good percentage of those people are actually going to subscribe to that channel because of the previous number of unsubscribed people that subscribe due to that video. So that's how a video becomes viral, is when you have a high number of unsubscribed views as well as new subscribers from the video that you put out.
Absolutely.
It's a weird, tricky thing. My recommendation to any creator is just to put out more material. You put out more material, your YouTube's going to promote your channel a lot more.
Yeah, I've got quite a few chess videos because I've watched a lot of chess memes and I know my queen. And so you can see there's obviously you got the Legal Eagle, ProZD, Screen Rant, Vosh, Illuminati. And Illuminati actually makes some really good videos. I highly recommend watching them. But yeah.
Illuminati makes some pretty good videos. She's kind of a bitch, but whatever. She abuses the copyright system, so
I did not know that.
I don't like people that do that.
Yeah, I don't know that either.
Yeah.
And obviously I've got Tom.
But I do like that. Doesn't, just because she does that doesn't make her content bad, It just means that she made bad decisions as a content creator, but it doesn't mean that her content in itself is bad. Illuminati puts out great stuff. She does a lot of research into her videos.
Absolutely.
She provides good information with links that you can go see the stuff for yourself. I mean, I don't want to criticize her for the quality of material that she puts out, because that's not what I'm talking about. She abuses the copyright system, and I hate people that do that.
I'm sorry, who are you talking about?
Illuminati. Scroll down again. Oh, well, you already went off that page. I was going to say scroll down and show
I had to go and take a leak, so I missed it.
Yeah. But going back to Matt Powell, it does seem like he does put out a decent amount of content. He's got a video from a day ago that has 1.2 thousand views. From 2 days ago was 931. Another video from 2 days ago was 661. One of the issues with his videos, and this may be why he doesn't get recommended, is because he puts them out really sporadically. Then you don't have. Okay, I'm gonna have to Like, fuck Matt Powell right here. Like, he says transgenderism debunked by basic genetics. Okay, fuck Matt Powell. I might actually make a debunk of
Yeah, I found
his...
a new debunking video. New one to debunk, yeah.
Yeah, I might actually do that next.
There you go. I'll be watching for that planar walk video.
Yeah, like...
Who's the potato mic?
That is Glass Monster.
Sadly, it's because I'm watching his stream. It destroys my audio.
But yeah, when it comes to it, like, if he here we go. We have this thing where it's 1 week ago, then 2 weeks ago, then 3 weeks ago. If you have sporadic uploads like that, then it's not going to recommend you that often. Especially when you have, like, if you have a whole lot of uploads real close together, and then take a break, and then have a whole lot of other uploads close together, it's not going to work out for you. And I keep recommending to people that are trying to get into YouTube that if you are going to like have a schedule, make sure you can keep up with that schedule. And like, if you can go ahead of that schedule, then when you release videos, just release videos on your schedule. Now, if you can go ahead of that schedule and up, like, let's say you're able to do let's say your video is like 3 videos a week, and then you manage to get done 5 videos a week. Okay, then slot a new video in there each week, right? But and only if you can consistently keep up with it. And that's my recommendation. And Team would probably agree with me there.
Oh yeah. Don't stretch yourself out too thin. That's what I would say. But definitely find time to make videos 3 to 4 days apart. You do that. You do it. Anybody that wants to see proof of this, instead of just taking it for what we're saying, go look at Irish Demon's channel. Before it was demonetized, it was growing pretty rapidly. He didn't really, other than being on my channel a few times, he's not really getting a boost from any like huge YouTubers or anything like that. I pull all of my live streams are made to go unlisted, so it doesn't affect the growth of my channel, which I believe live streams do affect the growth of your channel. So I would unlist him. So he's not really getting a big boost from being on my channel, but he was growing really rapidly. And the reason why is because he kept putting out more and more content. Even if it was just him giving his opinion behind a mic, that's a lot of the times, like, that's one of the things I struggle with a lot, is that sometimes I forget that it's the people want to see me. They want to see my reaction, my opinion to these to what's going on. So I spend a lot of time trying to find a video that I think they'll like, but it's not really about the video, it's about my reaction to the video. And I think once Irish Demon really understood that concept, and that's something he probably came to on his own, I'd given him several suggestions about doing more material, but I can't say that, I am the reason that his channel blew up, even though I am. I can't say that out loud, even though I just did. But what I can say is that once he started doing it, his channel began rapid growth. And that's something that I've been preaching to any small creator. So even if you get on there for a 10-minute video, just giving your opinion on a topic, here's another thing. I want to tell people another thing. If you're out there, you're a content creator, stop putting flat earthers' names in your titles.
It sometimes does work, though.
Well, okay. Let me change that up a little bit. Don't worry about putting their names in the title, but don't forget to put flat earther in it. Because here's the thing. If you're trying to gain new audience, when they see a video pop up and it says Nurthen Thurmpson acted stupid again, they don't know who Nurthen Thurmpson is. They don't care who Nurthen Thurmpson is. Now, you say flat earther, they've heard of flat earthers before. Flat earther acts dumb and stupid. Okay, I might watch that. But if you say Nurthen Thurmpson, they have no idea who you're talking about. They don't know what makes him so special for you to come watch that video. And I see it a lot. Like I see, so when I see anybody putting names in, I'm like, okay, so you're appealing to the small amount of audience that actually knows who that person is instead of the wider audience that knows who a flat earther is, that knows who Karens are. Things like that.
Yeah.
That's just a suggestion.
It also depends, like, if, like, I do know that some flat earthers are rather well known, like, and it also depends, like, how big you are, like, so, for example, Mark Sargent is something that many people know who he is. Now, it does depend, like, on it. There's, like, heaps of things that go into the YouTube algorithm, but, like, if you're Simon Dan, then yeah, like, most people that will watch you probably don't know every particular flat earther, right? But if you're me, then, you know, a lot of people that don't or that aren't subscribed to you, they will. There's still quite a few people that know, and sometimes it can be.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know who It's a Gundam is?
I've heard that name before.
Hey guys, can I just butt in?
Oh, the Cavemen, I think.
I will say good night because it's silly o'clock. And
All right,
My
Gary.
mic was bad.
thanks for the laughs.
Yeah.
Team, check your DMs. There's some links to some good whiskey there. You'll love it. If you can
Okay.
get it in the States, good on you, man.
Yeah,
So,
I'll go
good night.
try to find some locally like I did that Jura. All right, man. Take care. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
certainly.
actually gonna
See you,
end up soon. Anyway.
see you
reason why-
planar, see you glass. Night.
So yeah.
Yeah, so the reason I asked you that is because he has, you know, a couple 100,000. I don't know, it's like maybe 300,000 or 400,000 subscribers, right? So if I titled a video, "It's a Gundam did something stupid," then the only people that are going to be turned on by that that title are going to be people that know who It's a Gundam is or know who I am. You know, they might look at it if it has a catchy thumbnail, but the title for him would be, you know, if you wanted to appeal to a bigger audience, you know, then you would say, oh, you know, top level YouTuber did something stupid, you know, or I can't believe this YouTuber did this. And that right there appeals to more people. Like, more people will be willing to watch it. Now, if you're talking about somebody who has millions of subscribers, well, that's different. Now you're dealing with somebody who's really famous and you can actually get some clout off of them. You can, you know, chase clout with them. Hey, MCToon is calling me. Hold on. I'm going to put him on speakerphone.
Okay. I don't know if MCToon will be able to hear
Hey,
me.
hold on one second.
I think Team is probably muting himself for this.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not muted. Hey, what's up, Toon? What you doing? No, you're not. You said you slept in a Walmart parking lot last night. I believe it. That's pretty much every if you're going to be in Texas, you got to do that at least once. Well, I'm on Planar Walk's channel right now. You want to say hi to everybody that are listening in?
I can't quite hear MCToon, by the way.
Oh, they can't hear you. That's on me. Oh well. Hold on, Toon. Hold on. Let me mute myself real quick, and then we can talk. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, I'll play guitar while. Heat Shield said that.
I imagine. Yeah, I had the catastrophe of breaking a string. I got to buy a set of strings Monday.
Someone mentioned. Someone mentioned that earlier. Whole lot of love. What's something that I know that I could play that's fairly decent?
Oh, how do you like the temporary look I got?
I can't see you.
You must notice it's not the light bulb tonight. The tube.
Yeah, I can't see what you're talking about.
My profile pic.
Oh, okay. I actually don't know any Hendrix songs. I know, like, generally it's a good. Okay. Oh yeah, I do know Stairway to Heaven.
Man broke a string, I would start playing one for you, but I've snapped a string. Well, I know. Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah. I don't actually know House of the Rising Sun. Like I know. Generally, a good idea is to recommend a band to me, and I'll say if I know any songs by them. Like, if you were to say something like Nirvana, I'd be like going for days. Like, you know, whereas if I've just been banned from every guitar shop. Yeah.
More likely. Especially if you do that kind of song with an acoustic.
I think it was the Stairway to Heaven got me banned from every guitar shop.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stairway gets you banned.
Stairway.
There's also a couple of other songs. There's this one here. Oh, I know this one gets you banned from
Dust on the Bottle?
parties. What?
Dust on the Bottle?
No, it's I mean it is 4 basic chords, but today, I can't quite sing the song, but you know, today is gonna be the day that we're gonna bring back to you. You know, you know that one, Wonderwall.
Yeah, it's I got it on vinyl.
Yeah, if you play that song at a party, then you get banned from the party, essentially.
Well, I've got nearly 3,500 files.
There's I wonder if anyone knows this one. I wonder if anyone recognized that song.
Well, there's several that it could be.
I wonder if anyone... like, it's a pretty recognizable song, I think. I think I kind of know...
My big little dust on the bottom.
There's a song by the same band.
Don't let fool ya for what's inside.
Rocky Raccoon by the Beatles? No, I don't know. I'm trying to remember how the song goes. Something like that. It's by the same band, anyway. It's like... So yeah.
Hard do with you missing a string.
Yeah, no one's guessed
string.
No one's guessed the song that I played.
Which one is it?
The one that goes. So Heat Shield says Peppers. I can play Red Hot Chili Peppers, but the song that I was playing was a song by Def Leppard. If anyone knows that. One of their most popular songs. Yeah, I know heaps of songs by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, if I play... So if I play like...
Fucked up completely. That I know. Got.
Yeah, like, I know some... or there's...
I got that one on CD.
One person says play Megalovania. Okay. Ah. Yeah, so the song that I was playing before that I was trying to get people to guess was
I'm doing this acoustically.
Yeah, was Pour Some Sugar on Me. What's that other song that I know? I wonder if anyone knows this bass line. This is a bass line, but I play it on guitar because I don't have a bass. I wonder if anyone knows that bass line. Oh, here's a bass line that I love. Mostly because it's like one of them things that builds up. Yeah, we've got someone that knows.
I probably could snag it if I had 5-string go-go.
Yeah.
Snag.
Heat Shield
That really
says...
actually requires the next one down.
I don't... So Heat Shield says Planet Doom Metallica Blackened. I don't know many Metallica songs. I know some Metallica songs. That's why I say give me a band rather than a... I know... Shit. So that was...
by the way, don't forget, say your prayer, little ones. Don't forget my son to include everyone. Keep you free. Yeah. We all know what that is.
Yeah. There's also... I know a bit of this one here.
Nothing else matters.
I don't quite play how it's originally meant to be played, but you know, that's because I learned it way back.
Yeah, it's called Nothing Else Matters by Metallica.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed that Heat Shield says, meanwhile, Team Skeptic is like, can you unmute me? He's not actually muted. Like, if he's muted himself.
No, he's not muted at all.
Steve Wilson says, sounds good, would have thrown Lars off. Yeah. Yeah, like, as I said, like, I learned Nothing Else Matters way back, and it's like, and that was when I wasn't as good as a guitar, so I'd have to, like...
I know a good one for you. Once you learn how to play it.
What's that?
Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Okay, maybe. Oh,
By Iron Maiden.
I wonder if anyone knows this one. If anyone knows where that's from, then let me know. It's like, it's at the start of a heavy metal song, and it's actually on acoustic, so. Oh! Okay, yeah, I don't know them. Does anyone know this one? Like, surely everyone knows this one, right? Heat Shield says, was just going to suggest Judas, please, but please play that last one again. Yeah, it was... So yeah, so that was what I was playing. I don't know if anyone will be able to guess that one. There's also this one that some people may recognize.
I think you can guess this one by a lyric.
What?
Hello, me. Meet the real me in my misfit way of life. A dark black past is my most valued possession. Hindsight is always 20/20. Looking back, still a bit fuzzy.
Okay. I didn't guess what that one was, but I can say one word, and you'll know what song it is.
Has anybody in the crowd figured out what I just rounded off for a horrible rendition of the lyrics?
No.
Sweating bullets.
Okay. So I'm going to say one word, and everyone has to guess which. It's like the first word of a song, and you have to guess which song it is, right? Ready?
Theme song for Wits It Gets It?
No. Some. See if you can work out. I didn't do it in tune because it's a lot easier in tune. First word is some. And surely people will get it. Like, everyone knows the song. Anyway, yeah, we've already got people that are getting it. How does it go? So, the person that got that is Tony. How does this one go? Like, I'm trying to remember how... like everyone should... Well, some people will know this. Okay, so it's... I had it in the wrong string, that's why. That's why it didn't sound right. Yeah, Heat Shield got it. He's saying, somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. What's the last part? What's that?
Hey. Another one rides the bus. Another one rides the bus. Spoof song I was thinking of. Of course, maybe you don't like spoof music. I don't know. Do you?
I'm trying to work out this one. Like, surely somebody recognizes that. Let me switch over to the live chat. Yeah, Tony recognized it. The Trooper by Iron Maiden.
Wow.
I had a good song that I remembered, like... It wasn't... Like, his song that I haven't played...
Here you go. Brainstorm. Come on, people, well, smile on your brother. Everybody get together and try and love one another right now. Surely you know that.
That's a Nirvana song.
Yep.
Yeah. Something like that. I don't remember quite how that one goes.
Of course, I could always hit you with some country.
I'm not into country. Although I do know.
Oh, you know this one. If I do it.
that's like, I'm trying to remember how that one goes. Sorry, Ice Cream Man. I don't know if anyone knows that one. It's quite an oldie but goodie. Just trying to think of, like, there's one song that I had earlier that I was gonna... maybe it was over here. Ah, yes! Okay. That's the song that I was gonna play. Alright, let's tune down. Drop D. Okay, here we go. Let's see if anyone can guess this one. And let's see how quickly people can guess it. People have got it.
They got her, did they?
Yep.
Did I try one?
Yeah. Billy Manley says, just playing on this on my bass before. It's a really cool song to play.
Well, I got a bad one for you. Bad singing for you to try.
I'll just finish this one. Steve Wilson asked, have you seen Brass Against do this? No, I haven't.
Should I try to drive your subs off by trying to sing those lyrics to you?
Probably not a good idea.
I'll try it anyways. She walks into Smokey's like... up completely. She walks into Smokey's like a one hip at a time, like a broken field runner slipping through the line. He likes the way she looks, so he calls the little wife. Says, I cannot do this without the audio. But I think you know what I got. I think you know the song. I don't want to do the audio because it'll fucking get a strike, because it is a popular song.
I actually,
She walks into Smokey's one hip at a time, like a broken field runner slipping through the line. He likes the way she looks, so he calls the little wife.
Yeah.
Says, don't wait up for me. I'll be working late tonight. Wife hangs up the phone, bursts into tears, calls her sister up and cries, get over here.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
It's an older one.
Yeah. I
like 2010.
there is one that I wonder if anyone can get. This is it's.
I was trying to do Third Rock by Joe Diff.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I wonder if anyone can get this one. This is a more this is a rather obscure one. Uh-huh.
I know the pattern, but I can't place the song. Yeah, like if you're gonna recognize it, you'll probably recognize it from the. That part there, especially the. One person said Space Lord. No, that's not it. It's, as I said, it's rather obscure, especially like. You may know the riff, that doesn't necessarily mean that you know the... you may sort of have heard it before, but it doesn't necessarily know that you'll know the name of the band, nor the name of the song. So I could actually give you the name of the song, and you might not necessarily recognize it. So if I said The Hero is the name of the song, which, yeah, that's the name of the song. It's called The Hero. Then you wouldn't necessarily put one and one together. It's more of where it's from that you'd probably be able to figure out. But it's from something. Also, a big hint is that it's not in English. So that would probably help some people there. Yeah. So yeah, it's because it's not in English. It's like that's one of the things that you might be able to sort of go, oh yeah, I think I know where I've heard it. That there at the beginning, that chord, that part there. I'll have to. It doesn't sound like More Than a Feeling. Progression. No, it's not Rammstein. It's actually No.
So yeah, like you might recognize it if you're an anime watcher. Not a hentai watcher, anime watcher. It's from a anime called One Punch Man.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's called The
I
Hero.
haven't watched it yet, but I've heard of it. Just by name.
The chorus goes, Hiro oreo take o eru korea kasai nante hoshiko wa nai sa hiro dakara. Yeah, something like that. I probably butchered half the Japanese.
What the fuck was that?
I probably butchered half the Japanese there.
Alright, me and Toon just got done yelling at each other. So
What are you yelling at each other over?
Oh, nothing. How excited we are to see each other. Me and him are having lunch on Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Stream I was going to do tonight. I think we just agreed in principle to do that on Tuesday night. So we're going to do a 4-hour stream on, well, I don't know how long it's going to be, but it's going to be at least 4 hours, 2 hours on my channel, and then 2 to 4 hours on his channel. And then he's got to head back to his family, but we're going to do all from my house. So we'll be sitting next to each other, hugging and shit.
Aw, how cute.
I did tell him that he needs to fucking get a COVID test before he comes over. That too.
Shower?
But he needs to take a shower too. But I did tell him that, that I wouldn't even entertain the idea of hanging out unless we both had COVID tests. I mean, we could hang out, but we have to wear masks. If he doesn't want to wear a mask, then he needs to take a COVID test. And I do too. And he's cool with that, so.
Fair enough.
Well, team, I'm sitting here, team, with my PayPal open. Should I send you a Team Skeptic money to get a Team Skeptic shirt?
Yeah, but I have new shirts that are about to come out. I'm still designing them, but I have new shirts that are about to come out. Do you want one of the older ones, or do you want one of the newer ones?
Yeah, at least try to make sure I own at least one of the Lego minifigure ones.
Those will never come down. Those will always be up. But I am going to be having some new ones as well. But yeah, it just doesn't matter. Shit, we'll have to work that out. So I'll get all
obviously
the
you need
information. Yeah, I need your shipping address, and then I'm going to need to know how much the shipping is going to cost. Because obviously, if the shipping costs more than the shirt, then it's really not worth it. Again, will they not deliver to Canada? Does Teespring not deliver to Canada?
Seems to be a challenge. Last time I checked to see if Teespring had delivered directly to me, they wanted $42. So I said, fuck it.
Yeah, never pay more than what the item is.
You heard
unless
that correctly.
You need it. Unless you need, like, I was thinking about this earlier, right? And,
I just gotta fuck with a part or two with these shirts on,
Well, I was thinking about this earlier because I was watching a show that had that they were talking about graphics cards, and graphics cards right now for people that are not in the know, it's really, really, really hard to get a good graphics card right now.
Yeah, I know.
Because everybody is mining with them, which is cool, whatever. They're making some money. But at the same time, for people that need it for gaming or for production, they're not able to get their hands on one. So the guy was holding a graphics card, and he's like, this is gold right now. And it got me to thinking. I was like, if you melted all the parts down in there, right, there wouldn't be even close to $800 worth of precious metals in it. But it's not the value of what's in there. It is the value of the of what you're getting out of it. So you need a graphics card for reasons. If you're doing, it's like me, I need one for production and live streaming. So for me, I can never put a value of just what the precious metals are worth. I have to actually add value to, add the functionality value to it. So even something made of nothing but wood, for instance, might have a value that's much greater than the combination of all the wood inside of whatever you're buying. So even if for something like a shirt, it's not really worth it to pay a lot of money for shipping to get a shirt, when if it was a graphics card right now, with it being as hard as to get, and they said, yeah, we need 3 times the shipping cost that we would normally ask you for to send this, I'd pay it, because the intrinsic value, or the value of the graphics card, the functional value of the graphics card far exceeds the extra cost I would incur by paying the shipping.
Yeah, well, it's like if I've
just want to say one thing to team directly. Sometime before too long, I want to get you one-on-one somewhere it's private, where no one can hear us, and I want to talk to you about a certain yellow location. You're on that location. You know where I'm talking about.
A yellow
opened up
location.
Yep, yellow server. That's all I can say.
Yellow server? What are you talking about?
I don't know. But
Trust me, you actually know. You're just not thinking about it.
But one thing I did want to say, it's like if I have a like you could have a Blu-ray disc, right? And that Blu-ray disc will be worth more or less depending on what's on it. Like the Blu-ray disc could be, it could have, if it has a video game on it, then it's probably going to be worth more than if it just has a movie on it, you know?
Shit, unless it's a Tracy Lords movie. It's worth a lot.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of the value that we assign to things isn't so much what it necessarily is, what it's made of. It's more of how it's arranged. Like another way I could do this is with like taking, for example, a table or a desk. Now the table might have the same amount of metals as is in the guitar, and it may have the same amount of, probably more wood than what is in the guitar, but the guitar is worth more because of how it's arranged. You know, because the strings, the metal in the guitar is arranged in strings. You got a bit of plastic, which, you know, or whatnot, certain things that are arranged in different ways. Some metals are arranged in tuning keys and all that kind of stuff. It's worth more because of how it's made, or the or what it contains, or the way in which.
I don't get art. I don't get art, guys. I don't. There's no functionality in art. I mean, I guess an art piece can invoke emotions, but I think if art pieces truly invoke emotions overly in your life, then you probably need to go see a doctor and get some medication. You know, like I just don't get artwork. I guess I like art. I like looking at art, but I could never see myself paying millions of dollars for artwork.
I'm tempted,
and there are people that do.
I'm tempted.
Well, I've got a transformer
try...
here that's literally wound with silver.
I'm actually
late 30s, early 40s.
I'm actually tempted to sell NFTs. Like, just make random art things and sell them as NFTs.
I don't get that either.
Me neither.
I don't get that. You're not even the. You know what? Here's the thing about an NFT, right? You would think that if you purchased the NFT and it was tied to your name cryptically, I guess, cryptoily, it's tied to your name, right? But you don't even own the rights to that art. They can't sell it, I don't think, but they can display it. They can put it on the internet. Other people can use it. It's not yours.
Yeah.
It's just tied cryptically, cryptocurrency. I don't even know how to explain the word that it's using. It's just tied through cryptocurrency to you, and that's it. I just don't get it. I don't get NFTs.
Yeah,
but yeah, sell them. I'll buy one. I got a little bit of Bitcoin.
Yeah, like if I sell an NFT, like I don't know how much I'll make from it, but it might, you know, I could sell like a certain brand of NFTs, like the Planet Walk brand, and they're just like could be just like these images that I had on screen before, like this one here, for example. You know, I could sell.
Yeah, that's an example of an NFT. What the fuck? Why would somebody pay for that?
I don't know.
And people are paying for shit that looks like that, guys. I'm not even kidding. There's NFTs out there that are garnering lots of money that don't look any better than what's being shown on screen right now.
D Rabbit says Team Skeptic, but you get tattoos. Am I not an artist if I'm a tattooer? I think you got a bit of explaining to do there, team.
No, okay, so my bad. I was dealing with my cat for a second. I was on mute. No, okay, so tattooing is a little bit different because I actually love tattoos. See, that's functional art right there. It's art that goes on your body that, you know, that may mean something to you. Yeah. Like, well, I could understand portraits. Like, let's say you wanted to get a portrait of your mom, right? You have an old picture of your mom. She passes away, and you want to go and take it for an artist to recreate that picture in portrait form and to hang it up in your place. That would be something that I could see value in it, but it's only value for one person. Like when they're talking about like Whistler's mother and the Rembrandt and all these others, like there's like people who painted, trees, and you're selling it for big money. People that just paint trees. So yes, art for tattoos. Yeah, I can agree with that because there is functionality in it. You get something out of it. It goes with you everywhere. Something you're hanging up on the wall. Oh my God, I just don't get it.
Technically speaking, you can't actually say that, because for some people, if they have that Picasso on the wall, they love that thing. That thing they look at that all the time. Some people.
I mean, I get it, but I get that it works
really
for them, but I don't understand the mental thing that they process.
Yeah.
So I can see more.
Personal.
I can see more in a Disney print being worth something, like where the artist actually drew. They sold the original print the artist did for it. I can see that holding value and why that would bring back, memories and whatnot. But I just don't get some of this art, man. Some of this art sells for a lot of money, and it's nothing more than
I guess it's like
somebody halfway painting some shit.
I guess.
Would you love to own a Batman #1 comic?
Of course. The comic, yeah. Well, you make a point there. Like but would I read the Batman #1 more than once, and then after that, would I be inclined to sell it? Like, am I buying it as an investment where I don't really care about what the contents are? See, tattoos aren't investments. I mean, they are investments, but they're not investments that you can cash out on later. You can't just be like, here, let me cut this one off and tape it to your skin. It doesn't work like that.
I mean,
whereas the Batman #1, yeah, right. Whereas the Batman #1 is something that can be passed on from person to person. So that's more. I wouldn't want to own a Batman #1 just to say, I own Batman #1. If I got Batman #1, I'd want to get it so that I could read it, that I could see it. Which would in turn devalue it, because then you're starting to put creases in it, and the binding starts to get wear on it and everything like that. I don't know.
You'd get as a copy. You'd get a replica.
Oh, I'd love a replica. So I could go through it and read it and see the origin of the comics and all this, and that would be worth more to me than to say, can I get the original where I couldn't open it up and read it. I could just say, hey, I own this, and then one day sell it off to somebody else. Yeah. Now, I'd do that because the value of it would probably increase with time. But, like I said, I see more like, I could see more value in the, an original Beauty and the Beast print versus an original Picasso. The original Picasso, sure, there's value that it could go up, it could go down, whatever. If you're doing it for investment purposes, that's fine. But I'm talking more about people who do it for like the personal enjoyment. They're like, oh, I love this piece. Oh my God, Wellington, come here and check this new Picasso out that I bought today at the art show. Susie Ann, that's beautiful. Well, thank you, Wellington. Thank you.
People say the same thing about tattoos, there's people that think that a tattoo is an absolute horrible defilement of your body.
There is something that I do want to bring up, and this is way off topic, but I want to preface this by saying that it is quite bullshit, and like the circumstances are bullshit, right? But let me just show you this here. You can all see that, right?
Trying to get to work.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. With
Like, yeah. Like, if it had been like, sometimes I'll be like, oh yeah, that Fleur should have been arrested. But in this case, I don't agree with Austin Whitsett being arrested, because marijuana, you should be allowed to have marijuana.
Well, nobody should hold this against him. Nobody should hold that against him. Because that to me is not a immoral crime.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna
He's
hold
held
it.
for having weed. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I actually think that Austin Whitsitt should be released from he may be released from custody already.
Wait, that just happened? That just happened?
Yeah.
It did.
323. Oh, poor Austin Whitsitt. His fucking lover leaves him. He leaves him with a broken home that his home has no alternator in it. And then on top of that, instead of buying an alternator, he went out and bought weed. Oh no, Whitsitt, don't see, that's the problem with flat earthers, right? They don't understand how to save and reinvest money in themselves. You know, all they know is I have enough money to get me some weed. I'm gonna go get some weed. So yeah, you went to jail for being dumb, but I don't agree with that being a felony charge against him.
Yeah.
And yeah, D Rabbits, I want you to know that I love tattoo artists. Because he said, by the way, team, I've been tattooing for 23 years at the moment. Yeah, I love tattoo artists. Many of my best friends, I'm not going to say I'm well known in the tattoo world down here, but I know the people who are well known in the tattoo world in Dallas. I spent a lot of time with them. I know the owner of one of the largest shops in Dallas, one of the most prestigious shops in Dallas, is one of my best friends. While you only see my arms, I've got my back's not covered yet. I have a tattoo across my back.
We've seen most of you. We've seen most of you.
When I wear the mankini, you can see the tattoos on my chest and stomach. But I have a couple of tattoos on my legs as well. I've got a tattoo on the inside of my lip that no one's ever seen. But I love tattoo artists. In fact, some of my friends are, hands down, I would put them up on portrait work. I would put them above many people who are self-proclaimed artists. And they don't get the recognition they deserve because you don't see their artwork as artwork. Naturally, once it goes on someone's skin, you're like, oh, that's a badass tattoo, not that's some sweet ass artwork. That's all people. Oh, that's a great tattoo, you know. So the average person will see it differently than art, but me, I see the art in most tattoos. I like photorealistic tattoos.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
I kind of like doing the cartoons on them. You know what I mean? Like putting the cartoon ones on. It's more fun.
But I think that would be a good place.
What?
Instead of just doing like instead of me putting realistic stuff, I like doing cartoons on people. That's the type I like to do. You know, skulls and crosses and.
I tattooed myself on my thigh with a staple, and it's still there today. It still looks decent. It looks as good as it did when I did it, and I did a shitty job when I did it. But it was just me fucking around, and I was like, I bet I could get me a fucking staple, and I bet I could get a little bit of ink, and I know how to put a stencil down. I could lay a stencil down and follow my stencil, and so I sat on the shitter one day with a fucking with a homemade tattoo needle and some homemade ink, and gave myself a homemade tattoo, and I love it.
Ouch.
Yeah, you're right, Tony. People who do have tattoos think of it as art. It's just the people that don't. If you're not in the tattoo world, you see it, you don't think of it as art. You just think of it as a cool tattoo. But it's so much harder to translate a portrait from paper to skin. So those guys are it's not every artist could be a tattoo person, but most tattoo people can be artists. You know,
it's extremely difficult.
I just want to point out what Batch said in the chat. He said, "Yeah, I'm not going to celebrate this arrest, and I'm going to be this. I'm the same. Like, I actually, as I said, like this is bullshit charges here. Like, marijuana should not be illegal. I mean,
yeah, it shouldn't be. I'm a proponent of that.
Is it the case? Is it a case of Austin Whitsitt being stupid? Yeah, I can agree with that, but I don't think he should have been arrested.
I don't think there's a drug on earth that you should be arrested for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
think they
Well,
should
I agree. You
decriminalize-
know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree with that statement. A lot of people don't think of it like that. They think, oh, all the harm that's being done. Let me tell you something. People are going to do what they want to do. Just let them do it inside of their houses. As long as they're not outside of their house causing a problem or causing any chaos or anything like that, then I don't see a fucking problem with it. Just keep it inside of your home.
Yeah. But anyway,
I think that all drugs should be completely legalized and decriminalized. And then you could actually
I'd
have
be okay with
rehab
that.
centers you won't be scared to go to.
But anyway, with that, I think I'll end up the stream here because we've been going for quite a long time. And
Lovely.
yeah, and you know, I have to do things like eat. I'm wasting away here, you know. I'm not going to be able to get that.
Wasting away.
I'm not going to be able to gain that 40 pounds that I need to gain to
Qualify for the vaccine.
yeah, to qualify for the vaccine if I don't eat anything, you know. But
Yeah. Now, hey, I want to say something like those people in the chat, and you do what you want to do, okay? You do what you want to do. And I can't stand this guy on screen, Austin Whitsitt. But don't give him a hard time over this.
Yeah.
You know, what you're seeing on screen looks a lot worse than what it really means to society. Possession of marijuana over 20 grams, that's nothing. And he probably had it separated into 2 bags, which is why he probably got 2 charges, which means that's twice as much trouble as he's going to get in for something that is probably that he had no intention of committing crimes with or doing anything. So don't give him a hard time over this. Give him a hard time over his transphobic and his homophobic shit. Give him a hard time over, you know, over him being the smartest man on earth and still working as a car detailer. You know, give him shit about that. But try not to give him any shit about this arrest, because this arrest to me,
20
you know,
grams?
I don't see
That's it?
Yeah, when it's when you're seeing the only things he was charged with are possession of marijuana and possession of drug equipment, which means that he's getting charged for not just having the marijuana, but also having the ability to consume the marijuana. I mean, it's retarded to fucking try to charge him for that and hold that against him when you're already giving him a felony charge of possession of marijuana. So I think that's a bullshit charge to begin with. It shouldn't be a felony. If they want to charge it, give him a ticket. That's the way it is in most places now. They just give you a ticket and tell you to be on your way.
Yeah.
They might take it away from you and throw it away because they don't want it in public. And if you put it in public, then, you know, you're... Yeah, but the unfortunate, you know, truth to that is, though, unless you're growing it yourself, which is a felony in most states, then you have to transport it at some point. So you're going to get in trouble. If you're getting caught transporting it, they're going to charge you for it. It's just stupid. And there's so many more things to call this guy fucking moron or an idiot or anything else that you want to call him. There's so many more reasons to call him that outside of an erroneous, stupid-ass fucking marijuana charge.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just my opinion.
Like-
Everybody do what you
like-
want, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, like
Well, in my case, that's one front that I would actually defend a flirt on.
yeah, like
Weed charges. I would
yeah.
happily defend a flirt on that.
yeah, like
I
there's-
agree with you, Batch.
like-
If you're not hurting anyone, you should be left alone.
Yeah,
Smoke
like
the fucking stuff all you want.
the one arrest that I do agree with was the Nurthen Thurmpson arrest. I do agree with that one, but I don't agree with this one.
The Nurthen Thurmpson arrest, which one? He's
the-
been arrested many times.
The one where he got the one where he got
Narrow it
arrested.
down there.
The one where he got arrested outside of a school.
Oh yeah, arrest his dumbass for that.
Yeah.
Anybody accosting children should be arrested and trespass from the schoolyard. You shouldn't be allowed to come within 500 yards of any school in that county/state. If you're going to be putting children's, you know, education and their safety at risk just because of your presence, because you don't know how to act like, you know, a net positive to society, then you should not be allowed, you know, around children, or at least other people's children. I don't care if you have children, but other people's children. But hey, I want to tell y'all something. Okay? Let me. I'm gonna send you a link, Planer. Okay.
Okay.
I want you to pull up this link. Actually do this right here. Just go to YouTube and do search for Penguins 0. Okay. and that's penguin spelt with a Z, and then 0, and then put space flat Earth. Okay. And then when you do that, like the third or fourth video to watch is going to be Nurthen Thurmpson against the NASA agent at Starbucks. All right. I want you to pull that video up, and then I want you to grab a recent clip of Nurthen Thurmpson. Scroll down. It should be the third or fourth one down. You'll see because it shows
This one here?
right there. Fourth one. Yeah. Pull that up real quick. I want y'all to see something.
When it comes up.
Wow, what kind of internet do you have? Fucking like water internet? You know, you have to fill up a water bucket and it weighs it down as it goes down. It downloads stuff. Okay, so play a little bit, and I want y'all to look at the features on Nathan's face. Look at how much he's devolved physically from this moment in his life moving forward. Like, a lot of people forget that Nurthen Thurmpson used to look like a normal person. Not all the time did he look like a fucking, you know, a caveman that hadn't eaten in, 10 months. Look at that. Like, look at the features on his face. Now, okay, so now that you pulled that up, now that we've all seen that, go grab a recent video. Go grab the plot hole. Go to
Plot hole?
oh man, somebody recently had a video about him where he was like, he had that scraggly haircut and his face was all sunken. He had a beard.
I'll just go to the plot.
Besides, y'all go watch that Penguin Zero video about Nurthen Thurmpson. That shit's funny. But yeah, you could pull up the plot hole because he is on the video where he is talking with Nurthen Thurmpson. He's actually in that video. It's real recent.
Is it this one here? Special report, Nurthen Thurmpson speaks out.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. I'm sure. And of course he's in his car, but really you could even, there you go. Go back a little bit. One where it has a little bit of light on him.
Oh, there we go.
And if you can't find a good one, then you can go to the debate with Maddie on Modern Day Debate, and you look right there. Yeah. Look at how little and skinny and scrawny he looks.
Oh jeez, I got an
compared to. Oh my God, get YouTube Premium, dickweed.
I can't afford to have too many premium stuff.
Or at least get yourself AdBlock Pro on your fucking desktop so it gets rid of them.
No. Don't put AdBlock on. That hurts the YouTube creators, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I just simply do super chats to solve that problem.
No, I know, and you're right. A $1 super chat covers anything. A $1 super chat covers anything that you get in ad rev. So I agree with that. If you're going to be super chatting, then that's one thing. But for people that don't super chat, don't ever do that. Like, that's not fair to the content creator. I know you don't like watching ads, and that's totally understandable because I don't like watching them either. But at the same time, you're taking, the opportunity for your favorite content creator to grow.
Last month I probably super chat about $40. So.
Damn. But yeah, look at
videos to cover that.
But yeah, look at Nurthen Thurmpson there. Compared to the way he looked in that video, he just looks so fucking like deficient. Just pick a vitamin, add the word deficient, and that's what he looks like. Vitamin C deficient, vitamin D deficient.
Yeah.
Fucking feeding his dog goddamn vegan chili. What the fuck's that all about? He needs to eat like 4 meals a day to catch up for like 10 years. To catch up for the last 3 years of not eating anything. But
would the words be emaciated that you're thinking of?
Yes, he's emaciated big time.
But anyway, I am going to end up the stream here because I've been going for probably close to 7 hours now.
Hey Elizabeth S, how you doing tonight?
Right,
Sorry,
let me
I'm not in the chat.
Let me see. I know, just 6 hours. Nearly. It was 6 hours. So anyway,
it's going a while before I found the stream.
Anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. And I'm going to end with a song. I'm going to have to stand up for the song because, But leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. Leave a comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out, Planer, while you finish up. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. But everybody in the chat, love you guys. Had a great time tonight. Thanks for inviting me on, Planer, because I was just originally gonna lurk, but I'm glad I came on and hung out with you. You
Um,
take care, my little friend. And Glass Monster, Gary, I know you're not around right now, but you're still in the call. Love you, bro. Take care. Glass Monster, you take care too, my friend. We'll talk about getting you that t-shirt, okay?
Yeah, and talk to you. I sent you a message with the word I was talking about, but we'll talk later in voice. Or I'll just
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, I don't, you know me, man. I don't even pay attention to servers, so anything you have to tell me about that server is gonna basically not even have anything to do with me whatsoever. So, unfortunately.
Well,
All
right.
I'll know.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to involve myself in no shit. So, y'all take care, and we will talk to y'all later.
All
Love
right,
you, Planner.
See ya. All right, so I'm
He's gone.
gonna also drop out of the call to play the song, because I know that once the stream is done, I'm going to go do stuff. But anyway, so everyone, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. Leave a comment letting me know what you'd like me to do for future streams. Alright, because I do need ideas sometimes. But anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Alright, let me just switch over to... oh, no, wrong thing. We're gonna go to... There we go. Alright, here we go. And I'm gonna need to... Oh, that's not how I... hopefully everyone enjoyed that. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. So yeah, there we go.